around. There are not too many heroes in the game that can create objectives for you to fight around, quote unquote. Normally you fight around high ground, you fight around Roche, and that's generally about it, right? Maybe tier 2 towers. Tier 1s you don't really fight around because they're too accessible. There's too many paths where you can attack a tier 1 tower too, right? But if you can throw it on a great supernova here and then just stand on top of it as the Dusa and Stone Gaze, you are looking real good. Oh, there's a dual mid lane, and they might actually get this victory. They're not, but they're going to get the kill. Petishara, by the way, a fantastic LC player, as the coil. I don't think it hit anyone. That's unfortunately a big whiff for Mallory, who's immediately going to TP down bottom. He's going for the magic damage here, so he'll go for the 15 talent of the Spell Lamp. He's got 3 null talismans, the Veil, and the Boots of Travel. Might be going for a Blink Dagger after... what's he building now, even? Going for Ags, okay. A great way to counter the AM. It's basically going to have to force him to build a BKB, which AM does not really like doing. Canonically, he probably doesn't mind, but you know, when he actually carries a game, he's not really going to want to do that. Do we have a whole hour, by the way, until this next game starts? I think we might. I need to take a look at what the series is going to be. And see which one we want to cover. Oh, duel. There it is, into the triangle. Tunar's a hard target. I'd be surprised if they can kill him. In the duel, that is. But it was a really good effort. LC Falcon Blade, we're seeing this item a lot more. I kind of like it. And there's so much mana regen right now, actually, on LC. Going for the Medallion gives you 1.5, 1.8 here on the Falcon Blade. Anything else that gives you mana regen? I mean, technically, you get, like, 0.2 off of the Bracer. And, of course, Soul Ring. Yeah, I mean, this almost seems like, honestly, I mean, it feels like too much mana, but you can just use your abilities pretty fearlessly without, you know, running out of mana ever. I think top road, I think they're still in this one. And the only reason I say that, of course, is they kind of got really, really crushed game 1 by the Tinker, but I think that, you know, to these guys, that was kind of a little bit of a fluke, potentially. AM is currently very annoying, though. They need to get wards up in their jungle to punish this, because they can't really let AM play like this. He is going to run over this game if he gets this type of lead. There's a TP coming, and an Aether Remnant to cover his retreat. He should be easily able to escape, because Dusa is not really having any sort of stuns for him. Holy shit, this Dusa is farmed. Dusa already has a Manta Style and a Butterfly before 19 minutes. Wow. That is incredible farm right now for Medusa. She's out farming the AM by 4,000. I mean, it's crazy that I even say this, because the AM is like the hardest counter to Medusa, but I mean, with this much gold, it feels like it's not even going to matter. They even catch the Rubik here, who's stolen Phase Shift, but he's not going to be able to escape. Mallory with 2 kills, still only level 14. Nice jump by Petishara. That'll get him an extra 20 dual damage, up to 30 now. And you can see, I mean, like, it almost seems redundant to go for all 3 of these mana items, because usually you, like, pick 1, maybe 2. But it is Petishara LC. He's a boss at this hero, and maybe this is what the hero needs to work. Because honestly, this hero doesn't really work a lot these days. Anyway, let me go ahead and update the title and do some stream maintenance. Yeah, the match is going to start in an hour, so we'll see. If you guys want to see a very specific one, because I wouldn't mind. I mean, Cascade looked pretty good yesterday versus Why Try, but so did Nemiga. So Nemiga's playing qwerty. I don't think I watched that game fully. That's got Petru, Lame, 19-teen. Nemiga, I think, has got top 2 potential for sure. I think I would put them there, probably with VPP. I think I'd be surprised if Nemiga got eliminated for sure. At least by qwerty. I think they're going to make it to the upper bracket final, which gives them 2 chances at qualifying. Cascade, they're coming in hot versus almost disbanded. Quite a mean team, though. But of course, I would say almost disbanded. I mean, honestly, this top road lineup is not bad. I was shocked. I was shocked by Malron's performance yesterday. I don't think he had a great day. I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt here, of course. And I don't mean to be mean to almost disbanded who beat them, but I was just really surprised to see Malron play that way, because on Creep Wave he looked a lot better, in my opinion. And I watched a lot of Creep Wave games.
Radiant's top tower is under
He seemed to be just kind of be a little bit too YOLO yesterday, like on the Storm. I think he played. Let me just check these replays. He played Storm, as I recall, in one of the games. Yeah. Yeah, game 2, and I think he was Ember game 1, and it just something wasn't clicking. It seemed like, so we'll see.
Barracks are under attack.
Shout
Radiant's
out
top barracks
the Vamos Alvaro thing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. Oh, all right. Careful here. That's a missed spear, so they're just going to turn with the arena. He's dead. Okay, they've also soul binded or coiled the Void Spirit. Ravage is a good one. It'll catch 4, but they still have time to set up the Supernova. Can they defend it in time? No, but it does set up for the kill here onto 2 because Betashara is looking for more. Great 8th arrow in it, though, from the mid lane depressed Kid. Snowball to close the gap, but we've got Dissemblate. No other abilities, however. An Astral Step in another second. Nobody knows is right nearby here to slow them even further, and they will be able to actually get the kill onto Mallory. In the meantime, looking like they're going to get a second here onto Happy DUR, or make that a third, but he's going to be a bit too evasive. And AM immediately starts cutting waves. Nice job here, Lightless. Nice job. Really trying his best to solo carry this game because this Dusa is terrifying right now. She is scary. Alrighty. What do we have here then? I don't know, because the thing is obviously Cascade almost disbanded. That match runs at the same time as QWERTY and Nemiga. And I'm probably like 70% sure it'll be Cascade and Nemiga in the upper bracket final. So one of those 2 teams is going to be qualifying. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't really get to see QWERTY play. And QWERTY did 2-0 VPP, who looks pretty damn strong. So let's watch the QWERTY Nemiga game because I didn't see QWERTY play yesterday versus VPP, and they won that game. So that's pretty huge. That's pretty huge. All right, let me update titles. We are watching.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Execution style.
Now, Avo had the wrong stream title up. My goodness, this guy. This frickin' guy. Would you believe he's a partner on Twitch? No, I'm not. We are watching Why Try versus Toprida. Jakiro's also a dragon? Yeah, definitely. He's like a dragon from Dragon Tales because he's got 2 heads. I think those guys had 2 heads. Maybe a kill here on MC314. The thing that they need to damage him from behind, and I think, yeah, we don't have enough of it. Oh, all right, but there it is. Creep wave conveniently placed there for a big ol' overwhelming odds. Nice job. Once again, I mean, Legion not getting too much duel damage, only 50, but all these duels have been setting up for kills. Is this the Slacks discussion? Are we talking about dragons again? Is that why? I mean, I guess so, right? Dragons. But the thing is, wyverns are not dragons. Like, people, like, no one, like, actually gets upset, but, like, you know, it's the same way that people get upset when you discuss D&D incorrectly. Like, they're like, it's not really how it works. Puck and Mortimer are not dragons. Yes, I agree. Puck and Mortimer are not dragons. Has Slacks already done this bit? Because I haven't seen it, and I think he does really good at these discussions. So, obviously, I'm not going to be able to do this bit as well as he does. But yeah, Puck and Mortar are definitely not dragons. Phoenix is not a dragon either, because a phoenix is just anything that rises from the ashes.
Has fallen.
Who else is maybe a dragon in Dota?
I'll
pull up the heroes here. It's definitely Jakiro. It's obviously Dragon Knight.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
There's Aegis being reclaimed. Jakiro is 2 dragons? Nah, he's just 1. He's just 1. Get out of here. Go look at your Bora Bora real estate. Don't forget about the property in the Seychelles. You still have to pay taxes on that one. I know. Very surprising. I think that's kind of it. There's not really too many dragons. There's mostly humanoids in Dota, to be honest. Well, kind of. Because I feel like Bane and AA don't... I mean, are they humanoid? I would say yes, because Darkseer is not humanoid, right? Whereas Bane and AA kind of are. They just don't have legs. It's like whenever you see aliens... Well, obviously no one sees aliens, but whenever you see aliens in the movies, right, they're always like, they're just humanoid for some reason. All right, nobody knows. Might be in a bad spot because we've got a crap ton of magic damage from him and Walrus Punch down he goes. Nice job.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Puck is a baby dragon? No, Puck is a fairy, right? Bane waifu is best waifu. Oh, okay. Oh, the duel! They got it onto AM. There's a BKB active, so he's not getting mana broke either. They're just going to be able to actually set up for a kill. Beautiful! Nice job. Of course, LC, a hard counter. Very hard counter to the AM. In case you don't know, usually you just counterspell literally everything in the game and you run away. Can't counterspell duel. Well, I mean, you can, but you just cast duel on the LC and it doesn't really do anything. Well, I mean, the explanation is pretty simple. You know, when you buy Blink Dagger on Bane and you hear that soothing voice of his, you just fall in love. Who's Slyrak? I don't know who Slyrak is.
Under attack.
I don't know these Dota 1 hero names. Is that Jakiro? Does Jakiro have 2 names? Where is he? He's a strength hero, isn't he? Where is he? No, he's just int with like a massive strength gain.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
He doesn't have it. Oh, his name is the Twin-Headed Dragon. So yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Jakiro is A dragon, and B, that quantity of dragon is 1. Slyrak is the dragon that's inside DK. Ah, I see, okay. I see.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is a bad game to be playing AM, to be honest with you. You can't really get close to the Dusa ever. She's so farmed. She's gone BKB. You can't even mana break her. And I love this item, actually. Divine Rapier. We don't even have any evasion, but it's going to make it pointless. Lightless is like literally AFK right now. He's like, just call it, guys. Get me out. I'm done. And now they have to pause and be like, no, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. But they're having problems because, you know, they've already Overwatch reported him, and someone's going to get this replay. I've not seen much success on AM in a long time.
Regeneration.
Yeah, he takes a bit too long, and his power spike is like kind of weird. Tigov did like a pretty good analogy on it yesterday. Like even Medusa, like now all of a sudden, Medusa, who used to be the queen of like late game carries, right, along with like your TBs and everything like that. She's actually got a faster start than AM these days. I think probably, I didn't get to see the draft order, but I assume this was like a 9th pick AM after an 8th pick Medusa, and then the 10th picked Legion Commander. And that's a damn good Legion pick here. The only thing Legion sucks against is going to be this Mars. Was it a mid-Mars then? No, it was offlane Mars. Mid-tide? Let me just double check. They're fighting. Duel? Who'd they catch? They caught the Mars. A big kill, but not too important. He's going to buy back because he's got it. Nobody knows. Doesn't really want to ravage it. He's going to have to. Petrocharge is going to run him down with the BKB duration. They did stun up at least the Deuce. Happy Diara is still alive. Lightless doing his best. A great Hex on the so bad, but it's not going to last long enough. The Supernova still comes through. Lightless is going to try and burst the egg. He wants scrambled eggs, but he's not going to get it. That's going to be the Radiance Arena being thrown down. Depressed Kid's got to use all of his mobility to get the hell out of Dodge. Jumpsuit 314 is now back in the fight as they have caught Mallory yet again. Petushar without a BKB should be pretty easy pickings here for Lightless. He's going to be able to shrug off a lot of this Sunray damage, but here is going to be the Dusa back onto the high ground as they have stolen Sunray. Someone's Yuled up the Dusa, though. That's going to save her from a lot of mana being burned. Spear to the walls. No, Aegis. Once again, who is using this Dusa? Let her get stunned. Does someone have Wind Waker? What's going on? Depressed Kid. He's going to be able to escape just barely. Nice job here. And I don't think he's going to be able to do much more. So what was this? So core, and obviously core. So this was a support Tidehunter in some fashion then, wasn't it? We have been seeing a bit more of that. They got to get out of here. I don't know what they're doing, because this is going to be a dieback. AM's going to show up like a second time. Happy Diara is going to die at a minimum, but PO is popping the BKB. That's a dieback on Mars. You don't really care if you lose Tusk, especially since Roshan is going to be back up in 30 seconds, and Mars is going to be, well, dead for 30.
Haste!
They buffed Snake and Split Shot. Yeah. What else did they buff on her? I think they also like they unironically they buffed Divine Rapier. I mean, Dusa is one of the best Divine Rapier carriers in the game, frankly speaking, because she's so damn tanky, and this ultimate increases your damage even more to a ridiculous degree. And now that it gives True Strike, like AM, he can't build Butterfly this game, not only because he doesn't have the farm, but because it would just lose them the game, especially against Divine. What else did they do to Dusa? Oh, they gave her the move speed buff as well, actually. She's so fast on Stone Gaze. A lot of these like super late game heroes, they usually have like some kind of cheap escape mechanism. On AM, it's Blink. On Naga Siren, it's Song. It's Chronosphere on a Faceless Void. Like, obviously, you don't want to be using these things super defensively, with the exception of Blink all the time. But now Medusa never really could use Stone Gaze super defensively, but now that she's got the option of, well, now that she has just 50% any additional move speed, she's fast as hell. Yeah, Manta, Aegis into Rapier, and that was it. That was the build. I think it was Slasher's Way. Great Blink initiation by Nobody Knows. That's a support Tide Hunter. Unfortunately, the teamfight's still falling apart. Malrin, though, he's been nuked down, but they've got the duel onto Lightless. Can they turn into a kill? Turn into Stone, and hexed up. Down goes the AM. Dead for 80 seconds. Stone Gaze stolen, but they've got no damage whatsoever to follow up on. Mallory is going to go down, but you know, a small price to pay for killing the AM, and now without any ultis available here for the side of Why I Try, Roshan number 2 is available for the taking. This should be Divine Rapier picked up probably around the same time here for the Dusa if they want to buy out for it, and I say go for it. I'm going to say go for it. Yeah, that was Slasher's Way, Medusa, wasn't it? I want to say. Slasher's Way. Slasher's Way, Medusa. Oh, they're fighting. Let's pay attention. Good snowball there. Supernova as well to force away Nobody Knows. He's not really known for his attack speed, is he? The duel is going to catch Depressed Kid. They're not going to stun him, but they got plenty of damage. Oh, okay. Maybe not. He's got Astral Steps. No, he's very dead, unfortunately. Rubik and Nobody Knows nearby. They're going to continue sniping kills, but that means they're not going to finish up Roche. So 20 seconds till AM is back. They need to finish this Roche. They can't get... I mean, if Velhyor just wastes their time, it's going to be winning. Not like completely winning, but it'll be good. Yeah, he's... Oh, great hacks. Great hacks. He tried to steal it with the Icarus dive. No, finish Roche. Finish Roche. Stop chasing kills. All right, they're going for it now. They realize AM's alive, but so is Malorian. But AM's in the base. He needs to defend. They've gotten the kill onto Velhyor. Okay, so it was all well worth it. All is fair in the very end. And now PO is going to go to the side shop, the secret shop, pardon me. Probably swap out the wand because you want boots and Divine Rapier. Beautiful. DD Rune top lane. Mwah. Can we get some OS frogs in the chat? Because this is about to be quite a beautiful thing. This is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, plus 535 damage on the Agi Treads. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's no 22-minute GG, but it is certainly, yeah, Nobody Knows doesn't want to be anywhere near this Medusa.
Radiant's
Holy moly.
is under attack.
Going strength here. The thing is, she's not very tanky at all. 1800 HP. I mean, because we've skipped Scotty, and we've just gone Butterfly, which doesn't give you... It gives you a crap ton of damage, but it doesn't give you any effective HP, right? Because Dusa, the reason why Scotty is so nice is she wants Agi, of course, duh. But she also wants strength and intelligence. But, I mean, these buildings are just only one by one. We've got Ravage and all the ultis ready to go yet again here. No Supernova for 7 more seconds. Nobody Knows trying to try and snipe Petushara. Great job holding on the Dusa as well with the Aether Remnant, but it's not going to be enough for now as the Dream Coil connects onto 2. They're not going to get the kill either with the Mana Void Snowball in the way in. Down goes 2 heroes already here. Topperta doing A-okay so far. MC0 and 4. My goodness, that Bulwark, he turned himself around. Down he will go. 2 kills, sorry, for PO65, and that is going to be a 4th on to Velhyor as the GG well played will be called. The Dusa, the Gorgon, too damn strong. Really good game here out from Topperta, though. Nice job.
Dire victory.
And let's get rid of these. And we'll wipe it. Manta, Aegis, Rapier, GG. Yeah, and Butterfly. And Butterfly for sure. Because the problem is normally AM does very well in a matchup versus the Dusa, obviously Mana Break, but AM doesn't really like buying MKB either, if he can avoid it. It's okay, he can do it, but he's not like exactly fantastic at it, so Medusa just kind of... If the Medusa can get out farmed, it's kind of crazy because Dusa just does so well against the hero. But now we have a small break here. Unfortunately, there's no other... I believe they're not watching the games, or they're not starting the games a bit early. Let me just check. Yeah, they're not launching the games early. So I'll tell you what. I'll do a quick Overwatch. and I'm going to make a coffee. And then by then, our third game should be up here between Top Roda and Wide Try. Very casual stream, you know, doing an Overwatch case on Avo's channel. I think right now the coordinator is having some issues, though. So maybe I'm going to make that coffee first and then look for an Overwatch case to do. But I think we're going to be going to, it would seem like something like a 5-minute break. We'll be back, Overwatch case for 5 minutes, and then we'll do game number 3 here of Wide Try versus Top Roda, because that's actually pretty exciting. I thought for sure it was going to be a pretty easy win for Top Roda, but then they lost game 1. So game 2 did look a lot better. All right, I'm going to send it over to the break screen here for a while, guys, but thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys are enjoying a bit more of the casual coverage here. Avo should be back here by the time we get started with our second series of the day, our second full series, I should say. So he'll be back and joining us for... What's this game? He'll be back and joining us for qwerty versus Nemiga Gaming. Again, qwerty looking really good. They did 2-0 VPP, who also looked pretty damn good versus V. So I think that's going to be actually really exciting. This iteration of Nemiga as well is personally going to be quite exciting, especially because I don't know their carry. I don't really know their carry, so that'll be fun. But we're going to throw it to the AFK screen for about 10 minutes, 5 minutes more like it. But yeah, thanks again for tuning in, guys. Really appreciate it. Let me just make sure I get the teams correct, because we are watching Wide Try. And it is currently 1-1. And center this. All right, guys, we'll be back in like 5 minutes. Let me set a timer for myself. So 27, start. All right, see you then.
Radiant team pick.
Death Prophet.
Good news, everyone. Another Futurama reference for the two people in chat that maybe understand it. We have our next series already live and ready to go. Without further delay, let's go ahead and skip the Overwatch replay because it took longer for me to make my coffee than I thought. And here we go. Another wipe into our third game here. Toprita and Ytry tied at 3, tied at 1. You're not in a car. No, I'm not in a car, unfortunately.
Dire team.
The car set has been dismantled. The car is broken. Car machine broke, and we're gonna be maybe trying to build something a little bit different in the future. But the car was fun. A big reason why we did the car was just because it was like we got the gig with very short notice because of
10
events that
seconds
occurred,
remaining.
you know. So yeah, it was
5 seconds.
it was a pretty rushed job, but I think it turned out okay. Farnsworth, yeah, Professor. The good news, everyone. That show was so goddamn funny. It's so great to just like the jokes are they're layered. They're like onions. They're like onions. All right, you know what else is layered is this DP because there's a lot of layers of complexity to her. You can take her any lane, right? Mid lane, good to go.
Radiant
Safe
team
lane
pick.
as a position 5. Off lane, your 3 or your 4. Probably not so much your 4 though. We tend to see here in only 2, 3, and 5. Not so much 1 and 4 because Shaman just chicks those boxes a little bit better.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, I've got like a bunch of references just always queued up on the brain, you know. Shrek, a couple of Futurama ones. I've only watched Futurama through like once though, to be honest, you know. So I don't really know, like I know a bunch of the recurring gags, but I don't really know
Radiant
like
team
the
ban.
super in-depth ones, right? Or like the ones that are kind of more subtle. Oh my goodness, my favorite gag though of that show by far is oh my goodness, what's his name? The accountants that they have. You know, great Yeti of the Serengeti, you know, all the exasperated voice
10
lines he says
seconds
are so
remaining.
funny. I can't remember his name.
Dire
Let me
team
look
ban.
up Planet Express staff. I'm sure that'll follow the Planet Express crew. It was Hermes. How could I forget Hermes? Of course. Yeah. Great Yeti of the Serengeti. He's got so many great voice lines. Futurama Mom episode is the best.
10 seconds.
There's so many good
Radiant
episodes as
team
well.
ban.
Like the Pinocchio's Pizza or whatever one with his dog is really depressing. The one where Fry is like, you know, he goes to the moon and it turns out like oh, what was it? He travels back in time or something, right? And he sees his like grandson or something like that, and he's like really disappointed at first, but
10
then he realizes
seconds
it's kind of just
remaining.
his skewed perspective, and like it's like it's really good. It's a really damn
5
good show. I have a
seconds
lot of
remaining.
respect for it, but also it is very, very funny and also very stupid sometimes, but it's great. Yeah, he is his own grandfather, something like that, right? Nephew. It's so great. It's so great. I love how Bender is just Mexican, right? Like that's just like a fact. He's like, I'm actually Mexican. And it's like, okay, Bender.
Dire team
Great TV
ban.
show. Great TV show. It's on Hulu. Highly recommend it. You can also watch it through less legal methods, but yeah. Alrighty. Anyway, to our draft now. Strong opening from Toprita yet again. Honestly, their last draft blew it out of the water. I think like with a draft like that,
10
you check a
seconds
couple
remaining.
of boxes in the early game and you're good to go. I thought they really, really did a
5
great job.
seconds remaining.
Watch South Park. Yeah. Yeah, Medusa is banned this time. Yeah, South Park, I really like the newer seasons as well, actually. I was just referencing. I did like a South Park bit with Avo when I was making coffee, but yeah, it's there's a lot of really good like American animation actually. I mean, Rick and Morty, of course, it's overblown for sure, you know, and
Radiant
it's
team
got that fandom that, you know, was a little bit too intense. It had the Undertale effect, right, so to speak. But I mean, it's you know, I think you'd be lying if you said it wasn't a pretty good
Radiant
animated
team
show.
pick.
I'd have to agree with that one. But let's focus in a little bit on the draft here. Of course, when Avo's not here, my draft analysis is a little bit drier. Well, not quite drier, the opposite of dry. But yeah, Puck Beastmaster, strong opening duo. Yet again, it's another hero you can flex. If you've got a
10
great Puck player
seconds
like
remaining.
Malrine is, you can definitely afford to pick this one up early on.
5
And I think a
seconds
lot
remaining.
of support players, especially if you want to like really make it in professional play, you do have to learn to play the DP. You have to learn how to play the puck, because sometimes you're going to be giving these heroes, even a Lycan actually sometimes, because sometimes you're going to be giving these heroes that they don't work for your other cores, and they get passed onto you. You know, the Buck's got to stop somewhere, and the Buck stops with the supports in the draft. I think a lot of the times you can be really limited by your supports. Of course, this does swing the other way. I know it's kind of a meme, especially because obviously Bait were eliminated. But you know, you see the same problem with RDO, where if you only play 3 or 4 or 5 heroes, and there's 7 bans in the draft, and your play style depends on getting a good last pick. You know, it's a little bit difficult. Witch Doctor is an interesting hero to pick versus a DP, because as a 5 or a 3, you don't really do much.
10 seconds remaining.
The issue is with the Witch Doctor is that if you want to try and take advantage of, in my opinion, the best way to play him is early kill potential, right? You pair him with anyone in the game that has like a good damage nuke early on, or just a stun or a good slow, and you're going to get a kill, like in the lane, almost guaranteed, right? Especially if enemies are out of position. He does not trade very well versus the Shaman, but he can kill a Shaman quite easily. And the reason I'm concerned is because, of course, you can always drop back and do something else. Witch Doctor's pretty good at. He is a doctor after all, and you can go for the Voodoo Restoration in lane, which is okay if you go for a certain type of play style. It can't be one of those things that you last pick a Witch Doctor like a lot of teams do with Oracle and hope that it fixes your draft. It's something that you kind of have to set up for, and they definitely can set up for it here. But yeah, Witch Doctor Maledict versus a DP just feels so bad because she heals during it, obviously. The Shaman as well out harasses a Witch Doctor very, very easily. So if this is a 3 and the 4, it's a really tough lane already for the Witch Doctor. Maybe you do want to run him a lot like how Warlocks used to play with like Spectres and TBs, where you would just like get a bunch of points in the Shadow Word and just heal. Do the same thing here. Because Voodoo Restoration is an insane heal if you can take advantage of it properly. The problem is, though, is if you do go for like a couple points in Voodoo Restoration, it really hurts your kill potential. Because Maledict level 1 and 2, it's possible to get a kill with it. It is technically possible. But for the most part, Maledict, especially level 1, all you do is force the enemy to eat a tango. That's about it. Maledict level 2, they have to be a little bit more careful when they fight you. And then 3 and 4 is when it really starts to kick ass, and you can underestimate it very easily. But right now, we don't have any strength heroes, right? DP is fine with Maledict, even at the higher levels, because she's going to probably be able to get more XP than Witch Doctor. So she's going to have equal or more points in Spirit Siphon, and she'll be totally fine here. And by the way, with the Witch Doctor pick, they do lock it into a puck mid. I should have pointed that out, right? It can't even be puck off lane. Sometimes you'll see that. So that's why they pick the Ember Spirit here.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sorry, I just read the Wikipedia article for Hermes Conrad for some reason. Is this Ember mid DP3? Yeah, they're still flexing the DP, right, between 3 and 5. Either way, it feels really good this game. DP5 a little bit less so for the Beastmaster, but you can even be super annoying towards him in the lane. And you can see that they're still maintaining the flex. So we could see an offlaner last pick, or we could see a position 5 last pick for Try. Ultimately, it's going to be up to them. I think it's a bit safer to better define your offlaner here, and I might ban offlaners if I were Topperda, because it's going to be last pick overall for them, right? It's last pick overall for Topperda. So if you can get rid of the safer choice, which is just a DP5, then I think you're going to want to go for that, and I think they agree. DP is so strong right now. I think if you remove the move speed buffs, because Valve, they removed Spirit Siphon, you no longer siphon off the move speed. And because of that, obviously, they needed to buff her move speed a little bit. But they buffed it quite a bit, I think, by like 15 or something. And she's just so easy to play as a support now as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I like that you can do that with certain heroes, for sure. But when it's just like with the same hero every single time, I think it's probably a little bit too strong, right? Like, no one picks Witch Doctor and runs in mid, right? But you can first pick a DP in your entire draft and still be good to go. It just brings you a whole lot to your team. We're going to ban another offlaner or another position 5. The Ench is already banned. We need a hard carry for top Rota. No Ursa, no Troll. No Monkey King either. But Timber, Mars, and Tidehunter are all banned, as is the Alchemist and now an Underlord, which is always a great ban versus a Puck. And a Beastmaster especially, actually. You got a last... I would still last pick an offlaner, to be honest. Because like I said, or you could still run it as a 3. I don't think it's that bad. But it's scary because you don't know the lane. And they're just going to pick a Sand King. It's a good hero. It's a hero you can just kind of park in front of your towers. You can defend them for him a little bit. He brings you a lot of great early magic damage and some much needed lockdown. Eventually with Blink Dagger, he can be your first hero in, but before that, it'll have to be the Ember Spirit. So I'd like to see probably like a Veil Blink build. But then they just go Wraith King. Not a great matchup versus the PA early on, however. But he can force her to build some items that PA doesn't really like to for Lightless. I mean, PA MKB is not really too popular. So I could definitely see like a Wraith King Radiance Rush here for sure be super effective. Because that's going to basically prevent Lightless from showing up to fights. And it is going to be a DP5. Again, whenever I see a DP first picked overall, I usually assume it's going to be a 5. When you see it picked like in this slot right here, depending on who's got first or second pick, it's a little bit more likely for it to go into a core role at that point. But when you first pick it, it's almost always quote unquote demoted to the position 5.
10 seconds remaining.
And there we go. I like it though. I like it.
5 seconds remaining.
As far as this draft goes, however, let me just absorb it for a while. I really like the Sand King pick, but I feel like Sand King's got to do 2 things at once, right? Because he's going to have to... The thing is, he doesn't really have to defend his mid tower this game. Because Petushara, he just has to match up versus Petushara. As soon as Petushara gets like Necrobook 2 and he's going to demolish, he's going to kick the PA out of the lane. He's going to take the tier 1 tower. At that stage, Sand King doesn't have a whole lot else to do other than make sure that Beastmaster is not able to, 1, freely farm in their own jungle and reduce their map, and 2, counter push versus the Beastmaster. So that's feeling pretty good here for sure. He doesn't really have to do too many things at once. He's a bit vulnerable to our Puck. He's a little bit vulnerable to the Witch Doctor in lane as well. But Witch Doctor's lane is not easy here. I think you still definitely go for like a Maledict and Cask build though, because you can get kills. You just need to bring sentries and watch your position in here. Because if you're out of position for half a second, you're dead in this lane. You are super, super dead. Just Burrow Strike into an Ether Shock is 1,000,000 damage for you, and you're a Witch Doctor, so you just die super easily. My goodness, look at these. Well, look at these wins by Lightless. 9-0 and 10, and what was that, 12-0 and something? Holy moly, I wouldn't want to play against that. I'd be scared if I was loaded into my pub, and that's what I saw.
Prepare for battle.
Nothing too surprising here. Let me close this. What do we have? PA starting off with a Blightstone. Who's your laning partner with DP, right? Yeah. And you're laning against a Rubik and a Beastmaster. Okay, so that'll help you get through the boars. That will help you get through boars much easier. But it does make Fade Bolt a bit stronger. Because you know, this is money that could otherwise... Everyone just always tips Malrine, by the way. I've got no clue why. Again, 16-year-old player who lives on a farm in Russia. He owns a cow. True story. But I never know why they...
30 seconds to battle.
If anyone... I mean, I kind of doubt it, because there's official Russian coverage for this as well. So if you're Russian, you're probably watching the Ruhub cast instead of this. But if anyone knows any Russian, I would love if you could translate that, because I cannot copy pasta it either. But yeah, anyway, so this Blightstone, it's good if you're going to be playing aggressive in the lane, which obviously they intend to do. But obviously, that could be, what, 300 gold put into stats
The battle
otherwise.
begins.
What is standing there? Is that what they said? I have no idea what is going on. Trust me, dude. Oh, you put it... Okay, okay. I'll show it again. I apologize. It can't be. I mean, just the sorry is very funny. The DP said it as well, so I don't really know. All right, I think that's enough time. If you don't know it, that's okay. We'll just never know. It's going to be one of those things lost to the void. But I appreciate you guys putting in an effort. Hopefully, it's not like a. It's probably not a swear word. Wait. All right. Well, let's take a look at this mid lane matchup. Ember versus Puck is going to be a little bit Ember favored. He's probably going to end up... I mean, the thing is, versus a Puck, you're going to be incentivized to go for the Flame Guard and Sleight of Fist build, which is going to accelerate your farm as soon as you, well, get levels. But also, it's going to help you be super, super tanky versus the Puck, right? Especially versus all the magic damage. Because Puck does bring a good barrage of physical damage as well to the lane. We're seeing this a lot more. I think Malrin this game, he probably still wants to go for magic damage build versus a PA. Because obviously your right clicks are not guaranteed to hit. And if you want to become an effective right clicker versus a Phantom Assassin, you kind of need to go for the MKB, which is doable, but just unlikely. Unlikely. Our Wraith King is having a fun time. Let's watch this Witch Doctor here. I want to see how happy DUR lanes this. Witch Doctor, what he does do is once the lane is kind of already killed off, he secures you the last creep. Because you can't stand next to the last creep, otherwise you're just going to die. Top lane, they're going to get the first kill onto Petushara, so already this aggressiveness is really starting to pay off. Burst magic damage on top of the -3 armor is super nice to have early on. Ah, okay, it could be a joking line. Ah, okay, I see. This is not going to be a kill. It would have if he had the point in Mortal Strike, perhaps, but instead he took Vampiric Spirit. So what's the build here? Oh, okay. We'll see. MC314, he might decide to go and just bounce between levels here, between the Burrow Strike and Caustic Finale. I like this build versus the Wraith King and the Witch Doctor. But for the most parts, a lot of Sand Kings, they'll back down from this eventually and then just put points, into the Sandstorm. It's the safer option, to be honest. It's the safer option, because if you lose control of this lane, which is very possible, especially because if you go for the Burrow Strike and Caustic Finale build, it means that Velhior basically has to spend his time down here, not fully, but he does have to spend a lot of time down bottom to protect you, because you can't just Sandstorm and maybe cheekily escape. Another kill top lane is this is going really, really well for Try. And I think let me put up the names here, by the way, so we can see who's who. Okay, they have swapped. Give me a second. Try now on the Dire. And a nice little ESL wipe. There we are. Now we can see who's who, because neither of these guys have banners. But what was I going on about? Oh, right, yeah, so I think a big reason why you want to go for more points in Sandstorm eventually is because the single points in Caustic Finale is annoying enough. You can see it already forced, quote-unquote, a waste of a skill point in the Vampiric Spirit when you otherwise could have gone for the points earlier in Mortal Strike. Kill mid lane. Nice rotation, so bad. I'm trying to explain some dynamics of this lane. But right now, they're going to go for Velhior instead. Maledict, level 2, so he's as good as dead. See you later. Even if he got the TP out, he was in a Dying Fountain on the first tick. There's no chance he's living. I'm a certified Witch Doctor spammer, so I can tell you that with confidence. Unless he, made a gamer move and bought, I don't know. He didn't have stick, right? He did have stick, but no charges. So maybe if he, bought a Fairy Fire, it would have been enough to keep him alive, but I kind of doubt it even. So anyway, yeah, it's nice to have points in Sandstorm because you can play like this. It forces out a lot of sentries, which now they're going to scout because he's like, they're playing like they can see me. And that's because they can. A TP away here just in time from the Beastmaster. He TPs only to the tier 1 tower, but that's just so he can live. So potentially if they can kill him, they can punish him, and he won't have TP for a long time. Man, DP5 is bonkers, though. This hero is so good. She does so much. Mallory is going to be bullied back home. Is not going for the bottle, so he doesn't go for bottle for the magic build. Goes 3 null tallies into Bacillus, and then just rushes the Veil pretty much. Okay, 5-minute rune time. It's a little bit too dangerous to contest right now, especially if you're a Witch Doctor. But yeah, so Velhior, he's eventually going to be able to rotate. I think we might see him make a rotation. The thing is, he needs a point in Hex if he's going to be reasonably ganking the mid lane. Otherwise, it's just impossible, right? There's Cass. If he gets a second bounce, wow, he's going to kill him because of that second bounce, actually. That's unbelievable. I'd be kind of pissed. I'd be kind of pissed. I can't believe that. That was a level 2 cask with not only the enemy creep wave, but also a hard camp nearby. Luckiest bounces I've ever seen. Nice job. And this is going to turn into a double kill. You love to see it if you're a Witch Doctor player. Look at it go. That was incredible. I'm going to take another look at that because we can. All on, are they going to get... No, they're not going to get a kill top. I want to take another look at that. That was ridiculous. Hold on. No, he's already dead here. Like, look. He throws the cask. Look how many units he can bounce this to. Actually, no, this is only a Radiant camp, so it's only the neutrals. It's only these two. That's ridiculous. It never bounced to the Satyr. That's insane. Okay, we'll go live now. And we missed a kill onto Vel here. He TP'd back as well. That's awful. That's really, really bad. Sorry, I know I shouldn't be doing this. It must be terrible to watch. He just TP's in and dies? Oh, he went mid? The Invis rune caught him off guard. Okay. We know what happens here. That's fine. Gank bottom. I apologize. That's unbelievable bounces, though. I'd be honestly so upset. I mean, look, they're gonna kill him again. They're actually gonna kill him again. Maledict, level 3 already here. He just needs to have the cast range because Witch Doctor struggles there. And there's telekinesis. Another crit in 3 seconds. They don't even need it. He's dead. Oh my goodness. Top Rita, dude, they are really starting to snowball, and this is something you can very easily do on the Witch Doctor. Needing to deny the boar. It's a win regardless for Lightless, just not having the boars in lane. And now Lightless is actually being left alone for now. Nobody knows. Gank the mid lane. PA obviously going into the Battle Fury first.
Denied.
Mallory nearly has his Veil completed. It's a little bit of an expensive recipe, but he does nuke waves extremely quickly. We have, of course, gone for Sleight of Fist. Flame Guard, we are not saving a point. I thought we were for a second. Dream Coil dodged. Nice. Great dodge. I don't know if he meant to do that, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's a gamer. And like I said, it's going to be pretty much straight Radiance Rush. I mean, honestly, the lane has been going so well that you might as well. A bit of a scary part is, I will say, that Petushara is kind of getting owned up top, right? It's not too unusual. I mean, look, his tier 1 tower is taking damage, right? Like, it's not really too great of a sign. It is the wagon wave, of course, but like, it's not really like a great sign for him. He's going to be close to this last Necro, at least, or to getting his farm for the Necro book. Especially, yeah, because he's going to be able to contest this pull. His boars are now starting to be a little bit too annoying for nobody knows to just nuke them immediately. Although, like, they just still die. It feels so bad. Luckily, that was the old boar and not the newer boar, which still has a lot of life left in him. But right now, Malrin, there's going to be full Veil. It's Naked Veil without the boots. Doesn't even need it. I wonder if he ganks, maybe. Maybe he ganks top lane, because I think right now it's just too much damage for Lightless. And I don't... Like, the thing is, you have to commit... The Shaman has to rotate to defend. The Sand King probably has to rotate and defend as well. If the puck rotates as down bottom. Oh, no. Oh, but it's okay. He canceled. He canceled the Epicenter, because he knew he was being baited. Unfortunately, it's not going to save him. He's still going to end up dying here for Velhior. Down he goes. Big old crit from Pio.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Where's our Witch Doctor? He's top lane right now? Oh, he's got level 6 already. Oh, they've gotten another kill. See ya. Beautiful. Is this a dead Beastmaster? He roars. Oh, he canceled. He got the roar up before the Epicenter. There's dust as well in the sandstorm. He's going to die. This is getting very dangerous to, like, snowballing. Like this is almost unrecoverable because oh no, and there's another kill mid.
Radiant's
Oh
middle
no, there's
tower
another
is
kill
under
mid. That's what I
attack.
mean. Like a hex is not good enough. Underneath the tower though, Shackles level 1. We've got a phase shift coming off cooldown, but didn't get the chance to use it. A good counter kill at least in return
Dire's
from
top
Bell
tower
here.
is under
But I
attack.
mean this is now starting to go a little bit
Dire's structures are
disastrously. The kill onto mid is very nice. It'll soften the blow. But right now Wraith King is out of control. Wraith King is out of control. Witch Doctor as well is freaking rich. What's he got coming to him? Is it just wards? Is he a good support or is he a greedy support?
I'll take that.
Regeneration.
Okay, just a fluffy hat. Fluffy hat and infused raindrop. So he is going to be fighting
Radiant's
early, but it's not like the
middle
full
tower is
out
under
build of Urn. It's just not that good this game. This is not going to be a kill, unfortunately. Oh, Death Warden 7, but it'll save Petushara, and they are bringing in as well the puck.
Radiant's
He does have to be
middle
careful
tower
here.
is
There's the
under
coil.
attack.
He's going to die. He is going to die. Doesn't have Flame Guard, and down he goes.
That's for your impertinence.
Now this is Mallory getting a free kill here. They've got Beastmaster. Again, they do need to gank this lane because he's had a terrible time. He's finally got Necro Book 1 ready to go, and they can look for a tower. Once this
Dire's
Necro 3
middle
comes
tower
out, this
is under
Sand King,
attack.
actually, he's not really going to be able to stand in front of towers. Down bottom, they're making aggressive plays. PO has taken the point in Reincarnate, and here's Happy DUR. He TP'd on in. A good silence there. They even
Dire's
maybe
middle
get the
tower is
Courier,
under
a
attack.
Hex, Shackles in 1, but no chance to use it as he will be crit to death. This tower is going down slowly but surely, but Exo wasn't going to be enough to do the job by itself. Top lane, they're also fighting. Good kill there, but Mallory's going to be able to get another counter kill.
Gratitude.
I'm missing kills all over the place. I do apologize. I have to drink this coffee. I mean, I've just made it. It's not hit me yet.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's not bad today. Depressed Kid, they've got vision underneath the tower. He's going to have to remnant away defensively. Shaman, Spell Stolen is going to be Hex. It's a real good one to steal. And with that, they will have the tier 1 tower. Shaman cannot
Dire's
deny
top
it. It's a bit too
tower has
spicy
fallen.
for him to do that.
Succumb.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke play, which Petushara immediately breaks. I don't know why, because he also has Roar. He should be in the
Dire's
smoke gank, in
bottom
my
tower
opinion.
is under
Because if they
attack.
get a kill here, or if they even get a pick off onto Depressed Kid, guess what? This is going to turn into all of a sudden the jungle being taken over by Beastmaster. Just roar him. Just roar him. It's worth it. It's worth it. That's now the second consecutive death here for the Ember. He doesn't even have a TP. He doesn't have a remnant anywhere. I mean, this Ember is... He's really starting to fall off already. 1-4-0 compared to 4-1 on the puck. It's a great game for Mallory. He's going to be able to run away with this one. I'm telling you, as soon as we get Necro 3, Petushara is just going to go right into the enemy jungle anytime he has it off cooldown, and he's just going to kill anyone he finds. PA is not really ready to fight. Doesn't even have Battle Fury yet because her lane ended up going decent, but then down bottom they weren't able to get too many kills onto the bodies defending that tier 1 tower. It's a really good start. So next up is mid, right? And obviously that's what that's what Top Road are going to do, as they will set up here to try and take this tower. Wave's already nuked. So here's Beastmaster in the enemy jungle doing his thing. Again, he's got to play really defensively until he has Necro 3. And Beastmaster doing his own thing, farming by himself. PA as well, farming on her own. But without that Battle Fury, Wraith King out-farms the PA like crazy. And there's a smoke play for White Try. Okay, who's the kill, though? Because they still have a tier 1 tower up. So naturally, what I would want to do is... I mean, they still have tier 1s, so this feels a little bit too impenetrable. You can try... If Petushara is here... If he's here, you can kill him. And right now, that's where he is. So that's a kill. Oh, or is it? Because here's Happy DR. Here's going to be the one to break smoke. Great job. Position 5. Throwing his body on the line. He's going to even eat the epicenter and the ulti here. Spirit Siphon Stolen's not a bad one for Rubik. No, Crypt Swarm is a bad one, unfortunately. But that saves Petushara. And that, guess what? In that small time he was given when the Witch Doctor got flattened, he is going to have now another copy of the Necro Book ready to go. Nice job. And I really have to commend this purchase of the boots. Normally, a lot of times it's Necro 3, boots, Blink Dagger, in that order. Actually, just brown boots, mind you. Holy shit, we've already got Radiance. Anyway, normally in this order, it's just Necro Book 3, brown boots, Blink Dagger. That's kind of what Rasmus does, and I think it's the most impactful build. But it's super important that he just doesn't die a lot this game. He's not really a win condition, but you could see how much time he wasted there. He wastes 2 ultis, and the time of who was there in that fight. I think it was the Ember. He wastes so much time, and all they get out of that, essentially, because of his playmaking spaces here, or his space making plays here, they only get a position 5, and now they're gonna pay. And now they're gonna pay the price here. This Ember doesn't stand a chance. Oh, he doesn't have Maledict on him though, so he's gonna live. Instead, they are gonna get the kill onto Velhior first. There's the Maledict into the Death Ward. That's not enough damage though, so nobody knows who's gonna be able to TP away. But they've gotten what they came for, and that's the tier 1 tower mid lane. You're not gonna die. He's fine. Witch Doctor really likes to bait you. But I did learn that Witch Doctor will only say wait for it, or he's about to pop if you are about to do more than 10% of their HP in the final tick. So that's a little bit of a way to know whether or not you may or may not get a kill, whether or not it's worth diving, right? Obviously, when they TP to the fountain, that's the play. That's your game is over right there. But or your kill attempt is over when they safely make it in the fountain for the most part. Like there's nothing else you can do unless you have an invoker, I guess, or an AA. But still, Sand King's got Blink. They're gonna head top lane here yet again for Petushara because they know he's gonna probably be hiding out in these trees, and they'd be right there. So he's in another very dangerous position. Do we have TPs ready? Yes, we do. Puck with Boots of Travel as well, instantly TPing. So this could be a little bit dangerous because yet again the 3-man hit squad. Happy New Year is going to be the first one in. Great cast. Oh, it's going to bounce to the Ember, but a bit late, unfortunately. There's Epicenter being used, but Pio, he doesn't mind tanking the entire thing because he is too damn tanky. Nobody knows, stealing a lot of mana off of him here. We got Death Ward in another second, but we don't even need it because the Radiance burn is enough. And the problem... Oh, hold on. We're not done. That's Ember. He's dead again. They even commit Death Ward here. Why not? I think he snapped Coil. I can't quite tell. Maybe it was the Wraith Fire Blast. And the issue is PA cannot... She just can't show up and fight this early on. I mean, she's got Orb of Corrosion and a Battle Fury. That's it. She needs this BKB. Look, it's a 3-for-1. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Top Road are playing this really, really nicely, I have to say. I don't know how they got that last kill. It looks like... I guess TP wasn't ready to go. It's not GG yet. It's not GG. This is just like... I'm just really impressed with how well they're playing the early game because I think, honestly, early game is a bit hard. It's hard to practice in a professional setting with like a new team, right? Because this is like an open qualifier stack right now, right? And they may be a formal team. I don't mean any disrespect by that, but like, you know, Malorine was playing on Creep Wave up until like 2 weeks ago, right? So Bad was on a different squad. Petushara wasn't on a he was on a different team, right? Like, they couldn't have had this much time to practice. And the fact that they're meshing so well and they're making it work is really impressive. They're keeping these wards up. Okay, now they're not. I was going to say, that's a curious move, but they're going to de-ward. And now that we've got Necro 3, Sand King is going to be severely limited in his impact. I mean, he kind of already was, given the fact that we've got Puck with a lot of AoE damage for him. And, of course, Dust exists. But now with Necrobook 3, it becomes even more difficult. And look, Pio's like, he's like zoning them away. He's defending his tier 1 tower. He's very actively defending his tier 1 tower as well. It's quite impressive. They're having a great game. Is this SNY? No, just a casual Sanj for now. Tier 2 tower taken by Petushara. There's Outpost as well at 18 minutes in. And they've caught an enemy in the jungle. It's so hard. It's so hard. They've at least gotten a tier 2 in exchange for this, but it ain't much. It ain't much, unfortunately. I think they were expecting probably Top Roda to be trying to defend the tier 2 tower, but that was a really nice read, right? So of course Lightless goes into the enemy triangle because he sees, oh, okay, they pushed our tier 2, they took our outpost, our mid tower is gone, so they're probably just going to run down bot lane, or they're going to run straight through mid. That's why they have double wards up, maybe smoked up, and we're going to try and fight them there. So obviously he goes into his triangle. Bounty runes aren't going to be spawning anytime shortly, so I think it's a good move. I think that's where you want to be farming. I guess the triangle was currently being farmed, his own triangle. I guess that's the only safer place he could have been farming, but you know, it was a good effort. But now you've got Aegis from Mallory, 6k net worth lead, 19 minutes in, and the game is really, really hard right now. The game is really hard. This is a really, really nice early game from Top Roda. I'm really impressed.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
All right, down bottom. Like, you could see, like, yeah, right, that's fine. Push bot lane. We don't care. We're gonna kill Lightless again. There he is. We've got Coil, so guess what? You're not going to escape. Necrobrook 3 units on the way. We've got Roar. You might as well use it here to secure the kill. It's the carry. This is the only person that can hope to fight you. And 5 tips right now onto Lightless. It's really falling apart. It's really, really falling apart. It's not GG yet, though. It's not GG. How many times have you guys thought this game is over, you played a little bit silly, and then PA buys a Divine Rapier, and all of a sudden they're right back in it? PA is one of these heroes that can facilitate late-game comebacks, but I mean, right now, all these avenues are slowly one by one being closed off, especially here if they get this Ember. They shouldn't. They shouldn't get this Ember. Yeah. See, that's usually what happens when you cask in a camp, is it just bounces between the camp, right? So that's why when they got the kill down bottom, especially with level 2 cask, I was blown away. I was blown away. Oh, you know what? Our next game has just started. We'll watch this one for a little while longer because I suspect the draft for Nemiga just probably started now with a delay. Let me just check. But this game is in my opinion, going to be ending relatively quickly. Or if it's not, it's going to be a really, really sick game out from Wide Try. That's why I think it's still worth watching here. Because they are kind of losing everything right now. They kind of depressed kid. He can't do it. He's got BKB, but he still kind of dies through BKB. Oh, interesting. Mallory has decided against going for eggs this game, so he switched up his build, instead opting for the Lincoln Sphere. I think that's because obviously they've got the Hex, which makes his game really hard to play. But I think honestly, it's fine if you die because your Wraith King is pretty much unkillable. So I'd like to see the eggs instead, because then Ember just never has a game, right? He's going to be so sad if he gets BKB. He's really excited to use it, and all of a sudden he snaps Coil and he's stunned for 4 seconds. Oh, okay. The Coil is going to completely whiff there, unfortunately. But they are going to lose the supports. So not completely too bad, considering they already took the tier 2 down bottom. They defend this tier 1 top lane. But pretty big whiff there, unfortunately, on the Dream Coil. Wraith Q can queue up the Divine Rapier. I don't think he can. No, he can't. He can't tank the Divine yet. Not yet. Depressed Kid, careful, because Death Ward still wrecks you. Death Ward still wrecks you. Be careful. And obviously they're out healing you. Okay, there's Death Ward. Should have used it a little bit earlier. Yeah, I should have used it a little bit. Oh, Malrine, you gamer! Why did you go up to the high ground though? You had that kill, but you Wayne rifted high ground. You silenced him. Malrine, no! Ah. He almost had that kill. That would have been really, really impressive as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That would have been very impressive. All right, Sand King's doing his best here. He's got enough money now for a BKB, so that'll help him out a lot. Once again, they're not out of it yet because these BKBs are going to be very, very painful, especially because we did not... Oh, okay, never mind. There's Puck Eggs. Very good move. Very nice job, Malrine. Very nice job. Tier 3 is already down. Aegis is about to be reclaimed in 30 seconds, so they might look for one more engagement if they can get away with it. We've also got Aether Lens being queued up here already. Aghanim Scepter instead of BKB. Ooh, okay. Okay, I like it because we've got BKB for Lightless. Like, again, much like with Malrine, you don't need to live in these fights. So long as you get the best engagement of your damn life, you can let Lightless carry you this game. So I really, really agree with this decision. Here's the smoke play, but PO is going to be the one to break the smoke. They're not going to be able to actually connect, and they have only scouted Depressed Kid. There's the jump mid lane, but Malrine's too fast on his fingers. There's now Aegis reclaim, so this is a perfect opportunity here, but it seems like Topperda are willing to fight them. A two-man coil as well through the BKB. Hexed up is going to be PO65 is happy to Urara with the Death Ward. No one able to control him. They don't have the damage for him. Finally, they will be able to stun him. But look at the damage he's done. Both supports already dead. Down goes Petushara as well. He did get the roar off. Lightless still alive. Has BKB'd expired. And there goes Mallory. He's going to try for the end. And they have got him there. PO65 with 2 kills in this one. Depressed Kid is going to be able to leave. But the damage has been done. PA is dead without buyback. And I think that is probably just about to put the seal on this one. Nice coordination here. to make sure they get all the wards, and there's the tip onto Velhior. It's a good effort. He's dead. He might as well try and deny them. But I think we are going to switch over games now, guys, because I think this one has got the writing on the walls. I would expect Top Rita to win this one, especially after that team fight. So long as they don't take a team fight while all their abilities are on cooldown, I think they're going to win again. So we'll see. They can try and scramble for another fight here, and it might be really good because they'll have BKBs and they won't have Coil, they won't have Roar, they won't have Ags. Unfortunately for them, Roche is not going to be up in that time. So even then, if they do get a really great fight, it's going to be extremely limited in the actual game impact. And Dream Coil's ready to go again. Yeah. I think this one's over, guys. So let's go ahead and switch games here real quick. qwerty versus Nemiga Gaming. I think hopefully we're still in the draft because I would like to watch these guys draft. And then, yeah, perfect timing. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think that game is over, guys. And I really do want to watch this one. I think that one is... I'd be surprised. I would be surprised and very disappointed in myself if they do end up making a comeback, but that's Ember's 10 and 9 second BKB wasted, and I think that's GG, honestly. I hate to say it, but D:, how dare you? How dare you? All right, and Avo is going to be joining us here relatively shortly, guys, so don't worry. You only have to deal with the solo cast for now. For hopefully a little while longer. qwerty versus Nemiga.
Radiant team pick.
Oracle.
All good, man. We all agree. Yeah, I know, but the reason why I justify myself even more is because people will call GG after first blood in Twitch chat. I'm not saying that's necessarily what you do, Mr. 40 Hands, but
10 seconds
yeah, I think that game was officially over, so I was just trying to substantiate it a little bit more.
5 seconds
but this draft,
remaining.
let's take a look at it here. Nemiga on the Dire, they've got first pick. People will call it GG after first pick in draft. Very true. But that's what I really like about Twitch chat is, like, sometimes, like, it's just funny, you know? I don't mean any disrespect, but it's just funny. Okay. Nemiga, 8th pick here. They still need probably a mid... Oh, actually, this is curious, right? Because I've said before, normally when you pick the DP... good Shadow Demon pick. Normally when you pick the DP... Yeah, it's GG. They pick Shadow Demon, guys. It's GG. Anyway, we can go watch the next game right now. Kappa. But normally when I said you pick DP first, you tend to flex it into the 5. But now we've got this very interesting game because we've second picked the Alchemist in the same phase. And then furthermore have picked the Oracle. It's almost certainly not a DP5. This very well could be a DP mid first pick. Chat after every fight, yeah, literally. Chat after something epic happens and they spam 3-2-2. That is a little bit of a pet peeve when I started casting. It doesn't really bother me anymore because I understand people are salty when they lose bets. I get it. I would be too, honestly, but I don't bet, so that's why. But it just, you know, sometimes when someone makes a good play, it's like, oh, come on, man. Like, it's not 3-2-2. He played out of his mind there, you know. Have some respect. But anyway, back to my point. When the DP plays like this, or is drafted in a situation like this, it does put a lot of, like, really interesting nuance on the draft because you need to be really careful, especially with this Razor pick. This is a really cool draft because Razor is like the ultimate anti-carry, right? You send him in the off lane or maybe even mid lane this time around because you already have a Mars, which could still be a Mars mid. Let's not discount that. But I don't really think Mars does too hot versus a DP mid. So I think DP is just going to be matched against the Mars if it's mid.
Dire team ban.
Saint 32 feels like teething to me. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could see that perspective, right? I guess I could see that perspective. So ES4. So we're still flexing this Alk. You could go carry Alk, but I think it's a bit spicy with a Razor. But the thing is, we don't have like a mid lane pick. Like if it's not carry Alk, then that means it's Alk off lane, almost certainly, like almost 100%. Because if you throw Alk mid, they body you with Razor mid and it's GG, right? And if it's Alk safe lane, they do the same thing. They body you with Razor and then it's GG. Because the issue in this matchup is that Alk, he needs a lot of items to be good versus Razor, and even then a good Razor might be able to outplay you with an amazing, like with really good positioning in team fights and static link, right? Like you can get completely crushed. Let me just check on the progress of that match.
10 seconds remaining.
Apparently it is not over yet. I hope I didn't make a preemptive call there.
Dire team
but
back. Radiant team
yeah, I mean,
back.
Razor he's really, really good at being this anti-carry, and especially versus melee heroes that rely on their physical damage, like Alk. Basically, he's one of the best counters to Alk. He's also really good against your Wraith Kings to a lesser degree, because Wraith King is also a very strong laner, whereas Alchemist is not.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and then you can still, of course, flex the Mars to mid lane if it is going to be the Alk safe. So it feels like to me what you need to do is you need to run Alchemist off lane, DP mid, and then last pick a carry here, in my opinion. Otherwise, I think Razor has a really, really good game, and it's still winnable, of course. I think any draft in Dota is winnable if you simply play better forehead, but like, it really makes it difficult, right? Like, you don't want to make the game really hard out of the gate. So, like, these last bans, the last ban Tusk is a bit surprising, because that would imply that it's an ES mid or something like that. Like, that one I don't really understand from qwerty, to be completely honest with you. The last pick Lycan, or the last ban Lycan, I totally understand, for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
I think we do need a carry, though.
5 seconds remaining.
I think it's fine. It's going to be DP mid. Like, they're going to know all of your lanes, but it's fine because they have last pick anyway, so they're going to know all of your lanes no matter what, pretty much. So DP mid, Alk off. The thing is, we like... DP with Ags it's okay. Malrine likes to actually go for Ags first item on DP. What's the possibility of having a position 1 Razor versus Alk? Shadow Demon Razor could be strong in lane. Actually, that's a decent point. I don't know. Razor as a carry feels like he's in a really weird spot, I think. It's been forever since I've seen him. I really prefer to pick like a more standard carry. Wow, okay. So now it's not even a possibility. I really like that comment though, 40 hands. I really like that comment. I think it'd be worth running because I think you can... Well, the thing is, it's like, I don't think it is worth running, right? Maybe you try and get that lane matchup, but you don't carry Razor. Because the thing with offlane Alchemist is he's never really the carry, right? Now he is, it would seem. And now you're happy to be running him in the offlane, and now you want to have that lane matchup because you're the anti-carry, and then you pick another carry who's going to destroy Alchemist, right? I think that's kind of the methodology here. Because I think Razor, he just... Or offlane. If it is an offlane Alchemist, right? You don't really need to focus on countering that hard because he gives Ags, right? And you'd rather be more concerned with the hero he gives an Ags to than trying to counter the Alchemist himself, if that makes sense, right? That would be like if you, I don't know, like if you counterpicked an Earthshaker with Razor, with position 1 Razor, right? Like it's a little bit overkill. Like it's okay. He's just doing this, right? But since he's a carry, you're super happy to run him in the offlane now. So it'll probably be a mid lane Mars and a safe lane TB. And I really like this TB pick as well. The ES and Beastmaster are going to be perpetually super annoying for you, for sure. Hellscream can make some like really cool plays this game though. I'm not gonna lie, because if you can like rolling boulder into the Razor and kick him away to break static link, like fights are super winnable for you. But other than that, like if you get a good static link on a Razor onto this Alchemist, the fight is you can't take it. You can't take that fight. It's so hard. We'll see. Maybe he'll just build plus damage, but I feel like on carry Alk you really need to build stats. But obviously, if you build stats, Razor's going to steal that damage from you. Pog ES counters Razor. That's 5-head. I mean, it's true though, right? Like we need to break the static link. We really need to break static link first and foremost. Like obviously, it can just be done with Aurora. And luckily, Alchemist, he's not the slowest carry in the game, right? He's no Medusa without the ulti active, of course. But like Razor is so damn fast, especially when he does get points into his passive, which is shit, by the way. His passive is so bad, but like it'll be good enough for him this game, all right? Like, obviously, the easier play is just to roar him and then have Alk pop the ulti and run away and then re-engage as soon as you break static link. And then probably just keep ES to rolling boulder him and to keep him locked down. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely break static link by kicking him. I think, like, a lot of the really good ES players will make those money moves. And that's what makes the hero. Like, that's why I love ES so much, because I think the skill ceiling is super high. Like, if you're a good ES player and you have a good understanding of Dota, because you have forced movement innately built in, you can do so much cool shit on this hero. That's why, like, you think of ES, you think of Jerax, you think of these, like, fucking sick plays. Do you remember when the Radiant Ancients were... I can't draw on the map, sorry. But do you remember when the Radiant Ancients were here and, like, Jerax kicked a poor Ogre into, like, a quad stack of neutrals and he just fucking killed them? Like, that shit's sick. Like, you can't even do that on other heroes. I love watching this guy. The thing is, he's also pretty good versus TB because ES peaks early, whereas the TB obviously does not, right? So you can still kill him pretty easily through a level 1 meta, because you've got silence, you've got a crap ton of magical damage, which TB hates. He absolutely hates. So it's going to be a little bit of a chore to get this TB to be super farmed. ES peaked in high school. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Especially because he's like a surfer bro here with these skins. Nothing wrong with surfing, by the way. It's a lot of fun. Very difficult, physical, strenuous task as well to go surfing. But, like, yeah, I could see that. I think that's a pretty apt analogy.
The battle begins.
Let me guess, the Razor's just waiting. Is it Razor mid? Interesting. I don't know why they would run Razor mid when it... in my opinion, it just completely takes a dump on this Alchemist. Like... Don't get me wrong. I think this Mars Shadow Demon lane is still super strong because you've got set up for the Spear, God's Rebuke as well. Lots of damage to go through him. But my main concern is, let me just make sure, right? Yeah, he's Kricic. I gotta learn how to pronounce this name. Apologies. It's a rather difficult one for me. Kricic. Kiricic. I apologize for my terrible pronunciation, but he's still going to be able to get farm in this lane, whereas versus the Razor, he has to hope and pray he gets the last hit with Acid Spray any single time that he gets static linked. Also, this lane just doesn't seem that good, right? Because you can keep static link on the DP, but then she's just going to Spirit Siphon you right back, and I think she'll be able to out damage you in these early levels, especially because DP early on doesn't have a whole lot of damage anyway. I don't know. I'm personally a bit surprised that they're choosing to run the lanes here. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing in this matchup. I think either way, Alk is going to be booted into the jungle. But I would say at least with Razor, you can chase him down in there, whereas the Mars is just going to want to farm his items in the lane. I've been wrong plenty of times before, and this could be another instance. We'll see. Oh, let me open up predictions, guys. Those are always fun. Give me a second here. Give me a second. We'll keep them open for like 2 minutes here. First Blood hasn't happened. CIS is a... Sorry about that. Double audio. It's a much calmer region these days, so we're not seeing too much craziness. Unless it's a smoke First Blood right here. Onto Eru, trying to run, but no chance, versus Lodin. And a very strong start here. Don't let that influence your predictions here, though. Don't let that influence your predictions. Game 1. And they are playing against Nemiga versus, yeah, immediately Caster's Curse versus qwerty. Okay. And then while we have a nice pause, I'm going to take some time. This is game 1. Well, not 21. This is game just 1. While we have a pause, I'm going to also throw qwerty up here. Salk has been missing CS, has he? He has. 5-2. Not fantastic. There it is. Channel points up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. As 2 minutes. 2 minutes for that one. So, as always, bet responsibly with your channel points. Don't throw all of them away at once. I thought for sure, by the way, qwerty was going to have this, but then they didn't lane the Razor versus the Alchemist, and now I'm not so confident, to be honest with you. And we'll wipe it up here. Look at that. QWERTY now on the Radiant side. Now we know who's who. And we missed a kill onto the Alchemist. You know what? We didn't miss a kill because we have the technology. Oh no, he got pinned to the tree. Disruption already used here aggressively. 5 stacks of the poison, and they get the kill onto the Alchemist. Nice job, nice job. It's still a very winnable lane here. Spirit Siphon. Again, he's just... DP is so fast. They have the same move speed, so it doesn't really seem like you'll ever be able to turn this into a kill. Thank you. If there's the one thing, I know how to use stingers. I'm very good at using stingers. All right. TB meta is Bully the Chosen One out of lane. Meta level 2. Very nice. Of course, he's going to get this reduced slowly but surely here with the Chakra Magic. We can make the cast better. We have the technology. Look at this. Enhance, enhance, zoom, zoom, enhance, zoom. Yeah, KDH is... I mean, maybe the Mars is a harder counter to the Elk than I thought, but he's not getting a lot of CS, is he? Like, it seems like I would assume this lane would go a little bit better for him, to be honest with you. So that's why I'm a little bit surprised. That's fine, though. I mean, we've got 2 points in Acid Spray. I think it's going to get a little bit easier for him here as we continue. But it's a little bit shocking for sure. Shadow Demon, though, he is owning Modine. He might have a kill here. 5 stacks. See you later. Yeah. That's level 2 Shadow Poison. It gets insane here. It gets insane when you get up to 5 stacks. But level 2 especially. Several. That was just unforced error. Yeah, I mean it's hard, man. Let's see. I mean, I don't really like focusing on stuff like this because I still think you can overcome deaths like that. Mid lane, great gank out from Hellscream. Great gank. Top lane, they still might get KDH here. Good dispel. Careful though. Oh my goodness, barely alive, and they're gonna be able to get the kill onto Petru in return. Nice job. Can you not dispel Shadow Poison, though? Cannot be dispelled. Okay, good. I was about to say. Gank from mid lane on grid. We've got lots of wand charges, though, so that'll keep the Mars nice and healthy. Bottle refill. Yeah, right now they're doing a pretty damn good job in this top lane. Alk is going for phase boots? Yeah, he should have phase boots about to be delivered. Good. That'll help him here quite a bit. As well as some healing out from Lodine, for sure. And Ring of Health is going to be, of course, for our Battle Fury. Not so much of the... Oh, all right. Top lane. Nice pin. It's always really important to cut down these trees when you play versus a Mars. I can't circle them, but obviously there's trees missing here, right? It makes the Mars game a lot harder to play. Just a little bit of a pro move for you. It's the Alk. He's making his own space here, which is really responsible for him. Mid lane. Exo, yeah, but he's got a move speed slow, but these ghosts are going to continue chasing. Oh, that rock just barely a bit shy. Nice root, though. It'll catch 2. This is going to allow ES to jump the cliff, and the kill onto Dame. Petru now, he might get dove underneath this tier 1 tower. I don't know. Soul Catcher is about to give him his HP back, and instead Ankred is just going to farm a little bit here. Nice ward, by the way. Placed a little bit earlier. Allows you to make these aggressive moves because you know where everyone's at. Maru closing in to level 6, kind of. And that's going to be Razor back in the mid lane. Yeah, I'm just surprised that they wanted to run Razor versus DP. At the end of the day, and not versus the Alchemist, because yeah, Elk is he's still not really doing too hot for his CS, to be completely honest with you. But he's an Alchemist. Like he can kind of afford to miss a couple. It's going to slow his game down for sure. I'm not really excusing it, right? But like, especially these 10 denies. I think Aru just really handed it to him here. TB has a free game. Yeah, and I would say actually that's the scary part about it, right? Because you don't want to give him any room. Going for Falcon Blade, right? Yeah. Falcon Blade, dude. It's you know, it gets 0.3 extra mana regen. All of a sudden, everyone's picking it up. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is you don't want this TB to have a very free game.
Dire's top tower
Alvaro is
under
back.
attack.
I think he's back. I don't know. Now he's not going to answer me. Oh, there he is.
Besides the call.
Well,
Come
I've
back.
got streamer mode on, so it's hidden. I only have 3 monitors. I can't have Discord open in one of them.
What is it? One for Dota, one for the stream,
Yeah.
and the hentai one.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you got it exactly right. Are you watching this Nemiga game now?
Yeah, I am watching it.
Why? I'm curious. Why do they not lane the Razor versus... Okay, I think I know why now that I think about it. Because I was thinking, Razor, he just completely crushes this Alk, but then if you put Mars mid, you're basically sacking the Mars mid because DP has a free lane, right? That has to be the reason.
Well, also the Razor versus DP is not a bad matchup for Razor. So.
What,
I feel like...
But isn't Razor versus Alk basically free?
Yeah, but so like I wouldn't say Mars has struggled too much. I mean, I think Alk got a pretty decent lane overall, but I feel like this lane could have done much better. I didn't see the impact of like if disruption into spear, you know, expecting that to do much more against the Alk, right? But I didn't really. So I felt like they thought the Mars lane was better.
His CS is really struggling, to be fair. He's pretty poor. This Alk. Now
I mean, yeah, he's
recover.
pretty poor for being an Alk. I agree. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think the lane went well for them. They just didn't have much kill potential. And I feel like, what's better, to destroy one lane and lose the other one, or just win two?
Surprise Exo right on top of lane. But disruption is there. Do we have Arena and Spear? Spear's going to miss. And I think they're going to have to back off now. Rolling Boulder, unfortunately. Only level 4 for Hellscream. We could use some experience here on our supports for Nemiga for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like that was the right choice, because Razor actually has a pretty good matchup against DP. A lot of people think that the suck is equal to the static link. Those people are very wrong, especially if Razor goes for this build with a plasma field. I love this build. It is actually the optimal build on Razor. You might not like it, but it is what it is.
Suck
And
is
the static link particularly is not good to max early because you don't want to fight against Razor. Ideally, off the lane, you actually want to farm a bit more. So what you do is you get 2-point static link, ideally, which is what he did here, and then max plasma field immediately after. And against DP, she gives you that liberty. So I mean, I like it, dude. I'm a big Razor fan. You know that. So
I know. Dame is probably going to have a kill here on a Lodine. The slow, created enough space, and he missed uphill. That is unfortunate.
yeah, Cuddle Puppy, you know. Did we find out, by the way, why Lami's called Japan Slayer, or is it just a thing?
Who?
Lamy.
No idea.
No, it's still Japan. That's a beautiful set, though, on the TV.
Okay. By the way, guys, Top Rita did win that game, so we did stop watching it early, but I think we all knew that they were going to win that game when we stopped watching it. And, yeah, so Top Rita did move on.
Right. So they eliminated, what was it, almost disbanded?
Correct.
Yeah.
No, was it?
No, yeah.
Why try?
I think it was almost disbanded.
No,
right?
why try?
Oh, it's White.
Almost
yeah,
disbanded is playing versus Cascader right now in the upper bracket.
That's true. All these CIS names, by the way, sound like low-key having problems. Like almost disbanded.
Well,
why try? It's like you're giving up on life.
I think it's the meme, right? I think Cap said this yesterday in the quadcast they were having. Is this is why like the leagues are pretty good, because you would not qualify to TI and then all the players would have a nasty breakup and pretend to hate each other, right?
Yeah.
Or just hate each other, frankly, right? So this is why I think it's kind of funny. I think it's kind of poking fun at that. They're diving bottom lane, by the way. Dame's still alive. Anchored has got Exo in 15, but getting body blocked by Petru very awkwardly. There's going to be not enough mana, however, for the Demonic Purge outside of the arena as well here. Can still pin him to a tree and will go for it. Point blank, that's a pretty easy kill. But the Spirit Siphon's keeping Anchored alive right now. Not yet long enough, though. Eventually, that Demonic Purge is going to pop the DP. It was like, I've never seen The Exorcist, but I imagine that's what happens at the end of it.
Yeah, it is actually. After she tells the priest to suck cocks in hell, then she spawns a bunch of ghosts and the priests. And it's like, what do I do?
And then he uses Demonic Purge, and that was it.
Yeah. So I like I don't know if you saw that, but the Hawk actually won that team fight. The Hawk that Chosen One put down there. That's what allowed DP to actually get the Crypt Storm and the Spirit Siphon out. So Razor was juking for nothing, really. It was a really nice Hawk placement. And was like, actually was in the destroyed area of the trees. It was right over the DP, more or less. It was pretty much what won in the team fight and stopped Razor. And honestly, you equalize the matchup between Razor and DP, which is a big deal, because usually DP can not farm as fast as Razor in this like early stages of the game. And Razor really depends on level 10. Actually, that's not true. He used to. Now both talents are not great. So. With Yosetter, though, Razor will usually come back online. I think DB is holding himself nicely against the Alk for now. Alk has not had the best of early games. But I'm assuming now with Battle Fury, this might change. Mars bottom. Mars is gonna die. Eru? No, Spear? Oh! That
No,
might have
Spear's
saved him.
great.
Rolling Boulder though, and that Magnetize will end up getting the God of War, but instead, they will manage to get the counter kill onto Aincrad. A lot of damage from that Spear of Mars. Dame, they're low on HP, but they have no cash to get up to him. And he's gonna be able to just outrun the enemy team. That one winless, dude. It's the winless and the 1 point in Storm Surge that just won in that fight.
Yeah, very, very fast hero here, of course. 397. Actually, you're right. The win lace and that one value point means he's all of a sudden, oh, he's not as fast as DP, because DP has gone for Boots of Travel. Never mind.
When you see a Razor, though, at level 10 going for the point of Storm Surge, as opposed to the level 10 Talons, you know this level 10 Talon has been nerfed to Oblivion. It used to be one of the best level 10 Talons in the game. It is so sad. It is so sad.
What did it give him? Like, didn't it give him like a crap ton of move speed or something?
It used to be 15 agility, which was insane at level 10, or 225 HP. It was so good. I know these values by heart, dude. I mean, come on. It was amazing. It used to be that once you hit level 10 with SNY, you were good to go as Razor. But now with the nerfs to the talent, the fact that you're getting Storm Surge is quite... it shows, right? It shows. I would like this game, by the way, for the Razor later to consider the Shard. I think the Shard is actually kind of good for Razor. I really would like to see
That's the old Storm Surge or whatever it used to be called, right?
Yeah, Unstable Current it used to be called, and it was like... So it actually works as the old Unstable Current, quite literally, because the original one used to purge and deal damage to anyone that targeted you. So Razor used to be placed as a counter against Bristle. Of course, it doesn't work exactly that way, because... well, no, actually, no, it works exactly that way, but also improved. Every time they hit you, get a chance to get the Storm Surge off, right? With the little damage. And that helps you farm a lot, and clear illusions a lot. That's going to be chosen one die in the bottom lane. Nice little recall to get the Razor in. And you get the Yule Scepter with this, which is important. In addition to killing the Beastmaster. And the fact that Beastmaster isn't taking your tier 1 bottom is a huge
it's
deal.
really... I mean, there's so much space right now for Lame. It's incredible. I mean,
I'm loving this.
He's got so much free farm. Does he have a full... What does he have? Just the Yasha, right? No, he's got...
Dire's bottom
Something
tower
like
is
that. That
under
wasn't his
attack.
courier. He's got S and Y.
Dire's
Okay, I was about to say he should have more money than that, but
Oh, on TV.
Dire's
Yeah,
turret
TV,
has
yeah.
been killed.
He's doing a good job of just taking advantage of the space. Like, yeah, he's still
Dire's
3k behind the
bottom
Alk. I mean, this is
tower is
normal.
under
It's an
attack.
Alk, right? It's supposed to happen. But now you can hunt them down a bit better. And you're going to be playing as if Razor's your win condition in the early game, so you just play around him mainly. And then
Oh,
afterwards...
they found TP though. He's in trouble. TPs to the tier 1 tower,
Sunder,
which you
though.
still have standing because you
There you
haven't
go.
pushed very well. There's Sunder. The silence didn't come in time. And now all of a sudden DP's in a bit of a tough spot, but they have the Falls Promise a little bit early potentially, so they're just going to start laying into her. And that should be more than enough, especially with that Demonic Purge. See you later, Aincrad. And Lodine, you're up next. 3 heroes rotate actually on over. The Coddle, of course, didn't have a TP. They're going to try and turn this one into a Roche with the extra time they have left on the level 4 Metamorphosis. This is going great for Quwerty.
Yeah,
That's the second time they tried that play, by the way. I think you joined just before. Maybe you.
I was
saw it.
watching it in the subscription is available for Petru, but unfortunately can't get it off in time. There's going to be no blood trying to counter-initiate this. Not going to work out. Instead, it's Hellscream, who's the first to die, and Kurtkich will join him in the grave. Lamey, sorry, really low on HP, but Magnetize and Acid Spray can't kill him. That Arena Blood was a huge success. What a nice initiation by Eru. I mean, in general, Quwerty's playing a very solid game. They're not getting away because there's mistakes by Nemiga. It's mostly that they're just playing it on edge, and they know that right now they're just slightly stronger than the Beastmaster. Particularly because the Beastmaster has not gotten the tower down bottom. Right? That's a huge detriment to this hero's progression.
Yeah, I actually can't believe he lives there. He by the way, he almost died, I believe it was last will on the Necro unit, which almost nuked him. But holy cow, nearly dying. If he stood around, luckily he's got a fuck ton of armor, otherwise he probably would have died to Acid Spray. But holy cow, that was close.
That was very close. For both the TB and the Mars, actually, they're going to be valuable kills. And I feel like TB going for SNY really helped that, right? If he didn't have the Falcon Blade or the SNY there, he would have been dead, essentially. So, every bit of HP counts. That's why Falcon Blade on TB is so good. The extra HP is huge.
Unironically, he lives because of Falcon Blade and probably Strength
literally.
Shreds. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I think it's a big deal to get the Falcon Blade on TB. Because with the amount of armor you have, what do you have? 64% reduction? That's just with the base armor with SNY, okay? So, like, a bit of extra. But you get the point, right? Pretty much the TB normal armor. So, the 175... Since this is a casual stream, I get to do this. 1 second.
He's pulled out his calculator and he's taken off his shirt.
The shirt thing comes on first. So he gets that 175 HP against physical damage becomes 275, pretty much effective HP, right? So it almost doubles or gets an extra 100
Radiant's
HP off this
courier
just because
has been
of the armor, which is incredible, right? Falcon Blade becomes a bracer essentially. So really useful. I think that's incredible. I think for a Terra Blade, it's a huge value item.
You know what I think is also super valuable this game, especially because we're already going for Ags on DP, is the Aghanim's Shard, draining that armor per second. I think that armor game is going to be really nice because then you can actually afford to tank versus the TB, right? You reduce his armor, you steal it, TB all of a sudden. Normally he doesn't give really a shit about being Spirit Siphoned. Now he's not going to want that whatsoever.
The only time I've seen that shard played, though, is when DP shard just got introduced and Kuroki decided to prioritize a 5.
Yeah, I've seen it as a 5 along with
Radiant's top
what is
tower
it?
is under attack.
Medallion. It's good if you've got a physical damage carry, which you do with Alchemist and also Beastmaster summons. So
I agree. I'm not opposed to that shard. I think the value is just not that great, unfortunately, right?
I also concur, but you've already committed for this Axe build, so you're already playing around Exo and your spirits. I say why not just go all in. I mean, it's...
I don't disagree, but I'm thinking, so Medallion
Radiant's
reduces the armor by
middle
5,
tower is
right?
under
Because obviously,
attack.
what you care about is the armor reduction, not the extra gain. Like, extra gain is decent. but
The
it's more
extra gain
the
is...
armor reduction.
the only thing I have to say about the extra gain is because you're playing against a Razor, you're playing against a TB, I think extra armor is nice, you know? There's not like a really big reason to go for pipe this game, so it's not as good as, say, like a Crimson Guard, right? But like that's a trash item these days for the most part. So I think having that extra armor is going to be nice. By the way, pick up onto the Beastmaster. This opens up Roche for them yet again. If Nemiga want to defend this, they have to throw bodies at it like they did last time, but they still have plenty of ultis to use. Actually, not really. I don't know if they can do it though, because if they lose a fight here decisively, the game is really hard.
No, that's very true. I don't know if this is going to be a good fight today. Oh, it seems like they're just going to be scared. qwerty doesn't want to fight them.
Yeah.
They're afraid of what the Alk has, which is fair. Honestly, Alk is just ready to fight.
True.
I was doing some calculations. I don't feel like the Shadow has that much value. So, considering the duration of 6 seconds of Spirit Siphon, of course, even though that lasts 14 seconds, but still 6-second duration, that means that your max suck of armor is actually 4.5, right? You can get a maximum reduction of 4.5, which is not that great for like a single Spirit Siphon, mind you. Of course, this now stacks, so if you get like 2 or 3 sucks, you already have 13 extra armor, which is pretty decent for a tanky DP. But in terms of the armor reduction, it's not really going to do much against the enemy team. So if you're playing offensively, I feel like the Medallion is almost always better. And even defensively, I feel like Medallion is also better.
No, I see that. I think that
Just doing the
sense.
calculations now, right? I honestly
Radiant
agree with you a
structures are
priori, but
fortified.
when I actually get into the nitty-gritty, then it's a bit different.
No. I that makes sense. What I'm gonna say, your math is wrong. It's, I mean, you know how to do basic math. You know, you've got he's also got his
Thank
pants
God.
off. You know, when he does it. Oh wait,
I
Lord down
did do
bottom.
2 years of
On to
math.
Dame Eru though, another great arena. The Chosen One, he's kind of getting caught out here left and right, and it's costing his team quite a bit.
Radiant's middle tower is
No,
under attack.
I agree. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially because I think the idea is, but the thing is, like with the Exo talents, I think you still go Medallion or something, because the Exo
What
talent,
Exo talent?
it's done as physical. It's not the Exo talent, sorry, the Exo Ags, right?
Oh yeah, I still think you go for Medallion. I think Medallion's a huge value pickup here. I agree with you. I think Medallion, particularly because Solar Crest is so good with Alk, right?
Yeah. Okay.
It's very good to buff him, so I think the Solar Crest Medallion is a really good build.
Surprised no one is going for a Medallion. ES is going for a Blink first, which is not an item you see every day.
For whom?
For the
Beastmaster?
Earthshaker. Sorry, Earth Spirit. Earthshaker, of
Oh,
course, goes for
Earthshaker.
Blink every
Oh,
game.
he is going. That's interesting.
Yeah, it'll help his
Like Blink
positioning. I mean, I think it's because he just needs to do a lot of work this game, because obviously Beastmaster is just dying a lot.
Yep.
So he's like,
Yeah, I mean,
well,
that makes sense.
you know, if he can get a good lineup, you know, on a nice geomagnetic grip, if he can silence the Shadow Demon especially, you know, he's pretty high priority here. He's pretty equivalent to actually the Oracle that Nemiga has, right? Everyone wants to kill this Oracle first. Everyone wants to kill the Shadow Demon first. So, but you don't need to kill the Shadow Demon if you just silence him or if you stun him. So if you can just blink yourself into a good position, you might be able to line it up correctly. Smoke on smoke here. Both teams, they know that Roche is ready to go. What are the biggest items here? We're not going to get the chance to check. There they go.
No, we have the arena ready, but the minute silence. And Primal Roar just going for the Razor first. Definitely Big Gibby. Not going to save him, though. Too much damage from the Alk. And Razor just gets chunked
Demonic
down.
Perch
That
on
arena,
Alpha.
though, is putting the Alk in a really bad position, thanks to the Scotty as well. False Horn has been used, and the Roche is a bit too annoying. He can't sunder anyone, so TB will just fall.
Wow.
That initiation was a good idea, but the positioning of the TP towards the end did kind of crush him a bit, and Alk is just a bit too strong. If you can kill Razor in a 4 pummel roar plus whatever damage the Alchemist is doing, then it becomes a bit too difficult to fight after
Actually,
that, right? You are currently in your strongest point.
Now that I look at it, how the hell do you team fight if you're QWERTY? What's your team fight? A Mars Arena into Razor Static Link, and you just get damaged? Like it's just...
you pray they forget BKBs have an active.
honestly, now that I take a look at it a little bit more, because first of all, Hellscream with the Blink Dagger, I still maybe would have liked to see something else, but I see the points, right? He jumped straight onto the Shadow Demon, and Shadow Demon useless in that fight. He got off the Demonic Purge, which does do a lot of damage here to our Alchemist, who didn't, by the way, walk through the arena walls with BKB active. I think, I don't know, he could have probably just manned up and fought the TB, but he wanted to get away from him, obviously. But as soon as Shadow Demon showed himself and used a spell, Hellscream was right on top of him and just didn't let him do anything. Really impressive stuff.
Radiant's
I agree.
top tower
I think also we're starting to see as well in the mid game. Usually when you play these kind of drafts as Razor, like particularly Razor and Mars, right? You really take advantage of. Okay, we are past our peak, but we still have BKBs, and BKBs extend our peak for 10 more minutes. Realistically, honestly, because the item is so good. But against a Beastmaster, against an Alk, against a DP, they honestly do not care about your BKB. Neither does Oracle.
Yeah, I want to bring up a little caveat there, because you're right. In this game, the BKBs extend your power peak by 10 minutes. Normally, I wouldn't say they do, but you're extremely limited.
In this game, they don't.
To fighting around Metamorphosis, right? So, oh, there they go again. Actually, no meta available. Perfect timing to fight. There's going to be a nice arena, but Alk too fast onto the BKB. Shadow Demon Disruption, though, in time. Might just save him. Is the Hellscream going to jump right onto him? Oh, he gets the Sunder up, though, taking the Shadow Demon's life instead of his own. Shadow Demon now is going to be dead for 40. We got buyback on the Mars, TPing back to the tier 2 tower now. Is Hellscream taking a lot of damage, and they will be forced away, but overall a pretty nice win here. You also forced the BKB here out from Dame as well, so good fight.
That was the most carry play I have ever seen. He decides to sunder his teammate, even though the Earth Spirit was right in front of him, because his teammate was slightly closer to him.
So
he goes, your life is so fucking worthless. I'm not even gonna move 10 centimeters to sunder the Earth Spirit and get a free kill because I'd rather just survive.
No. Here's the thing. You know, like, you don't understand this because you don't really play support as much as I do. But like, whenever you get like anything from any acknowledgement from your core, like supports are so attention starved. Hold on. Now we're fighting with meta. This is bad. With Eye of Scotty as well onto Anchored. He's just gonna go down. He can't live a second longer. Down he goes in the mid lane as well. Dame is forcing away this Alchemist. They have to use the False Promise. There's the stun at least to create a bit of space with the Force Staff and the Whip. Get in there, Dame, they yell. As there's Petru now. Demonic Purge to slow down this Alchemist. Oracle is now dead. A great kick, though. A great kick to create space. We've got the movement speed, but Aru, oh no, he whiffs on the spear. BKB forced out at the very end as the Oracle will buy back. Firefighter Earth Spirit here. My goodness, what a play.
And he even got away with that, dude. Yeah. Blink, of course. I mean, both teams are just playing. My carry's a moron. Let's all try to save, honestly. Both teams are just trying to save desperately their carries in their position.
So that's back to the point I was making, right? Because usually supports, they're so attention starved. I mean, any single time supports are bad to play, that's all that the Dota 2 subreddit is playing or complaining about, right? Oh, wow, support's so hard. I hate it, you know. But, and I'm like that too to some extent, so I'm included in that boat for sure. However,
you are
it's really nice. Like
it takes so long.
It's really nice when like your mid gives you a bottle charge as a support. You know, like it just feels nice. And that's the same thing here. He's like, I'm going to bless you by using a spell on you, support. And then he used Sunder and reduce. Thank you for healing me. Give me your HP now. And Shadow Demon.
Yeah, but then if it's a support at my pubs, you know, even though TP could have sundered the other guy, he goes, it was thanks to me that you lived. Like it was all me. Thank you. You're welcome for living. Because supports are also the most arrogant people in the pubs, right? The carry doesn't listen, but the support always thinks that he's God.
Yeah, that's generally also true. But honestly, I mean, Shadow Demon, yeah, he also didn't need to get sundered there, but he saves him, and because he saves him there, he's alive when he's farming here right next to the Ancients, and they get an extra kill onto the DP. So like that does stem from the disruption.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. So that disruption was very on point. I agree. I love that. 40 hands doesn't know exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly. This support will hang this over your head for the rest of the game. He's gonna be constantly remind the TP that he's got sundered earlier and died for him. Iru is in the trees, so I think they can probably kill him, right? Oh, he's
they scanned him. They're recalling? Yeah, he's out of there. Nice job.
That's good. And in these situations, you have to take I mean, obviously not taking this into consideration, but silence is really easy just to get a ghost off and just get his positioning. So just use silence. It cancels recall now. Oh. Yeah, once you have the Ags, you have to consider playing.
Lodine is fully worth killing here, by the way. 100%.
He has a Shadow. I mean, they find Beastmaster. That's even more worthwhile, but Fall Farmer saves him.
Abyssal Blade.
Alk hitting Mars from in front. Decides behind's a bit easier, and behind he'll get the kill. Thank God. Now with the Rolling Boulder trying to catch the Coddle as well, but he has a Force Staff. Really nice Force Staff usage, but unfortunately against a Blink Dagger Earth Spirit, this lean man is not going to get away. So he's going to die to the TP. Relatively easy kill. That's all your initiation pretty much done for. And, I mean, they do commit an exo for this, but it's still a win for them.
It is a win. Unfortunately, they're not going to get... Oh, if they catch the TB here. Oh, he's trying to TP right in front of the Chosen One. Okay, that was hopeful. That means he was not watching that last fight. And he's like, they used Roar on you guys, right? Oh, it's under? Okay, he's going to get a kill onto the ES at the very least. He's going to turn. He's going to use Metamorphosis, but now Alchemist is here. He's got Abyssal Blade ready in 30 seconds, but it's okay. They've got the kill. Oh, wow. Yeah, my bad. He tried TPing right in front of the BM.
Yeah, it was not going to happen. It's like, when there's a support TPing in front of you as a BM, you do have the thought in your mind as like, should I waste from a Roar on the support? When it's a TP, it's not even a question.
Yeah.
Right? You rush to it. So that was a very easy kill for them. And now you're going to get Blink Dagger on the Alk. With Blink Dagger, you're going to have much more mobility to catch up to them. And someone pointed out correctly that TB net worth is much more worth than Alchemist net worth, of course, right? But when there's a 10k difference, and it doesn't really matter as much, right? That difference is enough to make Alk stronger.
The issue is, again, net worth is you can't just like my hero has more gold than your hero, right? That's not like how Dota works, right? It's about what you use with that gold. Yeah, and exactly. I would say I normally agree with that depending on the items that TB goes for, right? For example, if TB were to have, instead of invested in the Daedalus, went for a Butterfly, and Alchemist then needs to build an MKB, then yeah, maybe it's a little bit more worthwhile, right? But that's not the case this game. He's just going for damage, so Alk doesn't really have to change his build too much or anything like that. I'm not saying that's the right or wrong move to make, by the way. I'm just giving an example of how net worth, even when you compare it between hero to hero, you need a little bit more of a nuanced discussion to see what items they have and how the heroes match up naturally, stuff like that, right? And nice blink away here. So now Petru's got a blink, so this is going to make the ES's game a little harder. Not much, though, because he's got shards, so he's got plenty of remnants to waste. He's got the level 10 talent and a blink dagger, so this guy is mobile as fuck.
Say mobile or mobile?
Mobile. He's very mobile.
I think he's a difficult mobile to deal with, honestly.
What? Yeah, he is difficult to deal with. That's how mobile he is.
Yeah, exactly. Paladin Sword is also on the Alk, by the way, so now he has Enchanted Quiver and Paladin Sword. Probably the best two items you can get in Tier 3. Now I don't know how the TP kills him any longer. I mean, Scotty is pretty decent, right? But they're just controlling TP too well. And also, DP has become a real threat because she went for the Ags build. She's a secondary carry. So she's not just a tank, which I think really suits her. She also has BKB now, I believe.
DP?
Yeah, I mean, she has that Ogre Axe, and now she's building Aetherland, so I'm assuming that's BKB.
Yeah, probably killed on the courier or something like that. Yeah, good observation.
Oh, right, the courier got killed. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm assuming then that's BKB, so once the courier comes back, that's a whole BKB done, and she's going for Octarine as the next item, of course.
It's a short Roche, which is fine for both teams. A little bit better for QWERTY, I suppose, if they can scout it immediately. Courier's respawning already for the DP. We've got meta ready to go. Other big items. I haven't looked at this Razor in a while. He's got BKB going for the Shivas. 15 talent only taken, and he... What do you think? Is this 20 talent good? Sometimes, actually, I've seen Razors go 20? For, like, Refresher.
What 20? Oh, the Eye of the Stormstrike interval? It is very good if... Because the thing is... To put the armor into comparison, actually. Oh, that arena did not hit, and the spear doesn't either.
Oh no! And now
what wins? No man chance. Who has lived in jungle for the past 16 years, or God of War?
Wait, hold on. But there's Alchemist. He's fighting versus TB, and now Dame. But now the Chosen One. He's back in. A big roar onto 2. They're trying to get Petru down first. Silence stunned up. He's going to be as good as dead. Dame though running down this Alchemist in the backlines though. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, Anchor thought he was wasted. Oh, he is strong, but not strong enough. He's eventually going to die. TB just eats him. There's going to be a Sunder onto Eru. Thank you, Bloodbag, he says. BKB's now expired. We got a full Swift Blink on the Alchemist as he does not get pinned up to the stairs. Instead, he gets pushed up them. Immediately jumping onto the TB. Doesn't even have the Chemical Rage for another couple of seconds. Might not need it for the kill. The 4-step trying to get him away. Chemical Rage now activated. He's going to go ahead and destroy the God of War. Drums used. They're chasing even further here. We still have a couple of seconds left of TB meta, but they don't really want to be fighting this Alk. And yeah, Spider Legs as well. There was no way he was escaping through the trees. My goodness.
He might have been able to catch up to the TB, but the Shadow Team was already there for disruption to prevent that from getting a kill.
715 move speed, by the way, on this Alchemist.
I noticed, by the way, in that little fight there, it's hilarious that until Alchemist takes his drugs to enhance himself, he doesn't fucking know how to use swords. He just punches things. And then he's like, oh shit, now I know. I don't know why that's part of the... Why is that the case?
He's like Hulk, right? Like Hulk, he knows how to fight, obviously, but he only will do it when he gets angry.
Oh, right, so when he's just punching, he's trying to caress the TV.
Yeah, you know, he really
Because he caressed them all right
well,
to death.
It's like Ratatouille, right? The alchemist is making the ogre do it, right?
It's true, yeah. Just pushing it. He's pulling at his hair.
Yeah. And then eventually...
I mean, that was a really good team fight. I think the TV can no longer withstand. That's what I was going to mention. Like, the Razor armor talent, to put into perspective, Bloodseeker has the same talent, or very similar talent, only 2 armor less at level 10. Razor gets this 8 armor talent level 20. It's just not that great in Razor. Your agility gain is very piss poor, though, so you often need to do it, but it's never a talent you're like, ooh, wowee, I'm so excited, I got 8 armor. It's more like... Okay.
Yeah.
I now die a bit less, right? And in this game, you kind of need it because the damage on the enemy team is so high in terms of physical damage. But if they're slaying a TB through his high armor, your Razorhead doesn't stand a chance any longer.
It's yeah, very true.
Like, he's a plate mill, dude. He's going for Shivas. That's the Razor going for Shivas, giving up on that.
I still think these fights are winnable for QWERTY, especially if they use Abyssal Blade on illusions. But I think it's very winnable if and only if, and this is so hard to do because there's so many ways to stop this Razor right now, if they can get a big static link onto the Alchemist, the fight, you just can't really fight right now if you're Nemiga. But that's much easier said than done because now Alk is moving at 715 compared to Razor's 465, and Razor's supposed to be a fast hero, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And now Alk's moves. I think that's why they also went for the Spider Legs. Like, he had so many good items, including Paladin Sword, which a lot of people overvalue on Alk. Because you're like, oh, he has so much healing. I get more healing, and it's true. Yeah. But then Spider Legs is just the best item, honestly, on most carries at this point in the game. Because the mobility. Because you're already the strongest hero in the game. You don't need the healing. And talk about this, they have Spider Legs ready, going for another initiation. A Shadow Demon didn't disrupt himself in time, didn't actually have it, it was on cooldown, so really easy kill, but very valuable because without disruption, you cannot defend them. That's a dieback on the Shadow Demon as well. They're going for the Razor on top of that. We do have a Blink Dagger. Oh no, they actually missed the silence. It's okay. Hellscream does not get pinned to a wall. Ghost Scepter will save him for now. On the Rolling Boulder, here comes the Alk. What are you messing with my support?
Holy moly.
And then Dame just gets torn to shreds. That's how you make sushi folks out of lightning.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, they're not done. Yeah, there's the bash.
Leaving the bash just in case. Iru's not going anywhere.
The ogre caressing him to death. What did he do? He just turned around. Static blink. Oh, nice blink out from Iru.
Oh, he's going to be recalled? No way, Iru. That was only because at one point, Alk decided that in solidarity with Earth Spirit, if Earth Spirit gets stunned, then Alk also stops walking for some reason. So, if that didn't happen, they would have gotten the kill. But it's whatever. You're so far ahead, it's not that big a deal.
I would really, now like I really want a Ratatouille skin. And who's the guy that voices Ratatouille? I don't think that's his name. What's his name? Leonard the Rat or something?
What, the rat? What's the name of the rat in Ratatouille?
Yeah. Remy. His name is...
Leonard. Jesus.
Oh, all right. There's the jump in yet again. Mars this time around cannot be recalled out in time. This ogre's too mad, too angry. He's also got the 50 move speed talent, and with the... yeah, this is just silly.
No. The reduced BAT just makes it impossible for them to stop him. Look at him just junking those racks. Anything that happens, anything that comes near the Alk is going to die at this point. Even his punches are strong enough.
Look how fast he is!
Oh, Patton Oswalt is actually...
Patton Oswalt, that's who voices him. Yeah, I really want to get Patton Oswalt. Awesome. He's a good voice actor. I really want to get Patton Oswalt in a Ratatouille skin here for the Alchemist. Imagine, I'd pay $35 for that. For the Arcana?
I would love that. I would totally buy that. Yeah. And it's Patton Oswalt and what's like in The Rock. Like it's Dwayne Johnson as the Alchemist and Patton Oswalt as the well, I guess as the monster and then Alchemist is the
yeah, who else would be really good in that role? Maybe Vin Diesel. I don't know, that's not his real name. Or is it his real name?
I don't know. Yeah, Vin Diesel, Van Damme, any of these big burly men, right? I would like that. I would like that as well. And I think it'd be very funny. And the skin looks like them though.
You know, Vin Diesel's like a big nerd too. I think he'd do it if you paid him enough money. He'd do it.
Yeah, totally.
So
is The Rock, dude. The Rock is also a big nerd. He's a WoW player.
Yeah. Oh, I did not know that. Vin Diesel's a D&D player. You know, he made a movie called The Witcher. That's about his D&D character. Like that's him. I know. That's insane.
I mean, that's what huge nerds do once they get enough money.
Honestly, I respect it. Shit. I respect it.
Yeah, Patton Oswalt's also a huge ass nerd. If you ever watched Happy, by the way, his role as like any sort of like side character, or like kind of like sidekick character, like the rat or the alchemist or the horse and happy. He's awesome. He really is a great role for him. Also, thanks for the explanation, Amonkey. That makes a lot of sense. The ogre has a crippling allergy to sword handles, but Alk's medicine includes a temporary allergy medication that lets him ignore it for a while. Wow.
See, I'd like to think
it's like an EpiPen. That's what he's sticking him with.
I'd like to think it's a bit more of an abusive relationship. I like that you guys are spinning this positively, but I'd like to think like the alchemist is just controlling this ogre against his will. Just because simply the ogre is just too stupid, unfortunately. I mean, what, his int gain is 1.8?
In the current costume, he's dangling a fish in front of him, which I'm assuming is what keeps the ogre.
Yeah, carrot in his... Like, all I'm saying is that I think the alchemist, which is, by the way, the guy riding the ogre, he's providing the 1.8 intelligence gain here, right? I don't think much of that comes from the ogre itself.
Nah, the ogre seems like a really dumb...
Did he just eat... Oh, I thought he ate the eggs. Okay. What does this one do again? Wild axes have no cooldown, and they can be used once they come back.
Good. That's really good, actually. That axe is very OP, I would say. It's not like an axe you build on the Beastmaster, especially early, unless you have like the build for it and you play like a mid Beastmaster or something weird like that. I have won games with carry Beastmaster with this build before, but as a late game option, it's very good because you now have the mana to sustain it, so it's a really good huge DPS. Because the damage amp does stack, so the more axes you hit, the more damage amp there are, and the more they deal eventually, right? It does require you to be a pretty good Beastmaster and to know how to play around these Ags. Because a lot of Beastmasters, I notice when they have the Ags, they'll still throw really long axes, and like that defeats the purpose of the Ags.
Yeah, I see.
You have to be really close, and instead of hitting them, you have to throw axes. And you throw axe, you throw axe, you throw axe, and then it's more like you're playing a fighting game character than like a Dota character.
We've got Butterfly now on our TB. At this stage, do you sell the Battle Fury and just pick up an MKB? And that's that problem dealt with on this Alchemist, of course?
Yeah.
Oh, hello! I've got a DD rune. You are dead, sir. All right,
I don't think
man up.
Well, he might just die, actually. The Sky is a bit too powerful. The False Promise, healing him enough. Is that going to be sufficient? He's keeping the TV in check for now.
He's not doing any
damage. He might
damage.
just drop. I don't think he can tank all this damage.
He's alive.
He has to get
Nah,
away.
he's
The Chosen One will be the sacrificial goat here. No, he is going to be fine in the end. The Chemical Rage shields you a bit too much. He did go for the movement speed, no, not regeneration. But they did lose Beastmaster there. That was pretty good. That was a good fight for them.
They just did no damage to TB. They literally did no damage to TB. What the hell was that?
That's the Butterfly, dude.
But, I mean, what, 35% evasion? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But when you attack that
plus
quickly...
the extra armor.
When you attack that quickly, I really didn't think it'd make that big of a difference, to be completely honest with you. I thought still, if you throw 5 attacks a second, you're still going to hit, what, 2 of those at least? 3 of those, actually?
3 of those. That's a considerable nerf.
It is.
Little trick, by the way. If you have like a bunch of attacks or one big attack, the evasion works the same, as long as your sample size is long enough, right? So the only difference between you having a bunch of attacks or having like 1 or 2 attacks that are big, in this case, is that it's closer to a true 35%.
No, he doesn't have the tunic. He's got Spell Prism.
Yep. No, but when you hit a lot of attacks, it's always consistently going to be 35% evasion because the sample size is big enough for it to actually.
He's got talent. Oh, he was linked. That would be why he was also
static
doing...
link. Yeah, that also reduces damage a lot. That makes a lot of sense.
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you, astute viewers. He had Tunic. I mean, okay, he had Tunic. He's also got the 10 talent, so yeah, that makes sense. But yeah,
the evasion is just ridiculous, dude. On heroes like these, because of Bloodseeker's the same. The evasion, Ursa's the same. Evasion just destroys these heroes. You need MKG.
Divine Rapier. No, Divine Rapier. I actually agree with the Rapier purchase here.
Yeah.
True Strike, anyway. The bonus damage 300 that Razor's not going to reduce from you. Even if Razor steals all of your damage, you're still going to chunk this anyone really with that attack.
I mean,
speed.
ideally, you're not going into the team fight like that, right?
Ideally not, but it's fine. I don't think anyone's going to live that long anyway against 300 damage True Strike hits with this Alchemist attack speed, right?
No fucking way. I mean, you should be going on the Razor first, actually, just eliminating the one threat. I mean, this poor Razor went for the armor talent, the Shivas, and he still only has... I mean, it's decent, but for an agility carry, he's not armor.
I mean, they're still in it.
Now they're going in.
Careful.
Oh, there's no Razor here. Oh, this Terrorblade. They want him. He's dead. Unless they don't want him. No, they want to go for the easier kills. They're afraid. They're going to take down the Shadow Demon. That's so major. They use the Abyssal Blade. No need for the Abyssal for Iru because there's no something to save him. He's going to stun himself, but that's no big deal.
That's because he was BKB, but he killed him too quickly. They can just go high ground now. I mean, this Exo, we do have the Ghost talents as well, so all the Ghosts are coming. The aggressive blink forward, silence onto 2. That's going to trigger 2 buybacks. Get the hell out, boys. BKB, TP, absolutely. That's the move to make. Can they kill you through this? Nope, no meta. Well, we do have meta, but they don't want to use it.
That's pretty good though. That's a good forcing of the TP, forcing of the buybacks just with what? BKB? Honestly,
Yeah,
that's
but-
all you've really committed to.
But Roshan is going to be up here maybe really quick. If it's up in these next 10 seconds and DP does not have BKB, this could be a really big opening for qwerty.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me switch to buyback status now because I don't really think that's net worth
Net
is...
worth is that relevant?
Yeah.
At this point, I don't even think Alk it's good for him to give any more ads. I feel like buying Rapier Moonshard. Oh, you already bought Moonshard. Buying Rapier.
I actually disagree. I think if ES gets an Ags and he can Rolling Boulder onto either Razor or Shadow Demon, turn them into stone, and just yeet them away from the fight, you win.
Okay. All right.
Honestly, I think it's that easy.
We'll see. All right. I mean, you are the ES player, so I'm not surprised that you would think that, of course.
Of course.
Every single player over here always thinks his hero is the most impactful.
No, it's not that impactful, because guess what? You're only going to be able to kick away one hero in the fight with the Ags, but that's all you need.
I mean, I just don't think the static link happening on Alpha is going to happen again. And I would be very
Oh,
surprised.
TB's got a Divine Rapier.
Okay, this is going to get interesting. I feel like TP is going to become your big issue now. How do you deal with the TP? He might be able to kill you. Like, if you just get a good arena here or a good spear or whatever, like, you just need a setup for the Alk before he gets BKB off. But of course, the Oracle is a big issue because they also have save. So you have nobody to just run down the Oracle on your team.
Unfortunately, I think they're going to scout it. Are they going to scout the Divine? It doesn't look like it.
What, on the Illusion?
On the... I don't know, actually. Yeah, on the Illusion. Okay, now they know. He shows in the river. So Divine Rapier is going to be picked up. Roshan is available as well. There's the Divine Rapier for the Alchemist. 2 Divine Rapiers, ladies and gentlemen.
Rapier versus Rapier, dude. I'm excited. I'm a big fan of
Radiant's
Samurai.
middle tower is under attack.
I think a Rapier is a European-style sword, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
But I know you are really a big fan.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
What is this?
Radiant's middle barracks are
It's
under
Ags
attack.
on the Roshan. That's actually huge for TB if you get that. That's the extra metamorphosis. Really, really big. I can't imagine. I mean, the only other hero I can imagine it being kind of useful on this game would be the Shadow Demon for the Radiant side, of course.
Whoa, this is close. This is close. 40k.
You have
net
better
worth.
Roshan fight on Radiant than you do on Nemiga. If you just get there we go.
Oh.
Oh no! There goes your Roshan fight, dude.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, you
there
have,
goes the only advantage you had in this Roshan.
I don't know. Can they just take it for free though? I don't think it's as simple as just walking in. Fortunately, there's only one lane of barracks taken, but these creep are going to be pushing in with this wave. They're going to destroy this lane, and they're going to be filtering in through the base. So that's going to be a little bit annoying. But I think qwerty, they just have to hold fast here. They haven't shown the Elk Divine Rapier, but they probably know. They probably know that there's a Divine Rapier on the Alchemist.
Dire's
they
middle
do.
tower
I
is
think
under
so.
attack.
20 seconds left till arena.
With the butterfly, right, and the tunic they had to suffer against last time, I think it makes sense that we just assume the Rapier at this point.
Definitely. And now
you
we're
get
gonna
like a
have-
surprise dag as an Earth Spirit, though. This could be kind of major. Actually, he didn't save for buyback, though, to be honest. Alk.
No, he didn't. True Alchemist move, but he's going to have it now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But at this point, I don't know if it's worth saving for buyback. I feel like if you lose one fight and they have 2 Rapiers on TV, you're done for, regardless of what you do.
Yeah, but that's why you farm a backup Rapier now. Oh, my lord. Okay, they're just going to do Roche.
I mean, it's possible with a
no,
Fate
they
Seek
saw him
versus
walk in, but they're going to take it too fast. There's everything taken now. Alk.
Oh, they actually have enough slots.
Yeah, okay, so who's picked up what here?
Yeah, Earth Spirit makes sense.
Yeah. You can now kick yourself in Enchant Remnant, by the way, so you can save yourself from these fights. Small, I don't know why they decided to add that to 7.28, but it was cool.
Yeah, it's not that relevant, at least in this game, right? Because you usually want to use it as an offensive thing or to save your teammates, but... Wow, actually, the illusions can deal with Alk now. Ooh.
Yeah, those things hurt.
That's just disruption illusions, huh?
I mean, they're not going to kill Alk, but they might kill a support, so...
That's a bit scary. That's a bit scary position to be finding yourself in. Chosen One might think of going for the TB. Like, they just need to kill a TB and just jump him. Maybe even use the enchant round just to murder TB quickly as possible, right? But like, even with the Aegis, Alk is not in a safe place whatsoever.
It depends if he's used Chemical on Rage or not, I would say, right?
Chemical Rage.
I think all of a sudden he's like, he's a lot like this TB with meta, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But in the case of the Alk, though, I think even with Chemical Rage, you're in a bit of a pickle. Because the regen does not save you right now from
No,
this chunking
no.
of damage.
I
with
mean,
TB Rot.
honestly, maybe you don't even need it to save you, because if you can get a false promise and you're not static linked, sure,
that's
even if you die, but as long as you kill TB, if you kill TB, who does have enough money for buyback but will drop his rapier, I think you're good. I think maybe that's just the way you win. Rolling Boulder in, enchant remnants onto basically anyone except for the TB, kick them away from the team fight, take a 5v4 fight. Even if your alchemist dies, it's okay. Just make sure you false promise him on his first life so we can 1v1 the TB, and I think you win.
No, I agree.
It's I mean, easier said than done, of course, right? You know, these late game team fights are pretty wild, to say the least.
Dire are
Oh,
scanning.
it's so spicy right now because it's really anyone's game depending on who initiates on whom right now. And you're starting, as well as on the Nemiga draft, you're starting to falter on the DP side because you're not really happy with having this as late game here. Like, she's strong, don't get me wrong, but compared to a Razor, she doesn't offer as much.
This elk has 50,000 net worth now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. He's got the
No, of
backup
course.
rapier.
I was just curious as to what it looked like.
But yeah, one of the difficulties is that if you play any tanky sort of mid, and that's the point, this is the tanky TP build with the Shivas and Octarine Core. Yeah, you're really useful, you have extra goals, so you still have the damage and stuff, but you are much easily, you're too easy to kill right now. Whereas Razor, for example, because of his nature, he's more of a disabling kind of hero, so even in this late game scenario, he's actually kind of useful. The damage and tankiness of a DP does fall off, actually, at this point. That's one of the difficulties that you're having into this late game. Your team fight's a bit weaker, because Beastmaster is not as strong as Mars, and your mid matchup is not as good. Alk is just going to chunk it through the backdoor protection. Wow. He actually could take it to the backdoor protection. That's insane. They don't want to commit too hard on him because, of course, he's got agents. Razor did consider it there for a second. He did go for the shard, by the way, which I love.
That's Demonic Purge blown, though. This is a big opening for them.
Yeah,
But
there's no
Chemical Rage. Chemical Rage, that's, the cooldowns are going to line up at least. Okay. That was a wise move. That was a wise move to make because cooldown on Demonic Purge is very short here with the Spell Prism.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with them essentially. You don't want to deal with the Alk right now. You want to just avoid as much as possible. The later it goes, the better for you because the more TB will be able to match the Alk, and the TB is much stronger than the Alk in general. In fact, TB is even considering an Ags now to eat it, of course. And the Arena Blood does not catch the Earth Spirit. He just gets away. Not too big a deal.
Did he kick himself away? He did. He enchant runs it and lived. There it is. It was relevant.
What's relevant, actually? Yeah. Congratulations. I guess you can now cut lanes much more effectively.
Yeah, so, I mean, because the only instant stun we have, I don't think we have a, we don't have an Abyssal. It's Disruption into Spear. It's been the same thing since level 1. That's the way you can lock someone down here if you're going to be QWERTY.
I don't know, man. I feel like this could be honestly anyone's game. I know it seems like Nemiga is favored because, of course, they have the Alk, but I feel like you're getting to the point where you can't get any better, and the enemy team will only get better from here.
Yeah, no, I would mostly agree. You probably sell this. I mean, get rid of this Battle Fury first of all. That's not ever really going to be slotted back in. You're closing in on level 30 anyway for this Alk, so you're going to have at least what 80% cleave, 25% cleave, not as much, but still unnecessary. And then you just get a second Divine Rapier to replace the S and Y, and then you just have too much damage. I mean, like I agree. There's only so good he can get, but already he is. Oh my goodness! I mean, you got 11,000 gold. Spend some of it, right? Buy another Ags for, I don't know, who doesn't have an Ags yet? Oracle Ags is fantastic.
By the way, to the point of the Beast versus Mars, if you play Mars in the late game as the initiator, you're right, he's weaker than say a Beastmaster. But Beastmaster in the late game is really useful to get one single hero, whereas the Mars is supposed to be about being able to stop the enemy team from properly moving to the team fight. So a good Mars will be able to do much more than the Beastmaster. Beastmaster's very limited.
Holy shit! Okay, sorry to cut you off.
What are you doing, dude?
Alk gifted himself an Ags, right? But since he now has 20% Spell Amp, look how much max damage Unstable Concoction does with the talent.
That's fine. That's 760. I don't think that's...
No, it's 836. You have to ult over it for the modifier. Yeah.
I mean, that's a fair amount, but it's also physical, right? So it doesn't really matter when the armor's so high.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter. You know, that's only half of Shadow Demon's HP pool with one ability.
I mean, no, because Shadow Demon reduces up to 50% of the ability with his armor, so it's realistically it's 400 damage, which is a fair amount, but it's not that much, especially for max.
It is crazy. It's crazy.
No,
also, I can't believe
Did you not hear my mic for some reason, dude?
I can't believe that. I mean, that's so much damage. What are you talking about with one ability?
But it's reduced by armor, my friend.
Yeah, but it's not reduced to 0, is it?
It's reduced by 50% by armor.
Yeah,
So realistically, if this was like a
my bad, guys. It's not that good actually. He should honestly they should just GG. You're right.
Oh my fucking goodness. All right, son. All right. So if I show you a spell that deals 300 damage at late game, you'd be like, oh my goodness, it's incredible. That's essentially the same thing as a sensible concoction to a
On an alchemist? Yeah.
Really?
I would say yeah.
You think if Dragon Slave gets added to Alch, you think it's the most OP thing
that's
in the
a
world?
lot of damage on an alchemist. Yeah, if he all
Confirmed.
of a sudden
Richie,
had an extra skill, yeah.
Light Strike Array is the most powerful ability in the late game, dude. Just straight up.
Yeah, on a hero that normally doesn't have it, absolutely.
Fucking Lord.
I don't know. I don't understand why this is so unbelievable to you. 20% spell amp is huge.
Fucking Jesus Christ. I feel like you're not taking the armor into account whatsoever.
20% spell amp is huge. What are you talking about?
All right, son. It's for the max, dude. It's for the max.
What are you saying? He can't cook it? He can't cook it correctly?
So if you cook it up to 830, right? If you max cook it, the weakest hero that you would take the most damage would take 400 damage, which is a fair amount. But for a 51-minute nuke, it's like, okay.
All right, you're
for
right.
a TP?
He should just get Dagon instead.
For actually would deal more damage for a TB. Because a TB
he
would
should get a
actually
Dagon. He should die to neutrals and not pick up the Divine Rapier and just get a Dagon 5 instead. You're right.
I'm just saying, dude. You clearly did not do the math in your head when you fucking looked.
It's so good. That's amazing. That's so much extra burst damage.
Oh, okay, dude.
What are you talking about? Are you saying if I gave you the option, hey, dude,
it's basically the same damage as his right click. It's actually less damage in his right click.
A 1 extra right click. Yeah, that's never going to make a difference. If I gave you the option, I said, hey, Alk, you can give yourself an additional, I don't know, 170 damage, 1 extra right click with the extra 11,000 gold you have just laying around. And you're going to go, nah, it's not worth it.
Oh, armor is reduced fast. That's a very good point, actually. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Doesn't further your point whatsoever, but it's a very good point to my.
What is Beastmaster doing? He's going to live because he's got BKB.
There's no Basher yet on the TB. I don't think you can even buy it. Oh, I think you might need to consider a Basher at some point. SNY for Abyssal is a consideration.
All right. I think Roshan, if Roshan spawns a 5th time, I think it should just teleport everyone into the pit and no one can leave until one team is dead. That's it. Because this game is going to go on forever at this pace. Everyone's got buyback now, by the way. Buyback status.
There is a point where TP just beats you, though. TP just wins at some point in this game. That's the thing. Though.
He's got Satanic, BKB, Ninja Gear. It's a little slow, but it shouldn't be an issue.
Nah, that's not a problem because you can also know his Ninja Gear. I mean, in the team fights, you're not really that relevant in terms of how slow you are because you just meant to hit from a range. If this Roshan does not go the way of Nemiga, this could easily just turn now completely. Like the matchup is just too bad for the Alp, honestly, especially with a Scotty on the TB. He didn't even go. I mean, does the TB have Ags? He does. Okay, so yeah. He also has the extra terror waves. You can. This is a very easy like half commit.
We'll see. We'll see how this one goes. Coddle's got an axe now. So he's got Will-O-Wisp. I don't know how relevant that's going to be this late into the game, but it does help your team fight control substantially. And there's Refresher. I did see him queue this one up earlier. I'd imagine it's for BKB and Abyssal.
What? The what?
The Refresher Orb on the Alchemist. Refresh Abyssal,
I mean,
Refresh Chemical.
I feel like it's one of the few items that you can keep in the extra slot, right? And you still do so.
Yeah,
so I think that.
Back in the day when there was no backpack, you would just always buy a Refresher and keep it in your stash in the fountain.
No, in your courier. I mean, I guess if you were a bad player stash, yeah, but like the good players would just put in the courier next to them. And that was the Chinese style of Dota, and they'd buy a courier just to carry the Refresher Orb around.
Oh, back when you could buy the couriers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess after the change when the courier just no, you just keep your courier around you. That's the idea, right? You keep your courier with the Refresher.
And then
I still think that if you can do it, it's better now to do that than to actually keep it in your backpack because of course it refreshes fast.
Do you remember when couriers could cast item for like a week?
That was really stupid, and they would have the Dagon bombardment squads.
Yeah,
and that would still deal more damage than just double concoction.
Oh,
so.
there he goes. Actually, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would. You really are not doing the math in your head, mate.
You just don't understand how much damage this is, clearly.
Do you know that what 70% reduction does? I mean, what the fucking Lord. I'm not even going to have this conversation anymore. Just do the math, please. Just pick a calculator.
It's a lot of damage, dude. It's 20% extra spelling.
I thought you did engineering. I would never trust.
It's spelling.
Okay. Anyway, the Razor hit is level 25 as well, which makes him a secondary carry. I'm wondering if Dame is going to consider now going for like Scotty, for example, which some late game Razors will do, and start transitioning into a secondary core. Because the problem right now is you also have nobody to hunt down the Oracle. Like if Razor is not doing that, I can't imagine who else. So maybe Blink, like even Swift Blink on Razor is a consideration at this point. He's just very poor.
We're gonna do
like,
Roshan here, just off of Illuminates eventually. Just eventually Illuminate will blast down Coddle here. Everyone is just kind of watching. Lots of vision set up around Roche. Lots of couriers set up ready to try and snag abilities. There's an Arcane Blink. Very rare item here, but finally someone has purchased it. That's not a Tinker, or who else buys this item actually?
SF.
Enigma and SF, yeah.
Who bought it again?
DP.
DP? I mean, I guess those ghosts are gonna come out so fucking fast.
Do they? Is that how? It doesn't increase ghost movement speed. It'll just, when she exos, they'll be out immediately, right?
No, they don't. Because the ghosts are not considered part of the cast animation.
Careful.
So it's just that, they'll be out immediately, as in they'll start coming out immediately.
Roshan has been scouted. They need DP here. Beastmaster is ratting down bottom, but he's TPing to the outpost. But that's a 7-second TP here. Eventually, they're going to have the bodies, but Roche is already going down. They're going to lose this one here, but they've already sniped the Coddle here. Fight is kicking off already, and that's going to be Aegis on over to the TB. No, yes, no, finally. Hey, he just refreshed for no reason, and that's going to be the Terror Wave on out, but the Coddle's going to be the first one to go. Look at all the damage. He died in one shot there to the unstable Concoction. He's going to have the buyback now as Petru. Ooh, they just managed to snipe him there. My goodness, look how fast she throws up these Crypt Swarms. What is this with the Arcane Blink?
That's the power of the cast animation. That's where you really get your value, huh? The silences as well. Silence is immediate. And, this is the difficulty, right? I did say the Razor could beat the TP because of the position you can beat, but not when you're 17k behind. Like, it is ridiculous. How are you still 17k behind 56 minutes in? This Razor is closer to being a support than a carry, honestly. I don't understand. And with that degree of power, the DP is, of course, 10 times stronger, and you're still dealing so much damage, and nobody can burst her down because there's nobody giving TP the liberty to just hit the enemy. Like, that's all he wants to do. He just wants to murder them quickly, but he can't because his whole team is made of weaklings, and they can't go and tank for him.
TP got also very stressed out in that fight because he had a lot of time. Maybe he thought like the ES was coming or something like that, but he immediately refreshed in case he needed a second meta. But like he picked up all the items and he's like, refresher shard, I'll just use it. I can't put it in my backpack. It's too complicated. Just use it.
I noticed that.
And then he got out another Terror Wave, and it's not like he repopped meta or anything silly, but it was it was very funny. So who ended up with what then? Did we get it?
It all went to the TP, but the Axe was given to Razor.
Yes.
Oh, Cheese too, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, Cheese and Axe to Razor. But like, dude, Razor is so weak. Who gives a shit if he has Eye of the Storm hitting 2 targets?
Who do you give it to? Who do you give it to?
No, I think it's the best option. I just feel like Razor needs more farm. I guess the other option.
Oh, Shadow Demon's got his own. Okay, good.
Everyone else. Everyone else.
We were about to say the same thing.
Yeah. But no, it was the only viable option. But you need this guy to farm a bit. I mean, there is a point where TB's like, guys, I have enough. Like, he has 2 Rapiers. At what point can you just finally not farm anymore?
Let's watch this Arcane Blink nonsense here. I mean, great. It's 1.5 second cooldown normally. It's not even a right-clicking. Why bother?
Oh, that is true, actually. You're just better off just script storming all the time, right?
Honestly?
So both Beastmaster and DP in this point in the game, because their cooldowns are so short, are just playing League of Legends. They're not even playing Dota.
You know, I'm going to actually hate Dota 2 if Nemiga win this game literally just by 1 team fight. They just run them over. I'm going to be like, all of this for what? It's been 20 minutes of just this. For what?
You shouldn't hate Dota 2. You should hate the players. Hate the players, not the game.
I mean, I agree, but you know what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Nice little move. Okay, watch for this in the team fight because this is going to be pretty massive, actually. Lodine has got the completed Aeon Disc already, but he's locked the Vit Booster, so if he gets stunned, honestly, this is going to be so hard because he's going to die in 3 hits to the TB. But
I don't think he's going to do it in time.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? Maybe he's a god. Maybe he's a god gamer. He's got that reaction time. So look out for that. Look out for that.
Can he do it? Can he do it in time? That's the real question. This is what supports. When you ask supports APM, you got supports don't need high APM.
Nope,
nah, dude, you gotta disassemble this before TB murders you. And if he has a second Rapier by next team fight, good luck, dude. I don't think these supports last more than 2 hits, honestly.
Okay, honestly, what are you saving money for? Give everyone an Ags. You might as well get the 50% spell amp, brother.
Barracks are under attack.
I do agree. You should get the.
I mean, what else is this 12,000 gold doing? That's at least 1 Ags for your teammate. I mean, who doesn't have one? Oracle still doesn't have one. Why? That's inexcusable. What's this money doing for you? What are you gonna? Are you gonna die and you're gonna? Oh, now I need to buy 2 rapiers all of a sudden. You know, you just need the one.
The problem is Earthspirit already has that fucking Ag, so you can't give him the Ags to get the extra Ags.
There's that glitch where you can give gold, but I'd be shocked if they use it. I think maybe it's even been patched out. Oh, tier 5s. Tier 5s. Okay.
Oh, is the glitch work with Blessing then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what it works. I mean, I think it would make sense that you would be able to give gold when they have a Blessing on, to be honest with you. But I understand the double gold doesn't make sense, but the ones, yeah, because you should be able to get the buff, right? Even though he has a Blessing. I think that's... Like, it can't be that if you're an Alk, it's counterproductive to pick up the Axe and the shot.
No, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Pirate Hat, that's free gold for Alk. Holy shit.
Are you serious?
Holy
that's
shit.
Ridiculous.
How much are these bounties worth at this stage to Alchemist?
Oh, look, Alk is listening to you. He went for the Stygian Desolator just so he could deal more damage with a Stable Concoction.
Yeah. Guess who's right?
I'm being sarcastic.
How does it feel to be wrong?
I'm being sarcastic, dude. Did you not see how he did nothing with that ability?
What are you talking? He killed Razor with it.
With his right clicks, you mean?
And he killed Razor with it. It was incredible. It was incredible.
Now he literally does deal more with one single right click when that 16-second cooldown ability. 10 seconds.
Oh, we've got Ballista though for TB.
Okay, so Ballista and... I don't think you should be the one with Stygian Desolator, by the way. I think you should be the one with the Pirate Hat, and someone else should be pick up...
I agree. Does anyone have Pirate Hat right now? Come on, guys. Are you trolling me?
Come on, guys.
You got to dig up these bounties. They're worth so much money right now, especially because you have an Alchemist.
Close to max attack speed. Come on, I want to see a crazy Alk this game. What is this Stygian Desolator?
I like this play. I like this play. Into the base. They're baiting the Chosen One because he's done this all game. Can they catch Dame here? He's really separated from the team. Anchored, you madman! He just goes for it with the Hex, but he's in a bad spot immediately. But that Exo was instant, wasn't it?
We wasted Exo with Ballista. There's a second Rapier for Terrorblade. He's ready to die for this fight. He's not going to last the Rax fall. I don't think so, at least.
There's so many ghosts here, though. Holy moly.
Oh, Terror Wave. The DP just avoided everything
Fallen
with
Sky?
the Fallen Sky and the Blink Dagger.
Huh.
He avoided, what was it, the first thing they tried to do on him, the Disruption? Or the Demonic Purge? Yeah, with a Blink Dagger, and then used the Fallen Sky to get away from the Terror Wave.
All right, but that's it. That's the most action. Back to farming for 20 more minutes. Oh, Divine Rapier number 2.
Dire's top tower
Okay, that's just his backup one, right? It's going back to the fountain. Yeah. Oh. Okay. They're getting ready. They're preparing like what's it called when you make
Wait, who has the Divine Rapier number 2? Is it Alk?
Alk. Yeah, it's on his courier. It's in his stash. It's in his stash. Just click on him.
They both have Divine Rapier number 2, so they're preparing their.
What's it called when you're like? I mean, this is
Squirrel.
morbid, but when you're like going to die and you need to like set up your will and stuff like that, you know.
It's called the will.
Okay, no, but there's like there's a phrase for it. You're preparing your something. You're putting your affairs in order. That's what he is. He's putting his affairs in order, getting ready.
Yeah, you are putting your affairs in order.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like squirrels because they're like preparing for winter.
That doesn't make any sense because if he was a squirrel, he would take Pirate Hat, he would dig up a rune, and then he would drop Divine Rapier on the rune, and then he would forget about it because that's what squirrels do. They're stupid.
Oh, right, okay. I guess that makes sense. But I see as the Terrorblade and the Alk both have cheeks full of rapiers, you know. I guess we can both see it in our own way. You made it sound really
you know, you say squirrel, I say he's, putting his affairs in order. You know, DP is out here just spamming Crypt Swarm. Roshan number 5 going to respawn.
I've actually never seen. I rarely see the active for Seer Stone, but that purple aura is the enemy team seeing them.
Oh, I didn't know that. Who's got it?
It's Earth Spirit.
Interesting.
Honestly, I've seen this item in my pubs a bunch.
But why not Oracle?
When my supports played, they've never used it.
Give it to Oracle. What's going on? He needs the cast range.
He has to keep the Pirate Hat.
No, but
did you know Oracle actually has reduced BAT? So Pirate Hat is the second most efficient.
How much money is this worth? That's a 160 gold rune, but obviously that's worth 3 times that. Alvaro, get your calculator out. What's 3 times 160?
What? 480.
All right, nice job. That's a lot
of
money.
You need a calculator?
No, it was a joke because you're the guy, you're calculator guy. Calculator guy.
Okay, Richie. The more we speak in this cast, the more I'm convinced that you didn't even do the 2 years at uni. I am pretty certain you lied to me.
I mean, I was there, so. All right, guys. This game.
I feel like
it's continuing.
I mean, this game is going to go on forever. These pawns are just adding to it.
And you know what the crazy part is? Is there's still legitimately a chance that qwerty wins this game. Like, not even by, like, a hard throw by Nemiga. Like, it would be a bit of a throw, but they can still win. That's the crazy part.
It's not even, like, that bad. If only Razor pulled himself up from his bootstraps and actually found some farm this game.
Toilet.
He said, 1 second toilet, and Alk said, me too.
All right. I mean,
Which I'm questioning. Are they? Did they bring their keyboard to the toilet? How did they?
I mean, this is going to be like another reset. No, he's saying I'm going to go 2, right?
That makes no sense.
Arcane Blink on Beastmaster. Never did I think I would see the day. But now he's going to have 2 Auroras out before you even know it. Your head's still going to be ringing by the time he gets the second one out. It'll be ridiculous.
Yeah, dude. Master cosplaying as my girlfriend. Jesus Christ.
I mean, look, Alk is really putting his affairs in order, by the way. I just want to point out he's ready to die because not only does he have the Divine Rapier #2 in the quick buy, he's got Boots of Travels 2 queued up already. So if he dies, he's just going to buy back instantly, put the Divine Rapier in his inventory, but buy bots 2, TP in, and then he's ready to go immediately. So this is actually really, really wise. This is really wise. Sorry, we're still pooping. Give me a second.
So he went, us all, we are... I think that means ready, I'm assuming. Like, we are all ready. Interesting. That's what he said. And then Lodine just in plain English. Sorry, no, we are not. It's a long poop.
Well, I mean, you know, he's been holding it in for 64 minutes.
You think he's been turtling the whole game? That would suck.
I mean, right now, qwerty are turtling, aren't they?
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Turtling while turtling. For the people that understand that expression, kudos. Thank you for being in the chat.
It's Prairie Dog. Oh no, we don't have 2 tier 5s for Radiant. This is not good. Tier 5s are.
I mean, 2 tier 5s, you mean?
Yeah, they literally don't have them. Like they haven't spawned.
I mean, you got the best 2. What else do you need?
More.
Not being
I mean, you know, I mean that's
ideally you could send your illusions to do that, but the Beastmaster is like taking over your jungle.
Well,
he's gone from
you can't though. You can't because they won't spawn for the illusions, obviously.
Oh, because your hero's not nearby. Fuck, that's true.
And also they can't pick up items, so.
Oh, that's I didn't mean to consider. That's true.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that sucks then. I don't know how you leave this base then.
Alk's level 30. Let's just take a quick level check. DP's up to 30. Does that make a big deal? I mean, the Spirit Siphon recharge time is
level
nice.
25 talents are very good for her. Both.
Oracle's 25. What's he taking?
Oh, never mind. Just haste. Oh, they took that one out.
Oh, wait. They're fighting? They caught Beastmaster. Okay, that's fine. He's going to BKB and probably just run away. Okay? Or he's not. He's baiting?
Not. Maybe. Primal Roar, but he's just... Oh my goodness. Damage on the TB. And he has so much range. Nothing that gets close to TB will survive here. Fallen Sky, they're just keeping the DP at bay. She is being chunked down. Will-O-Wisp now putting Hellscream in a bad position. He's
Ballista's insane.
Oh my god, they actually will win this team fight, losing Aru in the process. Finally, Alk joins the fray. And Paulo, the old man, has also been sent to his death. But at least they do kill the DP, and they might kill her a second time. That's the second meta. DP in trouble. That's going to be a dieback.
She can't die. No.
They just need to push her away, but they stop Hellscream with a Ballista. He kept rolling forward. The DP is capable at least of blinking herself to safety. But Hellscream again in trouble. They don't care about the spear. They just want to keep pushing him and murdering him. That false promise will definitely not save him.
He can die.
No fucking way.
Wait, he lives? No, he's dead. No, I even looked away from him. I knew he was dead. Okay, they're going back for round 2. Dane, look at the damage. Oh my god, he's dead in one shot to the unstable concoction. Aru, though, he's at least alive for a little bit longer. The Abyssal Blade, though, doing so much work. The Ballista pushing away Alchemist. He's got to run, barely alive. Another false promise because the cooldown is so short. Another buyback, this time out from the Chosen One. And unfortunately, another 20 minutes, guys. That's it. That's your entertainment. Another 20 minutes. Back to Roshan. Okay, he is alive, though. Everyone's bopped back.
Dude, they held on. That's a success. Beastmaster's buying Dagon. He sold it. He realized he doesn't have enough gold for buyback if he buys Dagon. But he was considering it, though. He was considering it, which means I'm right. So, there you go. Now...
Okay, they're gonna smoke?
I think you actually stand a really strong chance. You'd have no buyback on DP. You know you wasted 2 more buybacks on top of that, which was Earth Spirits and...
Yeah, but also, you only have buyback on 1 hero right now if you're Radiant, and that's the TB. That's it. That's
just for some reason Razor did not save for his. I mean, you should just be going getting neutrals right now. You need D tier 5.
You need neutrals. Pick up neutrals. Like, honestly.
Go for the Ancients, guys.
This game This game is unbelievable. This game
Like,
is
if you got
unbelievable.
Mirror Shield on Razor, that would be such a huge help for him.
All right, there it is. Roshan number 5. Now, very much like Lou Bega, he's very proud of this game.
Kill the neutrals, please. There we go. 4 Spoots. Okay. That's not bad for Razor, actually.
Not bad.
Consideration for him.
Yeah, especially over...
Also decent for Coddle or Mars. Depends. But Mars is Fallen Sky, so...
They still have one more item to drop, by the way.
Keep hitting the Ancients, Mars. You're not doing anything. Just murder the Ancients. There we go.
Is it?
All right.
Oh, another drop. They stacked it. Ah, Seer Stone Poggers! Give that to
Really
Darkseer
good for
immediately.
Darkseer?
Yeah.
Yes. You mean Shadow Demon, right?
Yes, he's not. He's dark, but he doesn't see.
I thought you were making a pun, but now I realize you're confusing the 2 heroes. Okay, Shadow Demon and Seer Stone. I thought Coddle was decent, but yeah, Shadow Demon makes more sense. Yeah, disruption from afar, really important. Not the best items, but still okay. Razor does have the 4 Spoots.
It's a big piggy.
That was a big fat piggy. How much ham could you collect from a DP
Radiant's
pig?
middle
Probably a
barracks are
lot.
under
Oh.
attack.
All right, Albo here, the Spanish man, going, what if you just fed him acorns?
I am telling you, dude. Like Pata Negra DP ham.
This game's intense. By the way, now we have the Shard on DP, so guess what? Now, not only do we have Stygian Desolator to reduce the armor and increase the damage on Unstable Concoction, but we now have the Suck. And Acid Spray.
I mean, the suck doesn't really fucking matter, though. We already calculated earlier, but I guess at this point, when you're out of slots, you might as well.
And you might as well.
Well, they go for the Alk first. I don't think Razor does
still a lot of
enough.
damage.
But they still have the Ballista. They're keeping with a Will-O-Wisp, and the Alk finally caught up
Roar
with the
number
TB.
one. Roar number 2.
Roar as well. The TB is down for the count. He does have a buyback, though. That Arena Blood won't do much. With the Will-O-Wisp, at least they'll stop him for a bit. They seem to want to still fight this. I think it's impossible. TB, he just committed his buyback for this.
He's got Refresher. They got to get in here. I don't think they can. They can't fight versus Aegis.
No, but the Roshan's already down. In fact,
Seer
they want to
Stone.
go for more. Look at the DP! She wouldn't have been too far in! And she was surprised by the DB. She wasn't expecting the Refresher at all. The Fall Promise will keep her alive for now.
He's gonna die!
Yes, look at the raise. The Alchemist is gonna go down to the Illusions. The Hex is gonna help him enough. Now he's down! He does a buyback. DP a second time. Now that's over. GG, well played. They needed some more healing for him, but the Sunder did not come out in time. And Alex sacrificed himself for a really valuable kill. That's gonna be Nemiga winning game number 1. Wow.
It's over. We're free. We're done. I can't believe it. I thought I was going to be casting this game for the rest of my life.
I can't believe I can't believe they sacrificed themselves twice to actually manage to get the kill, honestly. To actually manage to get the kill against the TB twice. That was impressive. I thought that the play to go for Roshan was the wrong one. I thought you should have just turtled. I know that obviously with Aegis seems scary, but the Roshan was about to die anyway. At that point, you pretty much gave them the chance to either fight outside your base without their Aegis, but still with only 3 heroes, or fight inside your base with the Aegis, but at least, you might have a chance to get your supports back. I don't think that was the right call. And, well, I mean, small decisions, though, in the late game matter so much.
Yeah, what a play by Hellscream, by the way. Someone is saying no saves for the TB. I mean, first of all, I don't think you can disrupt them through BKB. I don't believe that the game allows you to do that. But secondly, Hellscream was right on top of him. I mean, Petru, it's so difficult because even with Blink, even with Seer Stone, even with all the tier 5 items you can give him, with Hellscream's farm, I mean, he had double his farm. He's going to be able to jump on him every single day of the week, and there's nothing he can do about it. And to that point, I think I kind of agree with you because it feels like they do really need that save for the TB because it's, guess what? Coddle, not winning the game. Mars, get out of here, right? Razor, yeah, you had your chance 30 minutes ago, maybe 45 minutes ago, right? And unfortunately, that ship has sailed. So, wow, I mean, what a game. Holy moly.
Yeah, what a game, honestly. I can't believe we got to cast that whole thing. So, in the end, it is only the first game of the series, though, guys. And if you guys haven't just tuned into the channel, we are covering all the CIS qualifiers. So we're going to continue, of course, with this series and whatever comes afterwards. If you want to continue to follow the CIS qualifiers, you give us a follow, and we would really appreciate that. I don't ask you to subscribe or anything. I don't really use that money anyway. I donate all the subscribers anyway. I just want your followers and your attention, pretty much. So we would really appreciate if you gave us that little bit of love. And just very excited for the second game of the series. For now, I don't think the other game is going on.
No, not yet. I think they're in a break as well. I will say, though, you can subscribe to my channel if you want. I'll take the money.
Sure. How terrible does it sound? And I just went, I donate all the money to charity. And you, as a, just
Well,
Courageous
there's just like sometimes, you know, I just buy like a really nice cake with a gold sheet on top of it, and I can't do that unless I have my Twitch money. So.
Oh my goodness. What a time to be alive. Caster burning himself live on air.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, we're going to be waiting for this game to start. A much better showing from qwerty than I thought. I mean, they did 2-0 VPP yesterday. Yeah. So it's no surprise that they really gave Nemiga a run for their money, given that I think actually you missed game 2 of VPP, but they looked really damn good in game 2 as well. And they looked good in game 1. So yeah, that was a bit surprising, but overall really good game for sure.
Yeah, let's start the new prediction actually, and we'll get number 2, so you guys can start voting.
I mean, okay, we can, but
I'll put it 30 minutes just so people have enough time.
30 minutes?
Yeah, dude. Why?
What do you want them to predict once the 15 minutes in the game?
Okay, fine. I'll wait till the draft starts and I'll give him 10 minutes.
I mean, it's fine. Right. We don't have the delay anymore. So
I'm so. Oh yeah, that's true. You don't have the delay anymore. That's why. I'm very used to the delay. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you, Seeking Strike. This guy knows how to make a Twitch channel. He asks for subscribers, right?
Yeah, of course. This guy is donating his money. What is this?
What a scrub.
What is this? Yeah, we're gonna have to wait a bit longer. Oh, okay. Looks like Cascade. I imagine this one literally just started though, and it's gonna just give me the loading screen.
So we're just gonna skip to the other draft as soon as we can. We're just gonna put this on screen because we'd rather not put a pause if possible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. Or I can do an Overwatch, but I think that's fine for now.
Actually, I'm okay with that too. Can you share screen with me? We can do the Overwatch. Wait, because we're only gonna.
Yeah, let me. If you want to open up like OBS, I can send you my NDI source, and you can just watch it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's go.
Close NDI.
Because you can't share screen on Discord, that'd be too difficult. Huh?
That'd be too difficult.
So you have to look at this technical terms.
That'd be too difficult. All right, we're gonna do an Overwatch just because we have to. Maybe if Valve will allow us here, because it doesn't look like it's gonna give us the chance. Oh, I need to.
It's all oh, yes, yeah.
I need to pop you out. There you are. Let me relaunch real quick, and we'll go back to this screen. But again, guys, we're going to be following the Nemiga versus qwerty game. We're just going to wait for the second lobby to launch. Thank you guys for sticking around. Just relaunching some Dota. You're on camera, by the way, right now. I forgot to tell you.
Oh. That was good. I was about to take off my shirt again.
Yeah. He put it back on when I destroyed him with my analysis, saying that, you know, how much damage the unstable concoction does.
You're like, if you guys, I don't know where the viewers are coming from, but in when I used to live in the UK, a very common activity I used to love in the UK was going to pub quizzes. I used to love doing that because, like, you know, it's very simple. You go to a pub, you drink some beers with your friends, and they usually have a quiz with like X amount of questions, and you go as teams. You write down the questions when the announcer says them. It's very enjoyable. But there's always that one stereotypical pub quiz dude who just happens to know maybe at least solid 30% of the answers. He's not really that smart, but he just rubs it in whenever he has one fucking answer right? And sometimes he's not even right, but he still rubs it in regardless. That's Seek and Strike. You are the American version of that person.
Absolutely.
I would never go to a pub quiz with you.
Absolutely. Oh, you should go to a pub with me because I know my drinks, so I could get you a very good drink. All right, we've got the
Do you drink beer or beer or beer?
Or probably whiskey, I would assume.
If you're older or sad.
Yeah, well, you like whiskey, so okay. Here we go. We've got ourselves. Actually, give me a player side. We got ourselves a Tiny being reported for griefing. It's unranked apparently, so like imagine griefing and unranked. What is this? A turbo?
There we go.
Might be.
Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, this is definitely griefy. There's no fucking way
how
Tiny.
Can you tell? Hold on. I mean,
so he's a tosser. I
Tiny
bet
Airlines?
Tiny Airlines.
There it is. Tiny Airlines flight 322. Everyone.
Secured the range creep, actually. Never mind.
Oh.
That is a next level play. He secured the range creep.
Don't auto skip me. I mean, he is just sapping XP here. He's pinging. I got toss ready. Let's get in there now because like absolutely no way. Look at this. All right, Tiny. Yeah, he gave him a clarity. Here he goes. Are you ready? Onto the ogre. Yeah, he's only level 4 though because he's sapping XP and he's gonna be ganked by the Pudge. I think.
This is terrible. He's fucking trash.
Radiant's middle tower.
All right. Well, that's not a very impressive showing, unfortunately. Oh, someone disconnected. Holy moly! This game really. Okay, so he disconnected.
Got it.
Yeah, I just submit it. He's griefing, dude. There's no
Oh,
doubt.
hold on, you never know. You gotta watch
What
the
you
whole
mean he
thing.
talked twice by accident?
What do
and
you?
help him at all?
If someone gets murdered, you want the cop to just walk in and be like, "Yep, he did it," after a cursory glance? Absolutely
I know
not.
what they do already. I don't.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right, show me the tiny. What is he doing? He doesn't have anything queued up either. Oh, he's looking mid, but he's not gonna TP.
That's a very big offense.
Okay, he's back with his friend Alchemist. He says, "Hey, friend."
What the fuck did the Alk do to him?
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle
okay.
tower is
Probably,
under attack.
honestly, probably took his lane or something like that.
So this is the equivalent of a cop walking in on someone like stabbing someone to death and going, I'm not sure if that was murder.
Oh, he's tanking up. No, he split the Omni. He split the Omni,
He
dude.
even made sure. Like, he is too good at griefing, though. He is like
Honestly.
he's experienced at griefing.
Honestly, it's looking pretty sus right now. This is, you know, Gray is
Radiant's
sus right
top
now.
tower
Gray
is
is
under
Gray's
attack.
officially sus. That's what I would say.
I
Radiant's
agree.
middle
I
tower
think
is
he's
under
very sus.
attack.
I don't think that.
Radiant's
I
middle
think this is a
tower has
turbo.
fallen.
Is this just an unranked or a turbo? Oh, it's unranked for sure. Not turbo. All right, show me.
Even the talk would be that bad to farm that bad.
Hold on. What is this? He just finds his alchemist friend. Why? Just let him play Dota 2. My goodness. And then he's gonna toss him around in the fountain. No, I mean, tossing techies could be legit. Okay, stealing CS. I mean, yeah, this one looks a little. I imagine like this is like clearly. I think it's a. It looks. Actually, I don't know. What is this? Good toss, actually. A good toss, but
Radiant's
their
middle
wisp
tower
just dies
is under
instantly.
attack.
Yeah, okay. I think this one's pretty obvious.
All right. By the way, can you put this as
Dire's
the
bottom
overlay?
tower is under attack.
Yeah, we'll do. Oh no! Look at this! Look at this! Did you not see that? It's not so much. This is why you watch the whole thing, Alvaro. Observe. Exhibit A. Wisp is going to be respawning. I would ask that you look at the Wisp. In fact, let's change to Wisp onboard view, shall we? Camera already centered here onto the tiny. Uh-oh. What's that? Looking into the enemy fountain. Oh, relocate. Here it comes.
Yeah, but that's fine. Tiny was griefing. That's how you solve it.
I don't think that's how. Look, it even TP's away. What a play! He smoked. He bladed. Tiny buy back. I mean, listen.
Yeah. So what? I don't think
It's
that. Like,
it's a crime of passion. It's
dude,
a
Wisp
crime
just
of
killed a
passion.
murderer. That's fine. It's okay.
That's an extrajudicial killing. Holy cow! They're losing by 38k.
With an alchemist as well.
This is turbo for sure, right?
Yeah, it has to.
It's
How are you
turbo.
griefing in fucking turbo?
I don't know. That's the thing. Is I
Second.
don't understand. I do not understand. And guilty. Send him into low prio.
I wish you could put comments in the Overwatch replay so
Send him.
Valve would get you sad sack of shit.
Send him to low prio, man. Get him out of here. Alrighty, we'll take a look.
Like,
now.
what's his motive? Kind of find his motive for a complete report. Yeah, exactly.
What's his motive? Yeah, it's. Have you never played LA Noire? You know, you gotta question all the witnesses. You have to go into the interrogation and hit X to doubt.
I'm waiting for it to start.
Okay. I'll just take a look at with the Cascade and almost suspended. What's the score in this one?
I just started the draft. It's not really that entertaining.
No, I know, but I just want to see what they're picking.
Commendable.
Oh.
I mean, I just don't understand that you do that in turbo. That's so sad.
Almost
That makes me do it.
suspended. They won the first game, huh? This does not bode well for Cascade.
I mean, almost Hispanic is also a pretty decent team as well. Right?
They are, for sure.
I would say that probably better than Cascade, though
10
not by a lot,
seconds
but probably a bit
remaining.
better. Just Cascade has been together for longer, so obviously Cascade has a bit more synergy, personally.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Well, he's just turned down the FPS here. What do they run in? I mean, Ench and OD, so they have to win super early with this draft right now. Those it feels like they don't do so well. Griefing and open qualifiers? Nah. Someone said this looks like a typical RTZ pub. The thing I really hate is that it just shows you like you can't actually scroll through the whole replay in Overwatch. Because if I could, I would definitely go through the whole thing and look for it. But it's so hard. Like it's so easy to just like make people look guilty. Like there's like Slacks and Purge will go through the entire thing and like they'll really try and find the motive. It's quite entertaining. But usually
No,
like
I mean, I agree with And there's instances where might look like griefing that aren't griefing.
Yeah,
but I also feel like the majority of them are just griefing.
10 seconds.
I feel like I get a lot of like I think my verdict to correct
5
ratio is pretty
seconds
good.
remaining.
But I feel like I end up reporting a lot of people as insufficient evidence for griefing when it's like AMs or PLs just split pushing and not fighting with their teams because they just can't, right? Because they're so far behind. And of course they get reported because people in pubs don't know any better. And that's fine, I understand. But like I feel like the majority of people doing Overwatch will have reported that AM, you know, like the RTZ still farming thing, right?
That's a whole interesting debate, though. I mean, I agree that we shouldn't report people for being bad, right? But for example, I have this in my pub sometimes, like, if you as a player, right, you're playing offlane and you decide to play, I don't know, Juggernaut offlane, right? That's already really difficult because you did not play your role. But on top of that, I ask you, hey, can you build like some offlane items or some initiation? Let's say you're playing CK, which has a bit more of a flexibility, right?
Okay.
You go, hey, can you play Blink? You build an offlaner, and you refuse. I don't think that's you being bad. I think that's you griefing as well. I wouldn't say that puts me at less of a disadvantage than you deciding to destroy one of your items, because at that point we don't have a hero. Like we have one carry and whatever you are, right? Or like in my supports, for example, like supports for my pubs, I would have this, right? Well, if I support single pulls, right? And you're not supposed to do that. And I go, hey, don't single pull. You do it a second time, fine, you're bad. You do it a third time, and I go, hey, don't single pull every single time, and then you go, fuck up, shut the fuck up, you idiot, and then that's your answer. Then
well, I mean,
I also
sure, but unfortunately, you don't see that in the Overwatch replay, though, right? Like, especially if he says it on mic.
10 seconds
instances
remaining.
are griefing. Like we always try to talk about the biggest instances of griefing, but there's a lot of
5
minor
seconds
griefings that have the same
remaining.
amount of impact in a match.
Well, I mean, I guess a good question, like, because obviously us two are very serious Dota, like, consumers, right? And most of the people, especially at our skill levels, I'm Ancient 1, and you're in the Legend bracket. I mean, it's not going to be, you know, you're not going to find the most serious people. You're going to find people who just, they want to play AM every game because they want to feel strong after they farm and they just want to kill people, right? Like, obviously, they're not going to do the same thing. Like, we can't analyze it like it's a professional game. Like, I understand what you're saying. If the guy, like, swears at you and he's just being generally toxic, like, I get that. But, like, if he just thinks he wants to pull, or he's just, like, practicing pulling, or, like, if AM, he's like, oh, I see pros building Falcon Blade. What if I try Falcon Blade? And, like, that loses you the game. Like, I unfortunately, I think that's just what happens, all right?
Radiant team.
Sure, but I feel like, for example, if you are, like, if you give me the Falcon Blade build, you get it for whatever weird build, right? And I'll go, okay, as long as within the realms of possibility for your position makes sense, right? But, which is also another whole issue because most people don't understand what positions you're supposed to do. But, like, for example, SDA, the classic, we need tank, which is not a thing. But,
Yeah, or if they
remaining.
just pick a carry in the offlane, like PA.
yeah, exactly. But if I specifically tell you not to
5
do something in the
seconds
game and you
remaining.
proceed to do that, not twice, but 3 times, then at that point I also find that griefing. Because,
like, why should they listen to you, though? Because you're right?
well, I mean, if they don't know better, right?
Well, what if, I mean, again, why do they need to listen to you, though? Like,
Well,
yes,
that's my problem,
it's
though.
griefing the game by single pulling when you shouldn't. I understand that. But for a casual player who's not in a professional game, like, obviously, if, like, you get a coach in there, he's gonna be like, yeah, you're losing him the lane because blah, blah, blah. You can explain it to him. But he's got no interest in that, right? He just wants to pull.
Sure, but then I question then, I mean, if you're not playing to win, then I would argue that's griefing in any case. So the moment I tell you, hey, you doing this might take us away from victory, you continue to do that action is griefing.
Yeah, but-
Unless you have a good justification for it. But the problem is that most people, and this is in general, you should learn this for life, not just Dota, but most people, they stick to their beliefs regardless of what justification they have, because maybe most of the time they don't have anything.
Dire
And
team pick.
When you have no justification, the right answer should always be to listen to their player. They might also be wrong too, but you have no logic for your moves, right? Like in a pub, if someone tells me, hey, don't do this, and I don't have a reason for it, and I go, probably wrong. Probably wrong to do that. Just need to be more open-minded. That's how you get bigots in Dota, dude. That's the same mentality that breeds racism. It starts with one wrong pull.
By the
and
way,
end up
you
like-
didn't tell me the draft started. Thank you very much.
It just started right now.
What?
And they just picked 2 heroes and like immediately.
Radiant team back.
I think they messed up the past lobby because it's a bit too quick.
Yeah, we'll
They
see.
literally just picked 2 heroes right off the bat. Like in 10
okay,
5
okay.
minutes.
There it is. Get rid of
Dire
that.
team back.
Okay, we'll see if this one's gonna be a bit quicker. I don't know, like I get it, but it's like, you know, a lot of people even in ranked, like, yeah, you should play to win, but like if someone's just bad at Dota, like that can also be griefing. Like if my AM is just farming in the wrong spots constantly, even if I tell them, like that's not something you can just fix,
10
you know?
seconds
No, but that's
remaining.
what I'm saying. There's degrees and degrees, right? If I tell you, for example, don't single pull, that's why I use the
5
very clear
seconds
example. It's like, if
remaining.
I tell you don't do this and you keep doing it, then that's wrong, Right? If I tell you, hey, don't push at tier 2 when we're not with you, and you keep doing this, that's wrong. But if I go and say, hey, can you please not die when farming, that's useless because that's very difficult to learn.
Yeah, like
So
what if it's like he keeps you don't Abyssal Blade the Phoenix, Abyssal Blade the Morphling instead, and he just wants to keep Abyssal Blade in the Phoenix because he thinks it's more like it's like I don't know. I guess there's degrees to it. Like if you're telling someone, hey, don't run down mid, and they run down mid, yes, cut and dry, right? Whereas
it's all about the logic behind it. If their logic is justified purely by their own ego, then that's not a good one.
Or just experience. I mean, who knows? Maybe if he plays with someone normally and he's like, oh, whenever I pull the camp, I don't know. Like, obviously he doesn't know this. Maybe not. It's like, whenever I pull the camp, my friend doesn't mind because it's duo Q and he plays Lycan, so he can CS under tower super easily. Whereas you're playing, like, I don't know, who can't CS under tower? Like a Drow or something, right?
Sure. You're basing, so again, it's just their own ego, it's just extended, because you're saying my own experiences trump yours, and I have no logic behind my own experience. I never analyzed them. I just think that my life is better than yours. Literally is what you're saying. That's why experience-based arguments are really wrong.
I mean, I don't think like that's what he's saying. He's just trying to relax and play some Dota. You know, this is the guy coming home from work after playing a shift. You know, this is what I'm saying. This is not me.
I don't care. I don't care if you have you have a job or maybe you're in a it's my privilege. This is my
like
I don't get to go.
I don't know. Like I mean, I get it, but again, like we have a very specific lens in which we watch Dota, and I imagine a bunch of chatters as well that watch a bunch of professional Dota and try and follow along and, you know, actually give good input in chat besides just 3-2-2, right? Like these guys, we all kind of look at Dota a little bit differently. And again, some people, they just want to play Dota. They just want to feel strong, right? They just want to do this, and I get that as well, honestly. Like, I think that's fine.
I mean, I disagree with that in a competitive game. I feel like that's why unranked is for.
I mean, I disagree with that if you're on a professional team scrimming, obviously, but that's a different environment.
I'm not telling you good. I'm just telling you to be open-minded. And the moment that you're not open-minded to some degree, that is grieving to me. Yes, because I don't understand why you do that. That's all I'm saying. That's just what it boils down to. If you have no way to defend your own arguments, then you, by definition, your own ego is being superposed over my enjoyment of the game. So you are literally telling me I don't give a shit about you, which is essentially the same thing as griefing. Because I could just argue the same thing for someone that's tossing. Oh, I don't care about the game, lol. You know, it's fun when I toss someone into the game. What's the difference?
I mean, but
right?
that's like literally griefing. That's like saying, oh, it's fun to relocate my teams into Fountain. Like, yeah, duh, you shouldn't do that.
That's the same argument. The argument behind this is the idea that, like, you shouldn't put your own needs above the needs of 4 other people. So if you're doing something that's going to lose in the game, you are putting your own needs above 4 other people, especially if you can't justify yourself. So it's not about my understanding being better than yours. It's not about the ad hominem arguments. It's purely about, I think I'm better than you, and that's my argument. And then, well, if you go and by that argument, then yeah, that's going to lose you a lot of games. But then if you go by that as well, a lot of pro players would also probably be reported all the time because they also think that. It's a change in mentality in the world in general. It is not healthy for our world to work this way. So Dota taught me that, but a lot of people don't ever learn that from Dota.
Yeah, well, it's like what? Well, Purge, welcome to Dota. You suck. You know, people don't want to suck. They just want to feel good when they play Dota. Like no one, like, let's be honest. You have to like tell people not to pull in a certain way as well. Like if you just say, hey, don't pull, and then they respond toxically, obviously that's going to escalate things, and you're probably, I don't know, going to say something mean back to them perhaps, or give them this whole rant. And like honestly, Avo, like I like you, I live with you, but like if I'm playing Dota in my time off because I'm not a Dota caster, and I hear this guy yelling about how I shouldn't pull because I'm messing up lane equilibrium and how I'm wrong, I'm gonna mute them.
Told me, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My example is, I know myself. I would say one phrase, and then you commit to against that phrase. You never justify yourself. You just insult me. That's why you get more ranked in SEA than I do. Because I don't like flaming people.
That's the thing, is you have to learn. You have to learn. You have to be you're looking at this like the zoologist analyzing a zoo, and you're like, well, obviously the lion's listening because he's scared of the whip, and you need to do this. Whereas as I'm the guy in the ring with the whip in the chair, and I'm like, hiya, let's go, guys. We make war. You know, that's what you need to do.
Exactly, because I don't like that the game forced me to be toxic. I don't like that. That's something I think is
but that's, I mean, you can do it in a certain way. It's not like I'm out here really yelling at the boys. I'm just like trying to
I have heard you in your fucking
I'm just trying to get them engaged in the game. Anyway, speaking of engaged in this game, funny enough, we actually have the AM get picked up by Nemiga.
It's a very good AM game, huh? Free against Phoenix. I mean, relatively, because of course your PAT is really good against this egg. The Morphling, I think the Morphling AM matchup is relatively even. Depends on the skill of each of the players because these are very high skilled heroes. But Clockwork and MP, particularly very free. The lane is not going to be easy for you, mind you. But after that, you can catch them easily as well. The only difficulty is that when you run Mars Dark Willow with AM, you're essentially saying, if my Mars Dark Willow don't have a good lane, if by whatever miracle happens, they start to lose the lane, then you're going to struggle to get back into the game because they're your main space creators, and they depend on that lane going well for them. So,
5 seconds
Yeah, I think we need,
remaining.
for qwerty, we need a little bit of... We got early tower damage. We got plenty of damage at any stage of the game, really all covered. I think we just need a little bit of control in these team fights with this last pick for them, especially versus an AM. That's absolutely crucial. Because Orchid, maybe, but of course, that's always something you might be able to counterspell so long as he's watching his positioning and he knows where the Fury and traps are, you know. Clockwork is pretty good, but that's not going to be good enough for this team fight. I mean, you're fighting into Mars, Arena, Dark Willow, Terrorize, which is a classic, right?
just to the point. Yeah, Total War, that's exactly what I mean. If you say, I thought I should pull here because X, that's fine. That's it. Then maybe you're bad, but that's when you stop
5
being
seconds
that
remaining.
level. That's why that's the difference between being bad and griefing. If you're willing to listen and you're just bad, that's whatever. That's exactly my point. The moment you have a justification, however bad that is and however wrong it is, then it's just a matter of opinion. If you have 0 and you insult me, then that's the moment when it's griefing. Hence my point. Like, I wasn't saying this for Overwatch. I was saying in general, people should learn to be more open-minded. I guess you play in Europe, though, by that answer, because nobody will ever give you that answer in SEA or South America.
Yeah, Alvaro, he recites Kant and Nietzsche to these guys here in the pubs.
I have before, yeah. And that gets me banned. Yep. I stopped doing that because my behavior score went down.
This guy reciting
Like,
poetry.
we'd not fight, I would get 5 reports at the end of the game in SEA, and I would be like, okay.
Okay. Yeah, the puck would have been actually a really good pick for qwerty, but obviously that's going to be banned out.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, I mean, against Anti-Mage, always that caveat of like, do I want to pick an Intimate? But I guess you're screwed anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of people that AM wants to jump this game, so I feel like adding a puck into the mix, like there's a lot of noise right now for qwerty, right, going on in their team fights. Like we're still missing that final piece, but that's what the last pick is for. But like, even if the puck was here, you're totally right. Like, I wouldn't want a Lesh either, but like, there's so many people to jump in these fights for AM as well.
So what's the mid? If they put a DP mid, I like the DP mid a lot actually because I feel like qwerty, a good pick here is DK. Yeah, they put the DP mid. So because qwerty had a pretty decent pick at DK. Granted, counterspell can counter you, right? But you can be fast with Dragon Tail with the Blink Dagger, and DK is really good against AM in general. But against DP, like DK Kunkka are the two ideal heroes here to get some catch in the mid lane. But now you don't have them, so now I'm considering like Void Spirit Ember, probably Ember because he's not int.
5 seconds remaining.
But they all lose the lane against DP. Like, all the heroes that win against DP lose against AM, except for the Viper and the Puck, specifically.
Yeah, those are really good picks. I'm kind of trying to come up with something maybe a little bit more clever. Something that's not banned.
Has anyone ever given you that answer in NA? Because I've played in NA too, Total War, and I've gotten flamed like hell.
Lycan?
You may now select
Okay, so
your
it's a
heroes.
Furion mid, right? Or a Morph mid?
I think it's Lycan mid. Yeah.
It is, yeah. Okay.
It's against DP, so it's not too bad.
The early levels seem hard, and also DP is a hero that's going to probably stay in the... Like, normally I like to see a Lycan mid when you have a decent lack of wave clear, and then once the DP ganks, you can just take her tower, but DP is going to look to take your tower first here in this matchup. But once you get level 6, it's not bad. Lycan, I'd like to see him very active early, though, and that's why I like the pick, but... Again, we haven't really solved the issue I saw initially with this draft, which is kind of a lack of team fight control. You're relying a lot on Clockwork, and I would assume Sprout, which might not be enough. That's my concern. Also, a Necro 3 builder into Ench, it seems a little spicy.
I like him pick against the AM as well in general. I think it's a pretty solid pick. Though I do have questions, much like yourself, about the lane, particularly. I don't feel like Lycan... Like, I have seen Lycans beat a DP before, but when I see it on paper, I always think, well, it should be a free DP lane. Also, what stops you from just putting the Mars against Lycan, beating the lane, and then getting the DP as an off lane?
No.
Right?
And in fact, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Good point.
Oh, there is always...
Yeah, that is what they're doing. Very good point. Yeah, no, now you're gonna really struggle in this lane. Okay, so you have DP off lane versus Morph lane. That's a little bit better though. That's a little bit easier for the Morph lane.
I don't think so. I felt like so I thought that as well until I saw a DP maxing Cryptstorm in the off lane and going for 1 point of silence. So you go for 3-1-1, right? And so assuming there's no Clockwork in that lane, otherwise you need to put more points of Spirit Siphon. Yeah, but you go for that. Your nuke, you're potentially playing Puck off lane against Morph lane, and everyone knows how bad that matchup is against Morph lane, right? Or for Morph lane.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's like
I just don't. I don't think this DP can afford to not go for points in Siphon, especially as the offlaner. Because yes, you'll. Oops, I'm using a player perspective camera. Interesting. But
that's because Purge told me about that bug. Apparently, if you're from Overwatch, it sticks to player perspective. And if you're in lobby, by the way, it doesn't let you change it.
Oh, that's weird. I didn't know you could.
Yeah.
Awful. Anyway, pardon me. I feel like you kind of have to go for DP Spirit Siphon. I mean, maybe not, because you can have Mars stand in front and be not like, obviously you don't need a tank, but you need someone to stop the push, right? Because you've got Furion and Lycan on the same team. They want to be pushing early.
Yeah.
So so that's why I still like the idea of going for Spirit Siphon. I like that idea as well, because then you shut down the Morph earlier, you delay his items, your Lycan is then stronger longer. Right?
Yeah. Maybe you skip the level in Science. I suggest that you go for 3-2, right? And you max Grip Storm anyway, because that's great for deep pushing as well. But the Spirit Siphon for the 2 points is especially important because it's a Clockwork, right? Clockwork is very countered by Spirit Siphon. So you always want to have at least 1 point in it. Mars, if you go mid as well, it's also pretty good at stopping push, because usually this build is Desolator, right?
Yeah.
And, well, Blink into Desolator, or Yos into Desolator. And then when you get that, then God's Rebuke is great for dealing with the Zoo. What is the anti-mage doing? Okay, just went for Blink level 1. Okay. In that lane against and on a break does nothing, so you might as well go for Blink.
Yeah, plus he forces out battery assaults already, so now they won't have it to contest rune, so he can reasonably make an effort for the rune.
That's true. That's true. That because he actually blinked. He waited for the battery assault to actually blink, right?
Yeah, so he's safe. Yeah,
he might have been waiting for
I mean,
that.
he
That's
missed the rune. He missed the rune, but you know, it was a good shot for sure.
Oh, the Enchanter's Treants, by the way, are pretty good, actually. I wouldn't say it's a counter to NP because you get multiple Treants, but of course, because of the Enchant stats, the Treant actually becomes a decent creep, and you get 0, or not 0, but virtually 0 gold in XP. So you don't really care about them killing the Treant.
Very true.
I like this lane. I mean, I still find like Phoenix NP should be able to at least punish the AM somewhat, and you do see that they're actually going to run Lycan top in the end because they don't want to have the Lycan versus Mars matchup. That's impossible. Good call. Very good call.
It is a good call. Morphling will do a lot better in this matchup. All right, it's looking promising here. DP versus Clockwork. First point in Crypt Swarmer, however, so you're not really going to get much done there. I wonder then if you could, like at this stage, do you just swap the lanes? Do you send Mars mid and DP to try and make the Morphling's lane a little bit more difficult? Because I would be concerned with Morphling getting a good start here, which I think he is versus Mars. He's not going to kill him, mind you, but he's going to get good farm, right?
Yep, I agree. I feel like the Morphling
XD.
Trouble here. You have some kill potential, I guess, if your supports rotate, but I don't think you have strong enough supports to kill the Morphling mid, right? Because Willow is your best rotator. H-Hatters does actually nothing. So, I can't imagine you killing a Morphling. Maybe with Arena, if Morphling is like asleep or he misuses a waveform and you catch him by surprise. But I do feel like it's going to be just a farming lane for both. But at least Mars will get a good lane, which is crucial this game.
That is, yeah. I mean, Mars is one of the better counters here.
There
Wow.
I just said it. My fucking goodness. I can't believe I just witnessed that.
I can't believe what I saw. He waveformed forward.
Behind the Mars, thinking like... And between the Mars and like a piece of wall, right? So,
yeah. No, I was honestly shocked, and I think so was Ankrit because he took his hands off the keyboard after he tipped him. Goodness. That's a really bad start here. I feel bad for the people that predicted before they saw that first blood.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, that's not a good showing of a Morphling player.
It is.
Do that as a Morphling.
It is not, because Mars mid it's not the most wild thing. You know, if you play mid lane, you got to be. Oh, he almost did it again. This time though, he was right on top of him.
I mean, Aincrad is quite well versed in the Mars because he turned and he didn't doubt it for a second. He knew he could get that. So well played on him. But also, that's not. Morphling is one of the few heroes I think that, together with like Ember, maybe like an Invoker, you see a huge difference in competitive between like the Morphling players and the non-Morphling players. Yeah. Everyone can play decently. They're not like your 3K ranked, but there's
a kill. Maybe? Oh,
his
9 HP.
Did he kill him with a spear? Oh, no. He attribute shifted in time.
Am I not live?
Yeah, you are.
Oh. Okay.
No, don't worry.
It's looking spicy.
Apart from these some high-end more games, I feel like Enchantress. Honestly, I was talking about this with Seek the other day. So I'm good friends with a I guess semi-pro player, let's call him, because he's
Who
not
is it?
technically Flapjack, right?
Okay. I mean, he used to be on a couple of pro NA stacks, so
Yeah, exactly. So he's not the top tier. He couldn't, unfortunately, make it through the SA quals. He didn't participate in NA quals. Oh, he actually almost made it through NA quals, but it was a for fun stack. But anyway, we talk regularly, and he also hates the Enchantress a lot. And we were discussing like how Enchantress was really bad, but recently, how a lot of pro players have been playing, particular pro players like SVG from Quincy Crew, they've been playing the Enchantress Celery. It does the same thing in a very different way, where they actually decide to they tank ganks with her essentially, and she's just a nuisance in the team fight. So as opposed to being the secondary damage source with the impetus, you're just there to like tank ganks, waste time, etc., etc. And you're like a pseudo initiator, very similar to like how Timbersaw plays. And it's very difficult to play that playstyle because you need to know the line very well. But I've noticed that a lot of the better Enchantress players really make this hero look amazing. So when I see that playstyle, I think the hero's back online because their lane is great, and in the mid game she's good enough to just take ganks. But if you play the more traditional Enchantress, where you just kind of deal damage with impetus in the mid game, I feel like that's a bit underwhelming, personally.
I agree. I think it gets a little bit more difficult when you have a draft like this one, where if your AM is just farming, right? He's not going to bring you a lot of early game impact. Maybe he shows up with a nice mana void, but honestly, there's only one int hero in the game, and it's the NP, so it seems a little bit unlikely, right, that he's too impactful in early fights. And you have an ENG who's great at tanking ganks, but doesn't really do a whole lot. She's there for a little bit of extra damage, but of course, there's better picks that do that. So when you do, the point I'm raising all this is if you do fall behind, the pick feels a little weak, right? And that's the only downside. That's the biggest downside, is the hero kind of, it feels like she does nothing if she's losing the game.
I agree. That's why I think teams like Quincy Crew, who are experts at maintaining the lead, right, and stuff like that, are the best teams to use it. But also, it's a play style. It's very difficult to make that hero look good, though. I think it looks much better than competitive than it does in high-end Marplots, honestly.
100%. I still see Fly pick it, though. Fly will pick it voluntarily, like first pick. He's like, yeah, this is an ENG game.
Like, he's a pro player, right? He's very good at playing the ENG.
Yeah, and I gotta say, after watching a lot more Fly streams, I would be looking out for his gyrocopter at the major. Unironically, he just started playing it, but honestly, one of Fly's biggest strengths as a support is his positioning in fights is beautiful. He's always there. He's always in the right spot. He's always just like coming out from these really weird angles and making enemies' lives just a hellscape. And when he plays gyro, that's all positioning, baby, on the rocket barrage. It's great.
He used to be a really incredible Witch Doctor precisely for that reason. He's a really good Witch Doctor because his positioning is so good, and that's pretty much what the hero is about. Right? Gachi, well, actually, understanding the line and positioning, the two big things in the Witch Doctor. And Gatsy now in trouble. Nice cogs, though, pushing
Space
Mars away.
grade.
He's the time on the mid laner, so that's a success.
Radiant's middle
Honestly,
tower is
Space
under
grade.
That's pretty
attack.
great.
Yep, and he's gonna TP away, Ankred.
Highlight Eye style pace graded, but doesn't even die in the process.
Yeah,
I don't know why
really well done. Can we remake the Discord call, by the way? I feel like you're getting a little bit crunchy on me. You mind? Okay.
Come on.
All right, thank you.
Unfortunately, Singapore server on Discord these days has not been really great.
Yeah, I agree. It's
Next
now
days.
now it's better. Yeah, I'm having trouble setting up the license or something for the free. Well, I'll get it figured
They
out.
go
I'll
for
get it-
Lycan here in the top lane, and Lycan is going to go down here thanks to the Arena Blood. Nice rotation here behind Krat,
Yeah.
and to the right lane as well, right? Because not only is this the lane you want to push first, but you also have a DP here, so you give her extra experience, get in a quicker exo, and ideally, if you can push early before Mars and before NP Lycan get online, you can at least mitigate the impact they'll have in the mid game. Because I cannot imagine you're going to stop the Lycan NP from pushing once it's mid like 15, 20, right? They're going to push no matter what you do.
To compound your point as well, even further, right? Because DP's push is experience based, whereas Lycan just needs farm. He just needs items, right, to push. Doesn't really need levels. Of course, he can kill with level 6, and once he gets more and more points into the Feral Impulse, he'll do even better. But with this Necrobook 1 alone, he can already start to really dramatically increase his farm. So the fact that you delay it by another 30 seconds it's a really big winning move, because DP does need a little bit more time than Lycan to get her push online, and it's not as strong, obviously. So yeah, I mean, you're totally right. Dame's going to TP mid lane, and down bottom I see it's a very alive Enchantress. Is not putting any points in the Nature's Attendance, though, so it does need to ferry out some regen mid.
Yeah, Chosen One might die.
Radiant's
Immediately.
middle
So
tower is
actually,
under
this
attack.
no points Nature's Attendance is not the build I was suggesting, by the way. It was the build that we've seen on Celery and on SVG is also 2 points Nature's Attendance. So they go for 2-1-2, and they only put 1 point in enchant.
Radiant's
Right,
middle
this is
tower
like
is
the
under
smoke
attack.
breaking. I'm a big pain in the ass to kill in the early game. Okay, that's
And
what
they
I thought.
actually usually go for Holy Locket as well. I even seen SVG go for a shard, but I don't know if that was a meme, to be honest.
That's why I commented on it, because I was like, I feel like Now this is just, I'm going to
Where are you
right-click you
going?
with impetus. Maybe this is a kill? Okay, Petru, no, he's going to turn around quite wisely.
Dire's
Yeah,
top
when you're
tower
when you
has
body block by
fallen.
creep's a bit difficult because the trick with
Radiant's
impetus is that you want to
middle
impetus
tower
and
is
run
under
away
attack.
from the enemy hero. Phoenix, of course, knows this, so he actually runs towards the enchanters when the impetus is being thrown. And the enchanters unfortunately got blocked by creep, so he's going to run away.
Look at this.
So they couldn't get the kill.
We're going for the Brax DP build, by the way. He was the first to do this. I looked up the stats
the Falcon
and
Blade, I saw
and I
this,
watched the
yeah.
Blade. Yeah, I watched the game. Very fascinating.
You watched the Blade.
I watched the game because I was like, he won with this? Because he got it also at a very respectable timing, much like the Chosen One has here. I don't remember the specific build anymore, but...
Okay, Curse Crown. He does.
He's
I mean, I
gonna
don't think they
dodge
can kill him, right? Oh, he avoided the Curse Crown. Nice, but the Arena was there to set up on him. No Spear of Mars, so not going to damage. TP's in the middle of this. Do they have enough regardless? Yes, the Bramble Maze will cancel his TP. And now there's the Phoenix who's in trouble. They try to get the Spear of Mars, but that was not even close. This guy would not be good at shooting clay pigeons, huh?
Radiant's
But
bottom
they
tower
do
is
try to
under
go for the
attack.
tower at least using the exorcism.
They
Not a
need
bad
this.
rotation.
They
Right
need
to
this.
top, so this is looking good for Nemiga right now.
They've taken top, but they've lost the mid-tier 1 with that previous rotation. So yeah, they I feel like they almost can't leave without getting this tower. It almost feels too important. All right, good kill there. Nice job, Anchored. You realize you can get a free kill onto the Phoenix.
Radiant's bottom
And that
tower
should give him
has
enough
fallen.
space here. Not like Phoenix is level 6 anyway. He's only level 4, but just alone having the bodies here to slow down the push would have been really annoying. So this is going to be actually a big win for Nemiga because now this is going to threaten the jungle of qwerty. By the way, let me go ahead and put up their name so you guys can see very clearly who is who. Because obviously Nemiga, they've got they're a pretty well-known stack for sure, and they've got
I mean, the
logo.
org is well known because they've been funding like tier 3, tier 2 teams
Yes,
for a while.
that's right. I shouldn't have said this stack in particular, but the org. Thank you very much.
I mean, it's nice, right? They're one of the few stacks that actually, or one of the few orgs, sorry, I'm doing it too.
Yeah.
That looks at the tier 3, tier 2 time, and they try to, like, this is the kind of org that you can, I guess, criticize because they're looking for bargains. They don't pay as much to their players, obviously, as tier 3, tier 2. But they're looking for people that they can just bring up, and then once they're up, they can negotiate a lower salary because they support them. It's like an angel investor kind of org. And it's fine, right? Sometimes Nemiga has had pretty decent teams that compete in tier 2, tier 3.
So the interesting part is now we actually stand in a very interesting place here. I said interesting twice. That's how you know it's very interesting. But what's cool is we have pretty similar levels of push from both teams. Very, very similar map control as well, with both safe lane tier 1s and mid lane tier 1s being taken. So right now it's going to be up to either team deciding when they want to go and rotate and start sweeping the map, making these smoke movements. It would appear that Dame is going to be the first to do so. He does have shapeshift. They also have now a very dead deer, but also they've got clockwork to facilitate this, not only of course with hookshot, but also giving them vision with rocket flare. So I actually think right now qwerty are in a pretty comfortable position here in this game, and they can set the tempo.
I agree. I think that qwerty is now reaching a window opportunity right now.
Oh, this is a great kill.
Unless they lose Dame, there's a big deal, especially with Terrorize. The combo is successful. Shapeshift still active, but he can't run away. The poor wolf, he's gonna get killed by the Shadow Realm.
I suppose murder's
Wow.
an honest living.
Okay, Hellscream. I mean, Mars did a great job, but that was Willow did a huge chunk of damage.
Oh, yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, and this
I
is
always
why
forget how Willow is like a pseudo carry, honestly. Almost
honestly,
half-half.
honestly, it's Bedlam is insane. I mean, it's so good, especially against edgy heroes. They just melt, right? Because they're used to having that high armor, but Bedlam right in her face under the cover of Shadow Realm. You know, GG. What do? You can't even hit him. This is also why I was a bit curious when they did last pick Lycan, because not only are you playing into Mars, but you're playing into Willow. You know, some heroes that are pretty damn good against you. Back when it was the heyday of Lycan every game picked or ban, right? And so I'm surprised that, you know, they're still going to go for it here. But he's nearly got Necro Book 3 completed. Unfortunately, using Shapeshift there to try and escape is really going to hurt him as well, because a lot of that pace control that I was talking about before, it's kind of a moot point if you don't use Shapeshift aggressively, especially if you end up dying and using it defensively. So that one does hurt a lot, but it's not game losing or anything, but it is a big move out from Nemiga for sure, because this Mars is getting really, really farmed. Does he have Deso already? No, he's got Blink. Okay.
No, he went for a bit of a different build. I feel like he's going to go for more of Initiation Mars first. Maybe even goes for Yules, because Yules against Lycan is so value for Mars, honestly. Because you always set up the arena so easily around him, and then you have a caged dog, and he can't do much against that.
Yeah, and Mars, unlike a lot of other heroes that normally will build Yules, he's tanky enough to survive all the summons hitting you, right? Whereas that's normally a problem. Like if you hex playing supports. Actually, we've got really good supports against Lycan.
Kill the Phoenix here. Yep. From Caged Wolf to Caged Bird. And, oh, never mind. They actually force a Supernova, which might just be a better win for them if they can destroy it in time. There we go. And he actually joins in. But the Bedlam is chunking him with the Curse Crown as well. The damage to the Mars is really high. They almost kill the MP, but they TP in time. And now since Dark Will has been left behind, she's like, come here. I'm looking for the last hit. As a Terrorize, trying to deal as much damage as possible. He just accepts his own death. I think that losing the Mars there ends up being pretty bad, so that Supernova ends up being quite value.
Yeah.
Congratulations, well played, and really nice reaction time by the rest of the team on qwerty, being able to counter-initiate that on time.
Yeah, I really like how you point that out because I doubted that Supernova immediately. Obviously I knew, and you knew immediately, it wasn't going to last. They were going to destroy it. But the fact that they actually stuck around and they lose their mid laner, right? That's a mid Mars. So you kind of have to change the calculus a little bit on whether or not that's worth. And in my opinion, it absolutely is. You can see now another strength here of the Enchantress is much like a Mirana. She can just walk through and ruin your jungle, ruin your efficiency by just taking a couple of creeps away, right? And that's what she's done here. So good reaction by the Nemiga supports, just trying to slow down this game as much as they can for their enemies, of course, and make sure that AM can get his farm. He's not yet to the Battle Fury, but he's making very respectable progress. Full power treads here, Wraith Band into the Battle Fury, so pretty standard stuff. And he's going to farm even faster with his broom handle as well. But you can see how reluctant he is to even push this last wave. He doesn't trust it. No vision on the map. I really like to see that quality out from a carry.
I agree. I feel like as an AM, you need to know when you have to push the envelope, and that was the right play a bit ago, but not anymore.
Lodine tanking
Lodine
smoke ganks.
tanking a gank. But when it's your attendance, you're very easy kill. I mean, even though... unless the Mars comes and helps him, he actually put the Lycan against the wall. No shapeshifters, yes, he's still been silenced. They could get a counter kill on Lycan. Here comes the AM, but Mana Void does nothing against Lycan, unfortunately. He might just try, but it's not enough damage. Lycan has piss poor intelligence. That Mana Void's not going to hurt him. You do get the kill on Clockwork, though, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Your rotation was somewhat worth it, but... not what you wanted, of course.
Yeah, the only thing I think there is using Exo, right? Is a little bit overkill. I think if they could take that back, yeah, they probably would. But that's fine because honestly, Nemiga, they seem pretty content with the amount of map control they have, and for good reason. They can still move around the map pretty liberally, right? Like they can also mirror the movements that qwerty just made to them. Like they could go and try and kill Morphling. Obviously, not without Mars Arena, not without Exo, but they still have the chance, and they seem confident in this AM matchup late game here is what I'm seeing based on, you know, the fact that they took kills when they could get them in the laning stage, but they've not really gone out of their way yet. I think maybe we're going to wait for... What item do you smoke on then? Maybe DP Shivas is what you smoke on? Because they didn't really... They did smoke to go top lane after the Mars blink, and they got the kill only onto the Phoenix, which, of course, they got a counter kill on, so...
I guess that's the next item you might get in this lineup. I can't see any big point of inflection. I don't even know what Mars is decided to go for. Like, he might still be considering Dazzle. That could be the other smoking point, Dazzle.
I also wouldn't mind that one. That's what I was just curious. That's generally what I look for here.
I just don't find Shivas to be that impactful, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. This game, it's a good item, but it's not like, okay, from before Shivas, after Shivas.
All right. I mean, they'll take those.
That's arena blood. Morphling has E-Blade, though. Now, this is the time to smoke for the enemy team. They have everything ready. Necro's level 3, drums as well, E-Blade. Look at this. Dame is already looking for the kill on Chosen One. Does he have anything to cancel his TP? He does not. That's what the old Helm was used for, by the way.
And steals a wolf.
Was she steal a wolf?
Yeah, she stole a wolf.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the Alpha Wolf for a second. I was like, wait, does he have Helm? No.
Nah.
Yeah, just the normal wolves from Lycan.
Yeah, it would be a little bit of a silly move to go for a Helm versus an ENG. Unless, I guess, like, you just want to overwhelm her with targets. There's my Illusion Rune. Do not scout any stacks that we may or may not have for AM. And the answer is they do not. But he does have Battle Fury completed, so it might not be a bad idea to get some stacks moving for our Enchantress. I guess that's another benefit. You can double stack quite trivially with her as long as you can do basic micro, right? And of course, I would expect every single pro player to be able to at least stack using a neutral creep, right? While stacking another camp using the hero.
Yeah, I would imagine that as well. I don't think it's difficult to do, especially, I mean, I can do it. So,
I really like the vision game, though. Look at the vision game right now. qwerty, they're smoking up. They're going to try and fight around this ward down bottom that they have in the river. Unfortunately, their mid ward was just dewarded, so that's going to probably shake their confidence a little bit. They don't know what's here. AM is showing top lane. He's blinked forward aggressively, so that might be the go from Mars. As soon as AM shows in this wave, we've got hook shot, but they're not throwing the rocket flare quite yet. Lycan's just pushing the mid wave. Nice job. Good reaction by Lycan. He knew that there were enemies in the wings waiting for him.
Yeah. You mean my Mars?
Yeah, thank you.
And in the bottom lane, they're trying to kill Frybrew as well. Used Exorcism, and that's Exorcism. Oh, he just got level 2, but
They don't have TP. There's no TP.
Oh no, they silence him as well. And the Arena blood from behind only catches the Clockwork. It's still a decent kill. Lycan cannot go in though. They gotta kill the Phoenix before his Supernovas. They're not gonna be successful at doing so. Supernova will not complete, unfortunately though. But the Mars is already dead. Terra has to be used to get the DP some space. And she has to TP immediately. No active strike because of silence. And not in time. The TP is successful. And at least AM gets a lot of space for this. Not a bad engagement, actually. I would say it's a win, even if you lose the Mars there.
Yeah, certainly. I really like that as well, a 3-for-1. Unfortunately, our Furion, I think you never really want to make those plays, especially against the DP, who you know is not going for a Yule Scepter without having that backup Town Portal Scroll, right? Because he TPs in manually, and then as soon as he realizes, I actually don't have enough damage to kill this DP, and she's got Exo off before I silenced her, it's a lost engagement. You need to back off, and that's such a huge win, actually, if you force Exo just because you TP in. All of a sudden, it turns into a 3-for-1. So a bit of a mistake there, and one that could have been pretty easily avoided if you just had a TP scroll ready. So, I mean, it's not game losing or anything, but it really helps Nemiga's game here because, of course, AM farming throughout the whole entire time, baby. He's quite confident in his farm, and he's just free farming.
Yep, he's just free farming. Hopefully, I mean, what? Oh, he actually was the Mars. What item is the AM going to start being impactful on? I'm assuming this game you kind of need. I don't know, maybe Scotty, honestly, like Manta to Scotty or Manta to Basher,
Manta
whichever
Scotty
it is after.
seems pretty reasonable. Is anyone going for an Urn? We don't really have a great Urn carrier.
If DP's not going for it, then nobody's going for it.
Nobody's going for it here.
No, DP going for Shiva's though, which is the equivalent to some degree. I mean, a bit less, 25% as opposed to 40. But I still feel like Scotty is a good item this game. And I think it's the third item where AM wants to really fight, right? Until you get a third item, I don't think you're ready to fight. So unfortunately, now this is the hardest part for Nemiga's game. How do you withstand the push and the ganks that are going to come out now?
Mm-hmm. It's also a really important part for qwerty because qwerty have to be extremely active during this time, especially with the Seablade. So far, they've made good on 2 kills onto Ankred, which is huge. They might look for a third here onto the Willow. Hook shot. We just need some vision for the angle. The Wolves providing that, but also kind of blocking the hook shot. There's some proper positioning, but Hellscream is going to die regardless, and Lane is going to get that kill. They're going to trade this for a tier 2 top lane as we have Exo level 2 active, Fortify for Fortify, and it'll be a trade for tier 2s, but with a kill onto the Willow. So that's perfect, actually, because again, they need to be really active, and they've got a great pick-off lineup, so they kind of have to create a lot of space for themselves here. Morphling, of course, you can just continue hitting creep, but he's being out-farmed at a massive pace right now if they just continue to hit creep 1-to-1. So we need to get involved with this E-Blade, and so far, so good, as he's up to 2 kills already, and we'll see what he can get going now that he's got the Yasha.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
My waters rise.
More map control for both teams, though, as AM continuing to farm. Manta style
He is going for the
delivered.
Scotty as an item.
Yep, it's a good one.
So I'm assuming it's going to be Scotty Basher. I think that's the complete, like, I mean, that's the, I hate to say that core, right? Because that's such an expensive core, but I feel like it has an AM. Either your core is expensive or you don't have anything.
Yeah, I mean, especially against a Morphling, right? It feels extremely relevant. He's trying to bait. Oh, nice bait.
That's really good arena.
Yeah.
That was just on the edge of the arena. That barely caught MP. He even thought he was getting out. The game almost thought he was getting out. He actually got pushed back.
Counter smoke. Lodine is breaking it. What a player. What a player. He broke the counter smoke. That's going to allow AM to safely back away. Or is he? There is actually, no, he's off. He's away. Nice. Big place. And guess what? Lodine even lives. Obviously, they don't want to kill Lodine, so they're like, TP away. We don't care about you, but nice play. Free pick off there onto the enemy offlaner. That's a lot of your push gone. Your lanes are going to now push in a little bit more thanks to no DP, or sorry, no Furion, but they are going to try for Roche. They know that there's no arena. There's also no Exo and no Mana Void even, so this might be a free one. There's not even a Bedlam. I think they're going to just take Roche. They just do it too fast.
Yeah, the Roche is going to go the way of... They're just going to be given to lane either. Alright. What can you do with this Aegis, though? I mean, with a Lycan MP, right? Is this Aegis enough to take out all the outer towers? Can Nemiga cut lanes effectively enough to not make this Aegis a big deal?
I think it has to be the Aegis to get all the outer towers. I think if it's not, there's too much space and AM's going to out-farm you.
Like a deep in the
It's not high ground Aegis, but this is not easy, right? Because Aincrad now has Desolator, and Wolves, they don't need intelligence, but they also need no armor, which means that this Deso is going to be putting him to 0 base armor already, which is a huge, huge milestone to hit onto enemy heroes. So he's very, very vulnerable right now to the Mars. AM, it's possible for him to show up to a fight. You can see he's confident in playing a little bit more aggressive now that he's got Manta style. As mid lane, there's a bit of a play towards the Chosen One. E-Blade combo, not enough. Didn't end up Spirit Siphoning, though, but this puts Morphling in a bad spot. Orchid is going to be used on him, but that's going to be Supernova used for not much gained unless you can dive high ground there and get the kill onto Aincrad. Another hook shot. They're looking for more. They're going to catch the Willow. Cog push back as they're calling over reinforcements. Oh my goodness, the Bedlam damage. They're going to get the Clockwork, but they also pick up the Willow in return. So a nice 3-for-1. And the other 2 heroes for Nemiga are looking to be cutting waves and putting pressure elsewhere on the map. But this is huge. This is pretty much top tier 2 guaranteed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This E-Blade is wrecking the Mars.
I don't know how you can mitigate this push, honestly, besides the lane cutting. I feel like you might be in a situation which AMs often find themselves like, I'm almost there, but they've already pushed 2 lanes to Rax, and at this point it's too late.
And unfortunately, when you get this farmed, like Morphling, if he buys a Butterfly, it's all of a sudden, okay, now I need MKB before I can fight guys, and then the game is over, right?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly. You're totally right. I mean, if you had the better core-to-core matchup here, like you'd be like, oh, AM just crushes Morphling. Like he has some matchups where he just destroys, right?
Yeah.
And you go, okay, then I can see. Like if it was AM Medusa, I'd be like, okay, just wait. You know, AM will eventually carry this for you. But against Morphling, even when you finally get armed, you're like, I'm just as good as he is. Right? So it's not the ideal situation for you to be able to just leave racks like these, and you already lost 1 lane.
Yeah,
it is very difficult.
Just the melees, but of course that's the biggest one. It's going to push now.
I mean, that's the lane.
You already have a Furion, so now he's just going to focus his attention down bottom. That's why Nemiga pushed bottom instead, because they know that's where Furion's pushing. I mean, like, Nemiga, they're doing the right things, I must say, right? But they've taken a tier 1 bottom. Now they can actually look to play aggressively in the enemy triangle. Morphling doesn't have BKB. He's not queuing one up. And in fact, he is going for the Butterfly because he can realize, hey, there's a real window of opportunity for us to finish this game. Bottle DD rune, thank you very much, Gaben. And this is going to be probably a free tier 2 tower as well. I don't think they can fight. I don't think they can fight this. As down it goes. Tier 2 tower taken, and with about half of this Aegis now expired, already they've checked off my little objective for them, which is to get to all the auto towers here. Oh, the silence is going to actually connect onto the stun. Speared to the walls, but too much healing. Hookshot's going to miss as well. Out comes the Supernova, as they have lost Anchor, they have lost Lodine as well. Lame's still alive. They're just going to be able to safely back away. We nearly have Scotty completed, but we're so close. There's going to be a period where we have Eye of Scotty. This Aegis is going to be expired, and we're not going to have Butterfly, especially because Lame is going for the BKB instead. So Nemiga, they're not out of this yet, but they're going to have a pretty small window of opportunity to bring this one back. And that's going to depend on getting Eye of Scotty up ASAP and waiting a minute for this Aegis to expire. But that might be another lane of barracks, and I don't know if you can afford that. That's a lot of damage.
Nope. If with the 2 lanes of Rax down, the bottom lane also tier 2 being down as well, that's what really worries me. Like AM can't really continue to cut lanes and just win that way because he has to come back and defend. He's catching the NP, but the NP is also stopping him a bit. There we go, BKB. Who just wasted the time of the AM, and you already lost the 2nd lane of Rax. And if you're, I mean, the shapeshift is 40 seconds away. Can you still commit to this? You still have the Aegis. Morphling will survive.
Look, I wanted to point out, by the way, you were calling a fight down bottom, which I didn't see, but Ags on the Willow here for Hellscream is a good effort, I will say, but without the attack speed, it's not going to be enough, and they're just going to back away safely. Luckily, Aegis is up in 30. We've got enough money now for the Eye of Scotty. I say, obviously, these teams, they time Roche. Wait for Roche to time out, set up some vision, try and get a ward out somewhere, and then look to smoke underneath that ward. Unfortunately, you're just losing all your vision because of this damn Lyca Necrobook 3, so it's so difficult, but there's definitely still a very real window of opportunity here. Aegis is going to be up in 10 seconds. You've got a ward. You're going to scout Morphling. You're going to know Aegis is up in 10 seconds, but he's got BKB. So it's hard. You need to get like a really, really almost perfect engagement because obviously if he gets BKB off, he's free to just attribute shift, and the only thing that can kill him at that stage is going to be Exo, which is unlikely versus a Morphling. So we'll see. But they're going to smoke up immediately as they do see Aegis reclaimed. And
they need to fight this next
They
one.
need to. They need to. If they lose here, they don't have any opportunities, unfortunately. So we'll see what they can get done.
I don't know. They dropped the quickening charm for the Mars. Okay, more arenas here. Not that you need that. You just need to have a much better fight here. I mean, with Scotty, maybe smoke, take over the enemy high ground. You know where they're going. They're not going to be deterred from this bottom tower. So you need to do this wraparound. You need to commit it successfully.
They're already going for the old Sally out, and they might be scouted here by this Greater Treant. They should know something body blocked it, but I don't know if they were really paying that much attention. Shapeshift used, Dame ready to go. There's going to be the arena. They're going to connect onto the Clockwork, into the Terrorize combo. Clock is dead. They have gotten, however, the Supernova down, but it's being focused down. It'll drop as the Silence not doing a single thing. They've lost DP and Mars, however, as Dame and Lame still alive. Down goes Lodine, and AM has had to back away. No one else has buyback here on the squad of Nemiga. And Morphling still extremely strong. Doesn't have BKB though, but he's going to just waveform aggressively, trying to snipe Hellscream here. Completely out of mana. There's a waveform into the hook shot here. Clockwork has bombed back, but it's going to result in a kill, and that should be game number 2 in the books. GG is called. This one's not over yet. qwerty will take him to 3.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Well, with that, that's going to be a game number 3 for Nemiga, and hopefully this time they don't try such a difficult draft, honestly, because I feel like Alk, AM, they both went for the same idea of the 4-1 draft, which is fair enough. But with those drafts, you're kind of just waiting for the enemy to respond correctly, right? If they respond appropriately enough, there's not much you can do. I don't think they played this game badly, honestly. I think Nemiga played a solid game. But qwerty just had a draft to deal with your AM. And we did say it. The 20 to 30 minute mark is going to be the hardest part for Nemiga to win this game. If they can last that, they have a game. But unfortunately, you put yourself in this position with the AM pick. That's why I'm not the biggest fan of AM pick, unless you have a really good, counter, core-to-core counter.
Yeah, definitely. We'll load up here the Cascade almost suspended game and wait for game. Oh, that one is over already because I can't join the lobby, unfortunately. So I might just throw it to an AFK screen here unless you want to just entertain the viewers because I have to take a restroom break between these games.
Yep. So can we just put to then lobby not found. Well, can we do more Overwatch cases? Is that what we're gonna do in between?
I can do an Overwatch, but I need like a couple minutes to use.
Yeah,
the
just go pee. Just go pee.
All right.
How was your day, guys? How was your wonderful day? Did you enjoy the match? I thought it was a wonderful match. Remember to follow the channel if you want to watch more of the CIS.
I'll give them your lovely face as well.
Go pee, dude.
Yeah,
go,
yeah, hold on.
Go to the bathroom. I want to hear you. I want to hear you.
You want to turn on that webcam for me?
Oh, my webcam. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the webcam we keep in the bathroom.
Yeah. That
I was confused with that one. Of course, it's not our guest bathroom. It's just for each other. It has nothing to do. We get lonely in the bathroom.
What is this? Okay, let me switch you over here.
It's gonna be a lore around our flat.
So much lore, and we'll have an Overwatch replay done in between. But I'll be right back. Avo, you're on camera. Entertain the people.
What the hell was this anti-mage doing? Classic weird caster banter cringe. It's funny you say that because we're doing this casually. Like it's not banter cringe. It's just how we talk to each other. Like, this is not official cast or anything. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you think people being friends is cringe though. I don't know. I don't think the AM was to blame, to be honest, for that match. If we look at the match particularly, I don't think that he played a bad match. I think AM in this meta is he's too slow a hero, and the meta is usually decided 20 to 40. So heroes like Ursa, Morphling, or Bloodseeker actually are very strong because they're heroes that can win you the late game, and they're heroes that can play 20 to 30 minutes, which is usually where the meta is decided. So Medusa, for example, is a solid late game carry, but you don't see Spectre for the same reason you don't see the AM. The core is so expensive for them and the core is too late. Wraith King is one of the few heroes that can fit that envelope because he can get online fast enough. But the meta doesn't favor these heroes, so whenever you pick him, you have to have a really clear strategy. I think the draft was okay, but when the Lycan pick came out, it really crushed the AM. Not so much fun when y'all are fighting with a spell. This is the conversation I'm going to bring up later. I'm going to bring that a conversation later. Did you move together because of Dota? Yeah, actually. Yeah, we did move together because of Dota. I was like, hey, Richie, do you want to have my MMR, babe? No. A long time ago, 2 years ago or so, I was casting in Spanish regularly, but Richie was not. Like, he was casting like amateur leagues and stuff, but I heard him, and Epos was looking for like a one cast was like semi-established but needs a push, which was my case because I was a Spanish caster. I was doing TI at that time and stuff, so it was like established enough. Clearly not the case personally, but people thought that of me. And then they wanted one caster that was like Revelation. So Richie, I was like, oh, this guy's a really good caster. He has good intentions. And literally maybe a month later, they asked us to move to Malaysia here. I came from Scotland. I just finished my degree, and Richie left his degree. He was in second year of his degree to come all the way to Malaysia, which was insane, by the way. I don't know if everyone has ever moved from west to east, but it is quite the culture shock. Particularly, it was the first time I actually been in Asia. I've never been, well, Turkey, but it doesn't really count, right? This far. The farthest I had been from my house, or I guess from Europe, would have been like South America, North America, but never Asia. I never got the chance. No, I agree with you, Christian, but I feel like even if he fought there, Christian, he would have lost. Like, it just sucks for the AM to play this meta. I just don't think that this hero is really good. Then again, you can also blame him somewhat for the fact that he is playing AM this meta. But it's the famous RTZ is farming meme where you go, well, if you farm, you're going to get flamed. But if you don't farm, you're also going to lose. So there was an interesting excerpt, which I always like to quote from Moneyball. Specifically, it talks about that RTZ clip where in Moneyball, it kind of states as a whole thing about changing the rules of baseball, whatever. But one of the big things that was interesting in Moneyball was that it states that a lot of players, because they're humans, they're playing more to not look bad than they are playing to actually win, right? So in many cases, the going back and fighting with your team is I'm not going to look bad, but you know if you do that, you're going to lose the game, right? And if you let them farm, there's a chance you actually beat against Mega Creeps. And unfortunately, that's just the issue with AM. That's the famous RTZ farming clip. You can see he's a pro player because he chose to keep on farming even though his team was losing, because if he goes back, he loses anyway. So he knows that confidently. So he's okay with people flaming him for still farming because at least he has a chance if he does that.
Have you seen these comments, by the way? Did you guys find love before and then discover casting, or in what order?
I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see that.
That's a really funny comment. No.
I don't know how to ask this gently with tact, so I'll just ask, are you two dating? No.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
We're actually
Richie
married.
would love to date me. Right? He's not even fucking. He's not up to spar.
No, I would not.
Mate.
No, I would not.
I've seen the eyes you give me.
What is that even supposed to mean? All right, we've got an Overwatch replay here. We're gonna open up a prediction. I'll give you guys the stats. It starts 25 minutes in. It's a 5-minute period. This might not be a very good one because I don't think that there's going to be there's not a whole lot of action that can happen here. It's only a 10-minute window. It's support puck 2-11-3. Oof, that's pretty rough. But I'll make a little prediction poll whether it's guilty or not guilty.
Okay. What, poll or
No,
prediction?
no, a prediction.
Okay.
And it's for feeding, so keep that in mind. This is going to be, I'll give you a minute, and we'll take a look here at all the stats. 2-11-3, that's pretty rough.
We're waiting for the next game, by the way.
We're waiting for the next game. Yeah, let me go ahead and throw that onto the overlay.
I wanted to write live, but it was autocorrect, believe me. I'm sure.
Thank you for clarification.
That's so cute. That's adorable. I don't get bothered by those kind of comments, so I don't know if people get bothered by those.
Nah, I don't get bothered by them either.
No.
Although
I do have a beautiful girl.
If you think we're a couple, you should see this guy cast with Winter. My goodness.
Yes. I actually was. They made a meme of us where it was us with a gay flag, and a bunch of people were like, "Yeah, these guys are showing support for gay people in Malaysia." And I'm like, "What the fuck, dude?"
That's actually game 3. All right, there it is. Waiting for game 3. Beautiful. Okay, guilty or not guilty. This one's about to run out here. A lot of people putting points on not guilty. Points on not guilty.
I like your faith in humanity, guys. I like you guys.
I do as well.
Is it just one huge marker, by the way?
It is. Like I said, I showed you all the stats. I gave you guys fair warning. The puck is 2-11-3, playing probably position 5 puck if I had to guess. Not a whole lot of money here, but without further ado, let's get underway. Please give me player perspective on the puck. Okay, so it looks like they just lost a team fight. And they're all slowly respawning. This is a ranked game. By the way. All right. I imagine, what do you think? Puck probably just goes in and dies to CK or something, or gets one shot by Tiny. There's smokes. Okay, wait for the Mars. He's back in 10 seconds. Don't do anything stupid.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Okay.
under
What is
attack.
he? It was griefing, right? Oh, feeding.
Feeding, yeah, it's for feeding.
How many kills does he? How many deaths does he have right now?
11. 2-11-3. But honestly,
It might be a really bad puck though.
the hoodwink is 2-10-4. So, I mean, it's not a very easy puck game either. With a, I would say Pango, Tiny is pretty damn good. Okay, so at this point, I imagine like, puck, stop going bottom. You've died there before. They're TPing to the tier 1 tower right now, and they're gonna kill you. They're literally taking the outpost right next to you, Puck. Get out of there. But Puck's like, don't worry. I watched a pro game and you can cut waves. I'm an ancient. Okay, waning
Shit, but
Rift.
is that not the right play though in these kind of situations? Like if you just stay there, you die. You know?
Okay, Coil. No, don't fight him. Don't fight him. That gives vision. Okay.
Oh, so just that's not feeding though. That's just an idiot.
Okay, is there going to be a buyback? Is there going to be a buyback here? We'll go ahead and speed her up a little bit. Go ahead and speed her up. The thing is, like, it's so hard for the Puck. Like, that is the right play, but unfortunately, you're so far behind, and they have all, like, they can TP to all their tier 1s. They can TP to your outpost. Like, it's...
I still think it's the right play.
I agree. I agree. It's just, unfortunately, it sucks. The game is hard. Okay, good silence.
I just feel like Puck is like a bad game. I don't feel like it's fair.
Yeah, I don't know what Necro was doing there, but, you know, I don't know what Necro is doing in Dota right now because the hero's just so bad. Wow, that CK is farmed. That CK is farmed. Okay, good silence. Are you going to die to Lucky Shot? No.
Like, usually in these games, I would say it's inconclusive, but I feel like this Puck is actually just playing like
I kind of feel the same. I mean, obviously, everyone's having a bad game. Necro's got 8 deaths. Like, no one's really having a good game. Yeah, all 3 cores are... Usually, like, when all 3 cores are already losing, like... Obviously, you don't see this in game when you're playing, but like if you can imagine, we see this all the time when we're casting games. When you have all 3 enemy cores well above the 3 allied cores, and the position 4 is even in the mix, like anything after that stage is like, come on now, the game's over already.
Yeah, exactly, right? I don't
He's not intentionally feeding, unless there's like something egregious here. It's not really going to make me change my mind. He is tanking these. That's legit. All right, well.
Yeah, but you're not gonna call him out for feeding there, right?
Yeah.
The game's already over at that point.
I think this one is not guilty, so congratulations if you are not guilty better. We'll wait. No buyback. And then I assume the game just ends here. Oh, Puck, get in there. Dream Coil used. Standing in the Mars Flames. Good silence onto 3. The Hex, though, because you're playing against an Arc Warden who can just sit in your fountain. Very cool. Buyback. Okay. Oh, got the kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh.
How is this Arc Warden ancient? How are these people ancient?
All right. That's a not guilty for me. That's a not guilty for me. Not guilty. Not guilty. Pay out the betters. If you chose not guilty, congratulations. You're correct today. Complete. All right, and hopefully we have our match ready to go. Kind of not two great Overwatch cases, unfortunately. Sometimes you get one where it starts and they're already in the fountain after buying back, and you're like, oh, this is going to be a good one.
Can I take my bathroom break now?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, sir. Oh, wait, am I on camera?
No.
Okay, thank God.
No, you are not.
Because I am wearing pants, but I just would like to know for other reasons.
Yeah, sure thing.
Just wanted to clarify. Yeah, okay.
All right, game 3, still not ready to go. Yeah, we're not going to be doing, just like yesterday, guys, we're not going to be doing European close qualifiers because there's a party of Brits that are doing it. They sang lots of British nationalist songs yesterday on stream. It was a lovely time, and Cap joined them as well. So we'll probably send you over to Cap's stream so we can get you the American perspective on this one. But yeah, we're gonna raid you over to more unofficial, of course, because there's no paid coverage in the English language for this one. But we'll send you guys over to another stream. Let me give me a second here. Well, we don't have. Did you send me? Oh, there's the Streamlabs link. Copy link. Browser. Okay. If one of you guys could just drop a follow and see if the overlay works right now, because Alvaro did not test it for me. That would be nice.
Can you please do that? I would appreciate that.
Can you please drop it? Just, I promise, it's just to test the overlay, guys. Like,
yeah, seriously, you can unfollow afterwards if you want. It's fine. I'm not really bothered by that.
I did input the new overlay source though, so hopefully this one works.
Because the problem is sometimes it works when you test it, but it doesn't work when you.
Oh, there it is. Thanks for the follow. Poggers, it showed up.
There we go. That works.
All right, thank you guys. It all works.
Sorry for not changing the score, by the way. What was the score again? Is 1-1 Nemiga?
Yeah, 1-1.
There we go.
Thank you guys very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Although, he usually, we're going to be just doing some Dota coverage here. Of course, these qualifiers, they have 2 days remaining. So, and we plan on covering those, of course. So definitely drop a follow if you guys want to join in and join us in the action here.
I'd love to. Don't need to unfollow. Don't worry, Blake Chaco, about that one. I would love to do NA in the future. I mean, I like in general casting in the region, not particular to a region in general. I like giving. I feel like a lot of the smaller regions, you want passionate casters. Like I was very happy when I got MLP and John X Fire for NA because I feel like they really do their research, right? No digs at other casters, but I feel like when you get certain casters just don't care as much because they just want to grow. And if you're an NA, unfortunately, as a caster, the reality is you're not going to grow. So it's really nice to see casters that just care so much that they will do it anyway, right?
Okay. Yeah,
and I put that effort with SA as well, and that's why we respect each other a lot. But I would like to do NA for some more reason. But right now, I'm really happy that MLP got the job, though. I think he's doing an awesome job.
Yeah,
This show is really cool.
Definitely. A great caster pair. If you guys have not heard of them, where you been? Tune in for some of their casts. I think they're.
I mean, because they used to be SCA people, but then when they moved to NA, I was a bit sad for them because they were really good SCA casters.
But we'll see. I mean, I think they're on. What are they? Are they on the BTS Pro Series running right now? Unfortunately, I've not been watching too much of it. I've been fiending on a lot of European Dota recently to try and just get caught up and learn the names and who's who and who they like to play. Right, so. But I don't know. I've not watched too much. I did see Undying. I watched the Undying game yesterday because I think they won. They beat SG, which was a pretty damn good game. And also, if you guys are tuning in, thank you very much supporting lower division Dota. It's really nice to have all of y'all tune in, and of course we would encourage you to stick around after we're done so we can raid you guys over to the people who are covering the European closed qualifiers so you can continue doing the same because it's much appreciated. And now our draft is live. There we go. Get out of here. Text and wipe it up. We use our own broadcaster.
Dire team ban.
All right, I will open the predictions. Please remind me, chat, after the draft is finished to open up the predictions. Otherwise, I will forget. What do I need to donate to get a better loading screen? Well, you know what? That's a fair point. That's a fair. I do need to add a shuffle because I've got a lot of stuff here. Where do you do that again? Global. Interface, loading screens. Like I gotta, for some reason, I gotta like unpack them. Can you just like enable all? Is that a thing? I have so many. You know what? Give me this one. This one is beautiful. It's so old, but it's beautiful.
Which one is it?
It's the fall 20. Oh my lord! It's this one, the fall 2016 Battle Pass loading screen. It's that's one of my favorites. Okay, it's in the shuffle. And that'll be that. Let's take a look at our draft. First two picks usually are nothing too special, but I will say the Troll ban and the Morphling ban are very targeted clearly here, out from Nemiga.
Yeah. I think that those, particularly the Morphling ban, I think is very dominant last game. I feel like if you're a good enough Morphling, dude, you can carry the game along. I've seen Morphlings do that. It's probably the highest skilled carry for a reason. Look, this is exactly how they drafted last time.
I believe you, but there was also 30 seconds for the ban. So
no, but they didn't do that last time. This time I'm sure. Okay, I swear you could have checked. You could have checked the reserve times.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, Mars immediately picked to block the Phoenix Mars pick, which makes sense. Mars BP is still pretty decent though. I like it. I mean, Nemiga went for a similar draft last time. I had no issues with the DP or the Mars, honestly. It was more the AM pick.
Radiant team ban.
Juggernaut.
Okay, they're gonna go with the Jug this time around. Chosen One just picking himself up the Mars, so already the DP is not going to be able to flex to the off lane. We'll see if that actually ends up making a difference or not. So it's either going to be 5 or a mid lane, and I suspect I think they're just fine running it mid. I think Anchorage played a good enough game on the DP. I wouldn't say that really anything too poorly happened last time around. Actually, it was an off lane DP last time around. What am I going on about? It was Anchorage on the Mars. So I suppose we still can flex it here between the two. Who do we think will take game 3? It honestly depends on the draft, I will say. It really, really depends on the draft. I think Avo, you usually say this, but like, you know, you can
10 seconds
you could get a lot of information just off the draft, right? So if you are going to be doing a prediction,
seconds
or you know,
remaining.
eventually if you
Dire
partake
team
in the esports betting scene, you know, it's always good to take a look at the draft first, so you know what you're getting into here. So I'm gonna plead the fifth and do the same, because I think these two teams, we've seen them make a couple of mistakes each. You know, there's plenty of openings to be exploited, but it's really been coming down to draft here, in my opinion. Or how they set themselves up, at least.
5 seconds
Well,
remaining.
I agree. I feel like, I mean, you always should look at the draft. I'm surprised at people like bettors that bet on draft or first 10 kills or whatever, and before they see it, and like, well, if you're betting on those
team
websites,
back.
they just don't understand data,
Dire
right?
team back.
Because old sports don't work like that, right? Old sports, there's no draft or anything. I mean, there is the players are gonna play, but most of the time, unless the team does something really weird, like they play with their B team, you can pretty much guess who's gonna play, right?
Well, it's like I feel like it's like betting on a baseball game before you know who the starting 9 are, right? Before you know the batting order.
10
Like I
seconds
wouldn't.
remaining.
First of all, I don't bet personally, but like I probably wouldn't do that, right? Just as I
5
don't know who's
seconds
pitching,
remaining.
right? Who do they got in the bullpen? What were the last 3 pitchers they used? So because I know, this is Europe. Hold on, football
Dire
match. You know, I'm not
team
gonna if they you know what formation are they playing today? You know, are they gonna have
Exactly.
2
These are small
strikers?
things
You know,
that
like
do matter.
it really makes a difference. So
Radiant team
you know, I'm gonna plead the fifth here, and who do I think will win? The viewers. The viewers are gonna win, because I think we're in for a good game 3.
Nice little cop out there. Juggernaut Grimstroke is a pretty good combo. I like the Juggernaut versus Mars as well. I think
Yeah.
Juggernaut is the right laner for these kind of things.
Yeah, do you think this combo is still effective versus a
10
DP?
seconds
Because you can
remaining.
always, again, run the Mars mid should you choose to.
I think it's fine. I mean,
5 seconds
obviously,
remaining.
I think that with the Inkswell, because of the extra movement speed and everything, you still are capable of catching to the DP anyway. So I don't
Dire
think DP is
team
great in this
pick.
lane either. I don't think you should run DP
Lion.
offlane. Because DP offlane offers some similar things as Mars, whereas Mars offlane can somewhat deal with this combo and recover. DP offlane will be crushed, and then you won't be able to deal with Juggernaut. Because Juggernaut is going to crush Mars at any point in the game. Juggernaut will not crush DP if DP has Exo up,
10
right?
seconds
So
remaining.
there's that advantage. Unless you're really weak as DP, then you Omni Slash her and you murder her. No
5
matter, so.
seconds.
Yeah, or the
remaining.
Swift Slash, the Shard, all that nonsense. Even the Shard, though, with the Juggernaut spin is very prone, like you're saying, to the Exo. All that physical damage. But yeah, I think if you're QWERTY, you're probably hoping they lane the Mars against you, because it's I mean, especially now with Lion, that combo is essentially free kills. Spin, Stroke of Fate, or sorry, Inkswell onto the Lion, Stroke of Fate to slow him down
Radiant
even more,
team pick.
and those are kills
Beastmaster.
almost like 10 out of 10 times onto a hero like a Lion. Pretty solid draft from QWERTY. Really, really strong lanes. Very strong lanes.
Radiant team ban.
Phantom Assassin.
Okay,
Okay.
PA's
No, the PA is a good answer to the Beastmaster, though. Because usually Beastmaster's countered by the support, right?
Dire
But here,
team back.
you want to flex the DP as a 5, potentially, and she's not great against Beastmaster. You're like, what do I do? PA is a good answer, because she's one of the few cores, together with Troll, that can kill the boars, so...
Yep, PA can kill
10
boars. I mean, you
seconds
never really
remaining.
stop her from CSing. She can like CS under tower. Like even if she's super hard countered
5
by like
seconds remaining.
I don't know, something like a Grimstroke and like a Tidehunter, which Tide just like runs at PA with 1 point in Kraken Shell. There's nothing PA does to him, especially with Anchor Smash active. You don't care. PA will just sit behind, soak experience, tell her support to start stacking because she's gonna need to get those stacks and Battle Furies ready to go. Now something that cracked me up. I was tuning in. Forget whose it was. It was actually Cap. Cap was talking yesterday about because he used to live in Europe for a long time actually when he was back and joined Dota a long time ago, well before I was even playing Dota. So he's played a lot of EU pubs and NA pubs, and he was saying the biggest difference between the two is that when you play in NA, you're supporting, you have to like kind of like literally emotionally support your carry. So if you're having a bad game, time to start stacking. Here, buddy, look, I got some stacks for you, and that's sometimes how you have to play with a PA as well this game. But it's super easy to recover. The dangerous part is that you can farm stacks really nicely with Mars or DP if it's a DP core,
Radiant
but they
team
can also
back.
steal your stacks really easily with Beastmaster, Grimstroke, Juggernaut, even Phoenix potentially. So it's a dangerous game to be stacking
Dire
for both
team
teams.
back.
So that might be interesting to kind of analyze early on. Let's take a look. What else here? Last bans, SF banned, Viper banned. So they're banning a couple of mid laners. What are they thinking of? A Void Spirit, maybe?
10
It's two heroes
seconds remaining.
that kind of stomp the Void. Can
5
you give us a prediction
seconds
after the draft
remaining.
is over? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right now, though, my major concern is these lanes look really, really strong for qwerty, right? So either you need to try and pick a draft that's meant to lose the early game. You know, you can then pick a draft that can like fortify your triangle, fortify your jungle, allow this PA to just get more farm than the jug, and just have PA jump jug over and over and over again, because that's naturally a matchup she likes. And here's going to be a mean offlaner. So right now we're flexing all three of these heroes, DP, Mars, and Axe. All of them could go offlane very easily. DP most likely going to be the position 5. I think once upon a time in a couple of instances we have seen Mars support, but it's probably going to be Axe offlane for sure, and it's going to be DP or Mars mid flexed between the supports. I'd be really surprised if this Axe wasn't in the offlane, but so far, they're keeping a little bit of flex potential, which is always nice when you have 9th pick, because last pick going to qwerty. Now, they've got to decide what are they going to deal with, because all of a sudden, this Ink Swell into spin lane, it's really good, especially at level 3 when you have level 2 Blade Fury, because you can kill Axe pretty easily, but Axe is a very, very tanky hero. He's got a pretty respectable strength gain of 3, so again, he's still very vulnerable to this spin and Ink Swell shenanigans in the laning stage. But after the laning stage, when he gets a couple of items, when he gets his Phase Boots, Blink Dagger, this game probably a Hooded Defiance, and maybe, yeah, Hooded Defiance for sure, it'll be better. Oh boy, the anti-carry hero coming out again. It didn't really impress me, it didn't really wow me in game 1, so I'm hopeful that here Dame is going to be able to change my mind, because I do actually kind of like this last pick Razor. Depends where they lane it, and I think it's so long as you it'll be mid, right? Yeah, it'll have to be mid, I think. Beastmaster mid, I think, will get crushed by the Mars, whereas the Razor, I think, will have a little bit of an easier time there. But Mars, of course, I mean, we saw last time, Anchored, he's really on point, no pun intended, with these spears, and being able to push Mars. Like, sure, Razor's fast as hell, right? I think like 335 move speed is very respectable, but you just throw a spear to break what's it called, the static link, and you're basically good to go there. So I'm not really in love with the Razor. It is strong versus PA, but again, PA innately has a blink. You've got Lion to hold you back, Axe as well to taunt you up, which is going to prevent him from getting the ideal static link in these fights. I think I'm not as in love with this Razor pick as I was for game number 1, if you guys recall that.
Yeah, I feel like the Razor is decent at dealing with the TP again. I don't like the Razor against the PA as much like you mentioned. And I guess against the Axe, right? There's no use in stealing his damage, right? So. No, I mean, yeah, because the problem's going to be the PA, right? And even then, like, I'm not in love with this lane, Mars versus Razor. I think Mars. You can just push him with spear, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking DP first, but yeah.
Yeah, you're right. But like, because Mars is just going to be able, like, yeah, he has to save spear for that, but that's fine. He's comfortable to do that because we saw how Anchored played last game, right? He just wants to get that blink, maybe a second item. What did he go for last game? I don't quite recall after the blink. Oh, Deso, right? And then you can kind of just look to crush this jug. You got a pretty nice minus armor strategy, because this is going to allow PA very comfortably, especially if Mars has a good start. Mars can go for Blink Deso. PA can just go Battle Fury BKB. And honestly, because you already have the minus armor, sure, it's not on PA, but it's on Mars, which is good enough. You'll be pretty decent at actually just running nothing. So this PA might be able to fight a little bit earlier on, depending on how strong of a game they have here. Give me free camera, please. And there we go. But I think Nemiga, they might be able to crush this game if this Mars has a good start, and if they can really, like, they don't have to protect this PA actively. It's not like you have to babysit an Alchemist and make sure he gets all of his stacks. But I really, really like this draft because, again, if the Mars naturally has a good start, then PA is going to be incentivized to join fights earlier, just with Battle Fury BKB alone, and then I think that'll be a good win. Axe should have a pretty decent time in his lane, so long as he can survive these early levels. I'm kind of favoring Nemiga, in case you guys can't tell. A lot of it will come down to teamfight execution, however. The Phoenix, it's not a free Phoenix game, so Egg is going to be countered. But Roar into a good static link here onto the PA could really kind of just remove all of the damage for Nemiga, especially, you know, after 25 minutes when you want to have that kind of handoff in drafts like this. Welcome back. I see that you've now unmuted yourself. Oh, okay. Never mind. He's not unmuted himself. We'll be taking a look, though, as our DP They're going to look to play aggressive. I mean, DP5 with PA as well is a lot of damage here in this early lane. They actually have no problems whatsoever with boars. So it's going to be up to Petru with these fire spirits to make sure they can try and keep boars alive as long as possible. We have taken boars level 1, of course. And they're not going to be contesting runes. Interesting. They think there's a ward here. And let me get rid of this. See you later. This offlane, to me, is going to be a bit challenging. I think Hellscream has to, like, I don't know how he's going to do it because it's a lion, but he's got to, like, prevent this Inkswell Blade Fury combo from overcoming the Chosen One. Because, again, the Chosen One, he's not going to have too many problems after, if and after they survive this level 3 onslaught of Juggernaut. You can see he started Blade Fury level 1. He's going to go probably 2-0-1 maybe, 2-1 or 2-1 at level 3, and that's when it gets strong. We have taken Stroke of Fate though, so there's not too much problems here early on. But again, Axe is just super tanky. He's going to go for a Bracer early on. That's going to be a great itemization to make sure he's not just fish food to this lane, or I guess jug food. Mid lane, yet again, it seems like for the most part, it would be a really good matchup for the Razor. You know, you throw Razor against almost any other mid melee hero, and I would say he's going to do really, really well in this lane. But Mars, again, he can just push him away. Level 1 Spear, even with the God's Rebuke with that 2-second slow, which, by the way, is 40% slow at all levels. It just increases your critical damage and reduces cooldown with the more points you get into this ability. He shouldn't have really too much of a problem, so long as he's playing wisely with Spear. Like, the difficult part for him is he's not going to be able to CS with Spear, right? Because he has to keep it. It's a lot like how Puck plays with Illusory Orb in the lane, where it's a lot like, I can kill Puck if she doesn't have a Illusory Orb, or if it doesn't have a Illusory Orb, rather. It's very similar here with the Spear of Mars. Razor then. How's he doing so far? Pretty good, 8-1 though, compared to the 8-3. So I would expect Razor to come out slightly ahead of this lane, but I wouldn't think that it would be like anything too crazy. Like I think it'll be fine. I think it's going to be important for him to not get too much farm. So Mars or Ankrit doing as good as a job as he is pretty significant. And now he knows he doesn't have enough mana for the spear, so he's going to steal a little bit of damage and look to deny maybe this full wave. Because Ankrit is missing a lot of damage right now, level 2 in the static link. That's the problem, right? If he doesn't have the mana, which he didn't there. Also, of course, God's Rebuke is going to be based off of your physical damage, so this is going to do, like, nothing. This is going to be like a normal right-click. Yeah, you can see he's just denied a whole wave. So that's where the difficulty comes in. Ankrit kind of misplayed that by not having enough mana for the Spear of Mars, because even though it was just a little bit of a static link, losing that much damage basically lost him a whole wave. So really, really good play for Dame.
That's what he's actually considering for the soul ring this game, actually. Yeah. If you notice, the double, it shows that it's not just water. Oh, that's my spear, also a big deal. Like, he knows he needs to have enough mana for that spear every single time this lane becomes impossible.
And this is why, this is like the epitome of why casters will call Razor an anti-carry. It's for reasons like this, right? Because now Mars, he can barely do anything. He's going to get the entire wave denied. All of his abilities revolve around him having base damage for God's Rebuke. Like, it's a very difficult matchup. Plus, he can't even God's Rebuke there to get that CS, because then he's going to waste mana that is otherwise reserved for Spear. Like, it really fundamentally changes the way that Mars would like to play this lane down bottom. Or, sorry, in mid. Looking bottom, though, actually looking top, because I was more interested in this top lane, and I'm kind of surprised to see Axe full mana, full HP here. That must mean Hellscream is doing a lot of work. So I don't know if with Boots is super nice, because it makes you less vulnerable to this Spin Inkswell combo, which is now at its strength, because we do have level 2 Spin, and only 1 point in the Inkswell. So this is, again, this is what I was saying. This is the most dangerous time right now for the side of Nemiga, but so far, so good. So far, so good for them. All right, it's 2 points in the spin. We're going to settle for the 1-1-2 build here for Axe. Not a whole lot of like points in going for Battle Hunger early on. The slow does not get upgraded anyway, and if you do try and Battle Hunger Jug, he's obviously just going to spin it off. So careful here. Level 2 spin, so they're not going to really be looking to engage onto the Axe surrounded by the creep wave, especially when he may or may not have a point in call. They're not sure yet. With a start this calm, though, I would kind of think Nemiga's going to have it. But mid lane is starting to take a tumble here. We've got a 7 CS advantage here now in favor of Razor. Ankrit is really starting to struggle. So this is you know, this is not as good as a matchup as I thought it was going to be honest, for the Mars. Look at this. He's just going to just boldly steal his rune. Lion's not going to be in time, so Mars is not going to have basically a guaranteed refill. They're fighting down bottom, and there's first blood, as they will be able to jump onto the Phoenix eventually. Looks like he had Icarus dive, unfortunately. And was it the silence? Yeah, the silence surprised him. That's what happened. We don't have to check the replay. But first blood, 5 minutes in. That's pretty big because it does secure Nemiga an extra 2 bounties. But we do have Dame ganking Hellscream. Not too happy to see them here, especially because he's already used the Earth Spike. Axe trying his best to get away, but he's been stunned by the Inkswell, and he will go down. Nice rotation from Dame pretty early on, but with 3 points in the plasma field here means that the slows are basically guaranteed. He's going to TP mid lane where he's going to be able to defend his tier 1 tower because, let's be honest, Mars doesn't really push too nicely, especially in this lane where he has to save mana. Now he's got Soul Ring, so he can use God's Rebuke a little bit more liberally. So that's going to be a big benefit. But we can see Dame is really starting to snowball this lead. And that does make me scared for this PA, who's also having a good start down bottom, it should be said. These boars are not really proven to be too much of an issue here, especially when you have Lodine to Spirit Siphon, 2 strength heroes in this lane. So he's able to tank a lot of harass, tank a lot of spells. 2-1-1 builds here on the DP. But good farm, and since we already have the Ring of Health and Orb of Corrosion, it's a great start, and there's going to be a kill. I do want to take a look at that, so I will rewind.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, 6-minute rotation. Phoenix doesn't feel confident enough to actually mirror this movement. Grimstroke kind of needs to be top as well versus an Axe. Very nice play. The rune spawns bottom there, as we all know what happens here. Let's go back live. They're dying top. Yep, they are. Just need another right click. Stick charges, though. Can they get him? Absolutely. There's that slow coming in handy, guys. That's why you just take the 1 point in it. Yeah, instant replay for when I miss kills. It's rather nice for sure.
Time to run them down.
Oh, haste rune for Axe. This could be a kill. Oh, sorry, for Mars, rather. Oh, okay, the call. They're going to try and set up for a kill here. They can try and spear him to the tower to something. We need an Earth Spike to guarantee it. No, we don't. Nice spear of Mars there. Support's rotating in, but they're a little bit too low on levels. Good Icarus dive. They're going to try and turn onto Hellscream now. Gets off the Lion stun at the very least. We've got 1 more Fire Spirit. We've already committed the Icarus dive, and, well, that Phoenix has gotten a little bit too close to the sun. He will go down. And that was a good effort, but unfortunately, your supports are just too under-leveled. They don't do a whole lot. Inkswell level 2, especially when you apply it before the Icarus dive starts, means that you're not going to have too long of a stun. You're not going to have too much damage. But again, mid lane is really going in favor of Dame. They're going to TP bottom because there's a bit of a dive. It's going to be a bit too slow, though. And Lodine and our PA didn't want to go too much further. Yeah, PA is free farming. Jug as well has got some good farm. That 1 kill does kind of put the fear in God into him, though, so he's not going to have completely a free game. But the fact that actually PA and DP are getting some chip damage onto this tier 1 tower does not bode well, especially he just kind of lost a healing salve when that was slightly in use. Hellscream, another gank mid lane. We've got mana maybe for the arena, but not quite for spear and arena with the Soul Ring, so Mars is going to be off and away. Chip Vest, though, is a pretty great item for Mars early on. He'll be happy to carry that one. Probably should give it to the Axe eventually. That's like, that item is made for your Axe. He's made for your Centaurs, so that's a great item for him. Increase in his kill potential early on slightly. PA is up to level 6. Once again, with this casual Ring of Health, you know, they've not really been able to out-harass her in this lane. It's such a great purchase because in a lane like this, you don't have burst damage, right? Especially when you're not going for Wild Access. Now we do because we have level 6 Primal Roar. We nearly have the first Necro books, but that's obviously going to be a bigger reveal here. Petrus as well, not really too much on the burst damage, a lot of damage over time here, right? And that's where Ring of Health really shines in lanes like these, so I really like that early pickup. Mars continuing to just get his farm in the mid lane. He's also allowing Razor to do the same, who's ran back home to regen on mana. He's going to TP back mid, though. I did like his early rotation, but he's not really kept that tempo up from the laning stage. So he's just looking to get his items. I presume... I mean, he's got full power treads. The thing is Yule's is a very expensive item for our Razor, and it does really increase his kill potential, but you know, you need something to farm. Down bottom, though, they're looking to get aggressive versus on crowd. There's going to be now Aurora out from the side of the trees. That's not going to kill him. He's going to turn with the arena, but they know enemies are coming. PA got a big old crit on that pardon me, on that dagger. So Lodine thought about going for more, but they're just going to TP the Mars home. They're going to TP PA as well because they know there's enemies coming. They did smoke underneath the ward, and they're going to leave only the position 5 after rotating 3 heroes down bottom. Everyone's bottom right now. And Axe is going to get to work cutting lanes here, no pun intended, with his, now the counter Helix maxed already, so his farm's going to explode. He's going to go straight for the Blink Dagger. It's a really great Axe game to go for Blink, because if if the fight ever actually starts like in a bad way where PA is being static linked, he can just always blink in and call, and PA can just run away in case she doesn't have anyone to Phantom Strike to, and then she can Phantom Strike back into the fight or whatever, right? Their tower, of course, is not going to be as strong as this Necrobook 1 Beastmaster, but you know the Chosen One he can basically tank all day, and he's looking to do just that, as he will be able to secure the Tier 1 tower. Let me switch over to net worth. Good start for Nemiga. Good starts. Again, Dame, I think he is just waiting for this first item, Yules. I think you can afford to fight a bit earlier. The thing is, you have to fight around Roar, because that's going to be how you initially get locked down onto the PA. I just, maybe, I don't know if you can kill PA. You need to get, like, Roar into Blade Fury spin, into Inkswell, and time that stun very, very close, right? Because if she Blink Strikes away, there's nothing. She is going to live. Speaking of spins, is that Axe dying? No, that's just Jug farming a camp. Will you guys by some chance cast the EU qualifications? No, we're going to, there's already like T-Gov, Cap, Nomad, and Mofara are covering those, and I think they do a good job on that, so you guys should watch them. We'll raid you over to whoever's going to be streaming that as well, after we're done, of course, because this first game, if in case you didn't watch it, lasted, I think, like over an hour and 7 minutes, and game 2 was quite fast, but I think we'll still be a little bit behind schedule here. In fact, I think EU closed qualifiers have already started, but so has the push here, so they're looking to actually force the issue. Again, right now, the awkward thing is Razor doesn't feel quite ready to fight. Neither does Jug. Like, Inkswell into Roar is going to be our best initiation, and that's, again, it's just so difficult. Lodine is a position 5, by the way, and look how many, like, rotations he's gotten out of this. This is really valuable, guys. This is not a mid-DP. You know, Exo level 1 is still going to be just as strong. Versus towers, whether it's a support or it's a core, right? Doesn't really matter on the items you have unless you have Ags, but that's not relevant this early on. And PA, in the meantime, you know, Jug has to linger around mid in case they actually commit for the push. All 5 heroes have to just show mid to make sure that they don't actually commit to that push, and that is going to be just time where PA is farming. Jug is going for Battle Fury as well, so we've got a pretty even ish kind of tempo to, or some sort of metric to now guide the 2 heroes, as the Hawk has been sent bottom, and that's not the right way. They missed the spear, though. Phoenix is going to jump in, dropping the Supernova. They got to get out of here. They're not going to win this fight. The Roar will come out onto Eru, or from Eru, and that's going to be a kill onto Einkred. Very similar to last game here, except last time around they actually got the Supernova kill, whereas this time it's the egg that scrambles them. Dame might have a kill mid lane for free here, just on the support. Again, it's just a support DP, so not too big of a deal, but this is going to get him even closer now to the Yule Scepter. First item for him, first item for Mars was nothing, actually. He was just trying to fight around there. Does he have, like, Blink on his courier or something? No, it doesn't look like it. It's a bit unfortunate, as DP has to defend her courier from the Lycan summons.
Radiant are scanning.
2 teams forfeited already for EU? Are you serious? Who forfeited?
That's
a little bit sad to hear. That really sucks, honestly. That sucks, because I think there are, like, the reason that I'm kind of disappointed to hear that is, as I'd imagine there were going to be some other teams that would have played as well. He United forfeited, and Plan B Esports also forfeited. That's surprising. That's surprising, because Lil Pleb is on Plan B Esports, of course, and Mastermind, and He United was the cancel stack. That's a shame. Yeah, so I guess they're not going to be starting for a couple of hours. So, hello everyone, and thank you for supporting Tier 2 Dota. Thank you very much. Your support is appreciated, but not only ourselves, but also the players, even if they don't show it. How's this game going right now? Honestly, much better. Not much better, but better for Nemiga. That death top lane from Mars does put things into a little bit of a shaky ground, because he's going to be beat to the punch to his first core item. Oh, actually, no, they're not, because they did snipe the courier of Dame. So he's without Yule's Scepter for a full 2 minutes, for a full English, for a full 2 minutes. Oh, they killed Lame's courier too. I think that was Battle Fury, not quite, but they've now sniped 2 couriers. So Hellscream, you must die for this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But 2 really big courier snipes. That's going to delay Battle Fury by maybe like 30 seconds, and we've already delayed Yule's Scepter by a full 2 minutes. This is super valuable. Those 2 courier kills are huge. Because guess what? The PA about to finish up here. Just needs this wave of perfect CS, and she'll have it. Maybe one more. Maybe one. Oh no, this is so unfortunate on the crit. Oh, thank you for correcting me. Thank you for correcting me. You are correct. He United did not forfeit. I apologize. I apologize. It was Burning Fire. Who was on Burning Fire? Satan kicked. Okay. Interesting. I don't know very much about those players, so I can't really speak. I've seen Satan in a couple of different stacks. He would always pop up on, I think, like the old. I don't remember. He would always pop up on in like the CIS qualifiers, I believe, with a bunch of other players. No, because he's Russian. Okay, we'll take a look now at EXO number 2, as they have a siege creep here as well with the 15-minute wagon. Not too consequential if this tower goes down. Like, they don't need to worry about too much about defending it. What really does suck... Oh, okay, there's Ankred going in, but they're going to just use the Supernova Sun in the meantime. Lodine might be in some trouble. Great arena walls. They're going to stop Dame very fast, but not fast enough to catch up there to the DP. Again, the problem is Jug, he has money for... Like, he has Battle Fury. It's just his courier's dead, right? So that's what I mean, is when I said he's going to delay his Battle Fury by 2 minutes. Dame as well. Once his courier respawns, we'll take a look here in the fountain. There appears from the ground, he's got his Void Stone, and again, that stems from Hellscream. So, like, honestly, MVP is for Hellscream, because other than that, like, Jug would be farming with Battle Fury already for half a minute, maybe even more, actually, way longer. PA, in the meantime, is going to be increasing her gap, what else is... Oh, yeah, and Dame is unable to really fight here without the Yule Scepter. So now that we have Yules, Nemiga, it's going to be perhaps a bit of a strong point here. Dame, he did continue to farm, though, and his farm is respectable. He's currently leading his team in farm just behind the Juggernaut, but that'll quickly change here as he gets his Battle Fury delivered. Again, massive, massive play, because not only was Juggernaut's Battle Fury naturally later than the PA's, but they also delayed even further, artificially, yeah, by killing the courier. So huge play there. Huge play there. Does anyone know the reason? I don't. T-Gov might. Maybe some of the British casters might, because I think they talk to the players a little bit more. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure personally. Okay, so Necro 2 is finished up. We did go for the brown boots into the Blink Dagger here for Necro 3. Lame now has his Battle Fury, but again, I mean, we can see what a big difference this makes. PA is already 600 gold up. She is going to be going for Deso, so it would seem that Mars isn't going to be going for Deso then. A bit aggressive to go here for the Desolator, quote-unquote, be early, right? And the only reason it's early is because it's before BKB, and you already have someone that might already build a Deso. Double Blink, though, and now Blade Mail for the Chosen One. There's a DD rune. Ankred is actually going to bottle it up. I assume he's going to give this bottle to PA, right? Well, no, they're not going to use the DD. Okay. All right, Static Link on a Lodine. That's going to be the jump, but the Yule Scepter actually saves him from getting pinned. The Axe Call, though, in time, and Sunray healing will not be enough, as Hellscream with the Finger of Death will turn him inside out. The Chosen One, though, eating an Omni Slash cannot get over his team. In fact, he just gets a couple extra bounces on over to the PA. Can they go for more, though? Nice Ink Swell. That's going to secure the kill onto Lodine. Beautiful execution there. I'm surprised how common, or how... That's like the second time we've seen Icarus Dive and Inkswell used. It's not super easy, especially because when you play a Phoenix in a position 4, when you have counters to you, like PA can jump to your egg and gets bonus attack speed, right, which destroys you. It's really quite an aggressive move to use Icarus Dive for the stun like that in Inkswell. So that's really impressive. I think that's a cool move from Qwerty. It was a mid-Mars, that's correct. Yeah. The strongest hero in the game is always going to depend, right? Because it's hard to really make blanket statements like that. Because I think it's like it's better if you focus it at saying, like, who is the strongest hero at what, right? There are a couple of heroes that are very strong at doing a particular thing. And you have to keep in mind that some of those heroes that are strong at a particular thing counter other heroes' strengths, right? So that's something to keep in mind when you kind of think about this. It's really hard to just say there's a strongest hero in the game, right? What do you want? Do you want to, if you're thinking like professional Dota, it comes down to the hero's traits, right? Like Phoenix, I would say he is the best hero in the game, for example, at creating an objective to fight around, right? Pugna can kind of do it. Undying can kind of do it as well with a Death Ward. Medusa kind of, you know, Monkey King to a lesser degree because he doesn't force enemies nearby. But Phoenix, now Phoenix is a hero that he drops on Supernova and you're going to know about it, right? That's something unique to him. But like if you think about Dota in a more casual manner, which is totally acceptable and fine, you know, a hero that might be the best to you is a hero that can solo carry games because that's what wins you MMR and that's what feels good, right? And that is probably going to be some carry or some mid laner. They're going to scout Roche, but they're going to be a bit too slow here. Are they? Damn, nearby the Icarus dive. Unfortunately, they can't snatch the Aegis away from that one. The Axe Call as well onto the Razor. Is this going to be killed? The Yule Scepter, not quite. Roar, though, used onto the DP. They catch a couple of else. This is going to be the first life burned from the Aegis. They also get the Chosen One. He's going to be set up into a world of hurt as out comes the Supernova, and they're already actually linking him, stealing the damage. Lodine is just body blocking. He's going to go down, actually, to the Supernova damage, as well as the Stroke of Fate. And Nemiga, they will be able to get Roche, but at a pretty heavy cost. Nice reaction by qwerty, because that's generally kind of a problem you see out of a lot of like qualifiers teams, is that they know that Roche is going on, and they're just running on over it, but they're always just a little bit too late, right? And that's the difference between Tier 1 teams and Tier 2 teams. Not like, that's not the difference. There's a lot of differences, right? But stuff like this is the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams. Like, how many times do you see, like, VP, Secret, you know, LGD, how many times do you see them be, like, 3-5 seconds late to a Roche fight, right? Compared to how many times you see qualifiers teams be a little bit late to Roche fights. Like, that stuff really makes a difference at the highest level of Dota. And qwerty, I think they actually have better Roche fights, especially because they have really no problems taking care of the Mars, and Axe has not been able to find the calls that he's needed. They're going to actually smoke here with this Aegis. They probably think, yeah, PA is blurred, so she's not in the smoke. But that's actually like the biggest difference. That's the biggest difference. Strongest hero in the game is Carry Shadow Demon. True. Based take right there. Nice job here. Gatsi. Sorry, again, I apologize for my pronunciation. He's just breaking smokes here. He's setting up vision, so if they are going to fight, and now they're actually going to counter smoke and look for an aggressive play. Here's Lodine, though, doing the exact same thing. Well played here to him. They are, unfortunately, fighting right underneath the ward. This is going to get dewarded as well. Lodine, though, he's the only one that would actually die if they could find him. You do have Hellscream and Ankrid doing the same thing a little bit over here, but they're going to go for Lodine instead, and this is the death that they're very comfortable taking here on the Division 5 DP. So very well played there. There's going to be a killing spree, actually, onto the Grimstroke. Funny enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dame is getting his farm, man. Dame is getting his farm. He's nearly got a full BKB. In fact, he has BKB already. It's looking a little scarier because I thought this Axe Mars Lion like tri combo was going to be super strong in this mid game, but it honestly hasn't. Ankrid's going to be looking for the BKB next. That'll do him some good. Axe as well is just looking for BKB. And Lion, I hope he's got Blink. No, he's so far away from it. So instead he's going to be going for the Aether Lens, which is going to be nice because he needs to be able to cast these spells.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Maybe they could look for more. Not quite. Not quite. Tier 2 tower in the mid lane basically for free. And look how much of this map is now open, right? Now you can very easily, I mean, do exactly this. Set up wards in the triangle. For some reason, they've not dewarded the sentry. I think it's because they don't want them to know that it's that there's a ward there. But they might leave. So what they do is they want to think, oh, they don't, Nemiga. If you're Nemiga, they go, oh, they don't have vision here because we have a sentry up. But obviously that's not the case, right? So that's what can really actually end up losing you fights. That's why you see pro players do stuff like that. Tier 2 tower push, though. I mean, they're just going to get all the outer towers. You wouldn't think so. You'd think maybe Jug has Aegis, but it's actually PA. She's just not ready to fight him. Needs this BKB. Decided to go for Desolator first, which does help her farm a bit faster, but doesn't give her any peace of mind here. As here comes Dame, but she's going to be able to Phantom Strike up to the high ground. But they have lost all their towers for this one. And here's a smoke play coming into the triangle. They're fighting excellently around a ward here. Nice blink for Lodine, though. Unfortunately, he's blinked right into the hands of the Grimstroke, but they will commit the Roar here for the kill. In the meantime, no, Anchorite is in trouble. He's going to eat an Omni Slash. He blocks a lot of this damage with Bulwark. He has a blink in another second, constantly being canceled. He should be able to escape. Has to commit Arena. Doesn't have a TP scroll. Oh, no, he doesn't have a TP scroll. He's going to blink into the enemy base and try and buy a TP or something, but he's going to die. Oh, that's a big mistake. You can't be making like plays like that on the enemy side of the map. It's not like he just TP'd either. Oh, wait, did he? He did just TP. His TP got canceled. I apologize. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. A good effort there by the Mars, but he's going to go down regardless. We taking a look here. Yule Scepter finished for Phoenix. Blink and Necro 3 finished for the Beastmaster. That could have gone so much worse for Nemiga, though. Like, if Lodin does not put this ward up right there and let his team know, hey, they have vision here, get the hell out, they're coming, that team fight, I mean, it's maybe even game over. Oh, speaking of game over, this Jug is very fast. We got to blink in a couple more seconds here for the Axe, but they're not going to be able to chase him. They didn't feel confident enough in chasing him. You know what sucks is if they chased him 2 seconds further, they would have found him very easily, and Axe has that kill with Call. Very, very unlucky. Very unlucky. Yeah, Nemiga is losing right now. Nemiga is definitely losing, but they're going to have a big power spike. They've got BKB on PA. She's queued up the Basher. Axe, unfortunately, I mean, he can't take farm. He doesn't farm very well, so he's really fallen off, unfortunately. So it has Beastmaster to some degree, however, because he no longer has objectives to push, so he doesn't naturally, you know, get any stronger by playing his game, right? If he's going to be taking farm, he's going to be taking farm from enemies. Great job, though. He's going to break smoke. He sees Anchored, and he gets the hell out of there. That courier is going to go down. No punch to death by a big red man. A big naked red man. Glimmer finish for him. They're going to probably just hold the position here on the high ground. What can they get done, though? PA looking for Basher. Lodin with the blink. Once again, they still know there's a ward here because they never actually got it. So they know they're sitting under vision, but Tier 3 tower is going to be taking a little bit of damage, and that might even look to actually force the issue. Aegis has expired as of 45 seconds ago, so that's no longer relevant. A little bit longer, 90 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they are just going to start to push high ground here. Jug already has Ags, SNY, Vambrace as well is very notable here for that bonus 10 attack speed you get that synergizes beautifully with the Swift Slash and the Omni, of course. So the thing is, it's like we got great items right now, but PA, even with the BKB, it's not exactly free. You know, it's one of these games where, quote unquote, I think Ava was talking about this when I was using the bathroom during the break, but he was like, yeah, it's not a free game, or Arteezy's still farming, but like it's so hard for him to get in there and fight right now because they're fighting. I mean, BKB is not really too relevant either, to be honest, for the side of qwerty. But we do have Static Link goes through BKB. We've got Supernova, which will stun through BKB, which is a really big problem. We've got Roar that goes through BKB, obviously. We've got Juggernaut who goes through BKB. Like, it's not a very strong BKB game here, unfortunately, for Nemiga. So that's why it kind of sucks that, like, the next item here for Mars, the next item for Axe is this BKB, because it'll help a lot versus the supports, and it'll help you not get slowed and whatever. But other than that, like, the team fight is still really strong here on the side of qwerty. That's why Nemiga are not looking for fights. That's why they didn't fight with this Aegis, right? They were just playing very defensively. Yeah, true. PA can get soul-binded as well. It's a good point. I didn't consider that. You can get soul-binded. It's a problem. It's a real big problem. Luckily, they don't have anything to combo with soul-bind here except for Static Link, which is it's meh. It's decent. Actually, I don't know if Static Link will combo with soulbind. I think that might be one of the few exceptions. We're looking for
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I missed. Because I think there are some things that won't work. Tier 2 is pushed at the very least. Yeah, the Static Link doesn't exactly work. So it doesn't work like you think it would, unfortunately. It works the same way. Like, technically you do double cast Omni, Static Link, Charge, and other strike, but it only does it to the primary person. But hey, I mean, Lodin has got level 2 Exo. That's a big power spike for him. He's just going to, casually get vision on the Tier 3 tower, back up, do a couple of these things. But Roshan has respawned. It's a very fast Rosh. Rosh number 2. Nemiga, they can't really contest this without the Exo. I think they're just gonna have to let it go. But then how do you fight? How do you fight into this? Becomes the next question. It just seems too difficult. Oh, they're going to go in. Okay, Supernova Stun immediately, though. They're going to try and burst the Razor, and they have done so, but the double roar now is going to follow up with another stun out from the Supernova. These BKB durations, they're just getting held down. Roche is going to go down, and oh, they snatched the Aegis. PA has got the Aegis away from the Jug. He killed Roshan with the Omni Slash. The dunk is going to miss, unfortunately, out from the Chosen One, but they have managed to finish off now the Phoenix. Jug spinning to win, looking to try and burst this first life through the PA, which is going to Phantom Strike a bit further, getting the kill and the crit coup de grace onto the Grimstroke, but now PA respawning, has now gotten 3 kills in this engagement, and full HP looking for more. Razor, he's bought back, he's got the static link. PA's got to get out of here. She's losing all of her damage, and now losing her teammates as well, as Dame popping off on the buyback, though. The BKB active, a great hex into the Earth Spike, and now even the Psychic Headband to create as much space as possible, as they should be able to get Hellscream out of here. PA shouldn't have too many difficulties either now with this Basher. What a play! What a play! I can't believe they actually fought into it. Oh, no, PA. No, you've already lost your first life. They've now silenced her, but here's Lodine, creating a bit of space. Does not have Exo, unfortunately, and is dying to Necrobook 3 summons. What a play. Holy moly. I might actually just want to take another look at that. I need to make sure that they're not going to be fighting. They are sitting still underneath an Observer Ward, and we did commit 2 buybacks here. But my goodness, very, very costly dust. Wow. Yeah, I mean, they did lose Aegis immediately, but that's not the important part. The important, like, it would have been not the similar outcome, of course. It's obviously best case scenario that PA snatches Aegis and then continues fighting with it after she dies. But even if, like, the Aegis was denied, or if, like, Hellscream picked up Aegis, that's such a big win. That's such a big win here for Nemiga. That's exactly what they needed to get back into this game.
Dire's middle tower
Oh,
is
first
under
Aegis.
attack.
Yeah, first Aegis. Yeah, for sure. Oh, did she lose it? I'm an idiot then. Never mind. Ignore me. Apologies for that. It's a big whiff. I didn't realize she immediately lost Aegis. Thank you for correcting me on that one. Yeah. I mean, this time it was more acceptable though, right? Obviously, because she snatched it this time around. And already we got Divine Rapier being queued up. Abyssal Blade though does make this game a lot scarier to play. I mean, PA is already a full item ahead. Jug does not have any evasion, and he needs to build MKB, so he is strong and can kill PA if PA kind of messes up in these team fights. Yeah, he was an Omni. I'm pretty sure he killed Roche with the cleave, but yeah, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, Razor getting caught out there was very punishing. A great finger of death by Hellscream, because they just knew exactly who they needed to jump. They even fingered him before he got BKB off, which is huge. It's so big. Big plays. And of course, he's about to hit level 20, but as Abo will say, his level 20 talents are not that strong in this game. The Eye of the Storm, at the very least, is actually pretty mean towards the PA, but, you know, I don't think... I mean, actually, to be honest, you know, the Razor, he saw a lot of damage from that PA and made that fight otherwise much more difficult, so... You know, his buyback was not all wasted, because they were going to lose. They were probably set to lose all 5 heroes if they don't actually get the static link onto PA. So not a bad fight whatsoever. Phoenix is going for the Lotus Orb. Pretty strong item this game versus the Axe, being able to... you can't dispel Call, obviously, or can you? Yeah, you can't dispel Call, but you can dispel the PA... what can you dispel this game? Not a whole lot, huh? The slow on Mars, you can dispel the Spear of Mars stun, dispel Battle Hunger, which is always nice. The silence, that's the big one. The silence, of course.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You can reflect the PA. Yeah, you can reflect the PA daggers, but the thing is, when you recast abilities, especially with Lotus, you recast them as if you're the original caster, right? So you do reflect the dagger, which is super annoying because it does give the slow to the PA. But you're not going to... Yeah, you don't crit, and it uses Phoenix's damage, right? Or whoever has the Lotus Orb on them, I suppose, right? So that's going to be super nice. So yeah, it doesn't crit, and it's not that good. But yes, you will reflect it. That is a good point.
Double damage.
DD for Jug. This could be big, but unfortunately, again, it's not too useful of an item until you have this MKB completed. In the meantime, though, PA, I feel like, unfortunately, Nemiga, they're strong now. Well, they might not feel strong, but the issue that I see with them is that as soon as we get this this MKB picked up on Jug, this win rate graph is going to probably take a dive here in favor of qwerty. That's the issue I see with this. Other than that, a very, very neck and neck game here. Very neck and neck game. There's Lotus finished up. He did get Philosopher's Stone, so that helps speed him up. Joke's about to complete MKB with his Javelin. There it is. Right on time. Gem of True Sight on the Chosen One is going to be really nice. Mars has the Ags. Interesting. Mars has Ags.
Dire's top tower
But
is under
why?
attack.
It really increases damage. It does really increase his damage. Yeah. I mean, I could see it this game. I mean, Bulwark is super strong here against the Juggernaut, because if you can just walk forward, you will actually get the Bulwark minus armor, or sorry, the damage mitigation from Bulwark. As long as you just walk on a straight line, Jug, for some reason, I think the way it works is he always hits you in the same direction. So, do soldiers soak Omni damage? Yes, because Bulwark also soaks damage, right? So yes, for the same reason, but not because of the soldiers, I think. It's an interesting one, though. It's an interesting one. I think they should call it. They should call this like the upgrade, like Phalanx or something, right? Because that's really what it is. When you're in like a spear formation, it's all that Phalanx for all the Total War gamers in the chat. You guys know about that turtle formation. You just march the boys forward and go to war. Elven Tunic and Blur, of course, it's kind of mitigated. I mean, 84% evasion is obviously ridiculous, but again, the issue is not so much magic damage this game to PA. That's not the danger. She is this way. Instead, it's more of Razor stealing your damage, and now obviously MKB on this Juggernaut is the danger. She's this way. Is that what Pango says in that voice line anyway? The danger. She's this way. Maybe he's just in love with danger. He's chasing her down. Qwerty had better late game. It's hard to say. It's hard to say because I would say PA is she's a better Divine Rapier carrier, and with Divine alone, you can just kind of kill anyone. He flirts with danger. He definitely flirts with danger. That's very true. He definitely flirts with danger. 100%. 100%. Our Aghanim Scepter for Mars. Again, I've only seen this in pubs. There must be a game where Mars has actually picked it up, and it must be a good item as well on mid lane, but... Oh, okay, here it is. Testudo. I think Phalanx is Greek, not Roman, and Mars is Roman, I assume. Well, he is Roman, right? Because if he was named... If he was Greek, he would not use the Roman name for him. So, plus this set, I think he's got the set. This set is highly Roman. Ares, thank you very much. I don't remember. Unfortunately, we've all used the Roman names, right? You know, like if you guys have ever heard of Holst the Planets, it's a very, very first of all, beautiful. You should listen to it. It's one of a more modern and contemporary, not really modern. I think it's like contemporary. I don't know. I didn't get formally educated in music, but it was written around World War I, so like 1920s-ish, by a composer named Holst, and you should just listen to Mars and Jupiter. Those are the best two, in my opinion, and if you really like them, you can listen to the rest, but it's like 7 pieces of romantic period. Was it? I mean, I believe you. But yeah, it's really, really strong. It's really great. 5/4, Mars, and that's actually what he hums, and that's the little tune that plays inside the Arena of Blood. So I really like that attention to detail. I think Mars has got a lot of love in this hero. The planet's rules? Absolutely, 100%. 100%. Mars is very weird to listen to, but it's very hype, and Jupiter is just a very fun song. Jupiter's a very, very fun piece. Sorry, my orchestra director would cut off my wrist if I said song again to refer to a classical piece of music. This is a very low kill game. The issue is that PA didn't really want to, sorry for just exploding into the mic, but PA didn't really want to fight early on versus Jug versus Razor. And once she felt confident in doing so with Elven Tunic, with with Abyssal, BKB, and Deso, she all of a sudden didn't really want to fight into the Juggernaut anymore because he had MKB. So now we're just farming tier 4 neutrals. He changed his name to his Roman counterpart because he doesn't want to be associated with his dad. Wait, I don't remember my mythology too well. Oh, nice smoke. But the thing is, you let them know you smoked, so I don't know if that's really that nice of a smoke. And now they're just gonna break smoke for free here with the PA. Yeah, that's the thing is I don't know. I don't listen. Like I said, I'm not formally musically educated, but it was written about World War I, which is why Mars is particularly a striking piece. It's the same thing with the Elgar cello concerto. As here goes Mars, the arena of blood onto one. There's a call to follow up. The no roar in the fight, but he's gonna buy back. Lion though. Oh no, they didn't have enough for the calling blade, but it's not gonna matter. They still get the kill onto the Juggernaut. My goodness, this PA has got so much damage, and now they've actually managed to destroy the Supernova. On top of that, the Bulwark starting to deal numbers to the Razor. There's going to be the roar onto the PA. That'll trigger the 2 buybacks here, as they have managed to actually get the kill onto PA, but they will buy back here. Jug does not have PA. Dame's in a bit of a rough spot. He does not have buyback, I believe, but they also will not be able to chase him down. There is going to be the Hex, though. Lodine just blinking right into his face, and now they have gotten Dame, the level 25 Razor, who did get a lot of damage deal. Big fight. We were talking about classical pieces. Huge fight. All 5 dead here on the side of qwerty. And guess what? Roche is up. Roche is up, and we bought back on our PA as well. This is going now swimmingly for Nemiga.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Mars picks up Ags in a pro game versus Visage. That would be a hard counter. Yeah, literally perfect Roche time. It couldn't be any better. And guess what? This is 3rd Roche. Who do you give Ags to this game? I mean, probably PA, right? Yeah, they're going to give it to PA. It's not like she's got buyback anyway. That felt more like 4 buybacks. Well, it was 4 buybacks, but 3 out from the Radiant, right? 1 from Dire, and now Razor. He has also he's without buyback, but only by 20 gold, so he'll get that passively. So don't worry about that one. Shout out to the one guy in chat that knew what the Greek word for phalanx was, though. It was a very good attention to detail. Oh my goodness, this blink forward. It is absolutely terrifying that you can blink in Bulwark. Like, let's be honest. Like, just seeing this run you down. Like, hopefully we don't miss any kills. Like, look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Terrifying. Terrifying. Radiant lineup feels a little bit easier to execute. Yeah, pretty much, because all it depends on is PA jumps whoever Lion has hexed and or spiked, and then she can kill them no matter what. And if that hero is Dame, the team fights are very difficult. But Jug, again, Jug is ultra farmed right now, right? So Jug can actually still solo carry. Dame, I think he's redeemed himself from his Game 1 performance. I hate to call him out like that, but I think Game 1, it was not the most impressive Razor game. I think we can all agree. We watched it for 67 minutes, right? But this game is a lot more impressive. Unfortunately, that's going to be dewarded instantly. They're not going to have vision up here for much longer. Yeah, smoke under Hawk. 9k net worth difference here after the fight for Nemiga. They do still have to be cautious because they've only got buyback now on Mars and sorry, make that Axe and soon to be Mars, but everyone else is going to be restricted based on the time. So that's a bit spicy. It's a tough position for them to be in, and we might just see. Yeah, PA has finished up the Divine Rapier. That'll do it. Sorry for missing out on that. Let's just take a quick look at items here. With Divine Rapier, I mean, it doesn't really matter if Razor ends up getting the static link. She can still just about kill anyone. PA does not have buyback. That's very true, but she does have Aegis. And this time, as compared to the first 2 times she's picked up Aegis, she's held on to it for longer than 30 seconds. So, and that's not Flame. I'm just saying that's just the way the game's been going before. She's also got the blur, the upgraded blur, so all of her abilities are going to be refreshed if she does get a kill. If Grim can farm an Axe, that's a good point. Unfortunately, that's not realistic because it's a position 5 Grimstroke. And right now, there's just way too many heroes that need farm before Grimstroke. Right? He does fall just about last in terms of priority. Maybe, I guess, second to Phoenix. I think Phoenix is probably last at this stage. Uh-oh. Oh, no, Razor. Oh, they've caught him, and there's the Supernova now being focused. But that's a beautiful Omni slash target onto 2, but he didn't commit the Omni. He just committed the Swift Slash, but it's not going to matter because they're going to get the second stun immediately. And now the Omni slash, but PA has gotten the Blink Strike out. They have not got an Aegis. Oh, and the Axe call now to try and punish this dieback with the Chosen One. I think he's just going to end up sacrificing himself. Space created for the team to get back. He's got buyback, so I understand the play. And look at this. Back into the fountain. Here goes the PA. Oh, no, I can't believe, I really can't believe that they didn't commit the Omni Slash there. I think he's just creating space. I think he's creating space because he wants to make sure PA can live because PA does not have buyback. Him and Mars have buyback, so those are the 2 heroes that are okay to die. They force another very crucial buyback here out from the Razor, but the scary part is, yeah, double roar is fantastic. I just don't know why he did an Omni there. That was I mean, honestly, a bit of a blunder in my opinion. In my opinion. Because he wanted to Swift Slash first for maximum damage, and I don't think that was necessary. Like, maybe if this is, like, early on and you need to get the Swift Slash and the Omni Slash to kill them both, but, like, come on, Jug. You got MKB, S and Y, Battle Fury, the 20... Like, it's... I don't know. Well, it's not up because he already used it. He used it second. He used Omni Slash second. So, unfortunately, that's a bit of a mistake, because that would have been at least Aegis. That would have been at least Aegis through the PA. Almost for sure. Almost for sure. And that really sucks. Yeah, that's true. He wanted to take second life with Omni. Yeah, very true. Big Abyssal Blade, double stun. Oh, Fan of Knives! Great item here. And it also does a ton of damage. 12% of their max HP and applying a break. This is always a fun one to see. If you Omni into Grim Ulti, does it cast 2? No, it doesn't. It plays the animation like it does, but he just continues to go for 1. Is it pure damage? I believe it is. I believe it is on Fan of Knives. Let me check. Yeah, it's pure damage. So you just lose 13% of your maximum HP, which is very punishing towards our Beastmaster, rather punishing towards Razor, who's also very, very tanky. You know, he's got a very respectable strength gain of 2.8. That Fan of Knives animation looks like ass. Well, come on. Small indie company, guys. Don't be too mean to them. And we might be in for another long one here, is what it kind of looks like. 45 minutes in. And 10k net worth lead for Nemiga. Sure, it's no Alchemist lead, but they're looking pretty damn good here at this stage. What's the time on Aegis? It is going to be, well, Aegis has been reclaimed now, first of all. Thank you for pointing that out. Going for Satanic next on PA. She's got buyback in a 90 seconds, though, so she does need to save for this, and she needs a lot of gold. Holy moly, her buyback is 3,200. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, this game is just going on forever. And what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So Aegis is going to be maybe up in 2 to 5 minutes from this point. So what is that? 47 to 52 minutes is when Roche is going to respawn. And PA is going to have buyback in that duration, but careful here. Grimstroke getting a little bit aggressive. Ankrid, though, he's going to find the jump. They want to go for the Phoenix, but he's too fast. They didn't get the pin. They did not pin him with the spear, so they're just going to be able to back off safely. Nice ward placed down here, so they're still both fighting under vision. Lion has the suck there to instantly destroy the illusions. PA running around without boots, but they have now made the jump onto the Razor, trying to get through him, though, with the static link. Oh, no, they've reflected the Omni Slash, and PA murdered Juggernaut with it. No, he didn't murder Jug. She murdered actually the Beastmaster, but now Jug is going to fall. 4 kills for the PA. What the hell was that? And now even Phoenix is going to go down. He doesn't have Supernova. 3 heroes dead without buyback. Nemiga, they're doing it. What a play. Who's got the Lotus? Who the hell's got the Lotus? I don't know. It's Lodine, MVP. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, the PA Omni Slash absolutely murdered Beastmaster, and he does not have buyback. He does not have buyback. He took 1,300 damage, and now it's Jug versus the world, but he just used Omni Slash, and it was reflected. There he goes again. That's just a Swift Slash. He might be able to get the kill onto Ankrid, but no. Immediately goes the PA, finds the bash, finds the crit, and there's the dunk. The Chosen One is going to be able to get them into the next round. They have got 2 shots now at qualifying into the lower division for Season 2, now that they made their way into the upper bracket finals. GG, well played, Nemiga. It was a slow burn, but a barn burner overall, as they will be able to overcome. Of course, they still have a chance here as well for the side of qwerty. It's not over for them yet, but yeah, MVP Lotus Orb, holy moly. That was sick. I've never seen a Lotus Orb be that effective. I've never seen like a reflected Omni Slash be effective. Normally, it's the it looks like it's just you and me, and then they both do like the anime. What is it? Mara Yara Yara Yara. I don't know what the anime is. Muda 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 Muda. I think that's the one. But that was crazy. That was crazy. I've never seen an Omni Slash reflected that actually gets kills. So unfortunate for the Juggernaut as well. My goodness. And then he just eats the Abyssal Blade immediately after. Nice job, man. Tier 10 player. Shoutouts to him. These guys, I think they've got the opportunity. I think they need to. I think what's awkward, either it's a draft issue or it's a team issue, but I think that JoJo, it's the JoJo stuff, right? But they have to either draft or play a little bit better in the early game. I think if you play against even like some other tier or Division 2 teams, like you can't just give this Jug lineup like 20 minutes like you did in this early game, right? Like, obviously in Nemiga, they would still show up and fight and defend important objectives, but like, it really felt like they gave qwerty basically like 15, 20 minutes of time to just do whatever they wanted, right? And I do have to say, I think Jug this game, if he just went MKB a little bit earlier, maybe even before Ags probably, right? They would have been able to push a little bit earlier, but I think by the time they recognized that qwerty were in a position to actually finish this game because PA was not ready, they needed MKB, because then PA picks up Elven Tunic, and how do you fight her? She's got 86% evasion. Just impossible. Really good game, but again, Nemiga, that's something, just constructive feedback. I love this game. That was great. This series actually was really great. They can play long Dota. They can stay focused. This was a super long series, guys. This game was 45 minutes. Game 2 was like only 20 or something. But the first game was like over an hour. This is such a long series. So they can play very well together as a team and stay focused. And I think their late game team fights actually look pretty damn good. But they do need to, I think, pick it up in between after landing stage is over and before you like kind of really start having full 5v5 team fights. It feels like there's a lot lacking there. And qwerty, unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on that. But again, qwerty, they're going to be going down into the lower bracket here. Let me go ahead and pull up our tournament page here to give you guys a quick look, as I believe our other match has already ended. Let me just look here myself. Yeah, so both matches have ended, so it looks like they're going to be playing almost disbanded. That's going to be a very exciting match, guys. Definitely recommend you guys drop a follow and tune in, because that is going to be live in 20 hours from now here on this channel. We are also going to be covering, of course, the lower bracket round 2. There's 2 matches going on at the same time. I think we're going to watch qwerty versus Toprita, because that is going to be but Cascade versus VPP is so good too. Oh, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. But honestly, you guys, you got to follow us and make sure that you tune in tomorrow for our coverage, because I think we're getting set for like some pretty fantastic games here. Let me just make sure I'm capturing the thing, and I'm already hiding my taskbar. Because take a look. This is what we have coming for us tomorrow, guys. Of course, you can take a look at this yourself if you type !tournament in the chat, and it'll link you to the same exact page I'm looking at. But we've got these 2 games going on at the same time. qwerty versus Toprita. Toprita as well is looking very, very strong. Malrin, I think, had a much better game today. And of course, our Belarusian squad that was formerly on J178, Petushara and Happy Duyurara, if you recognize those names. If you're watching our stream, it's probably because you also watched a lot of Tier 2 and minors as well, back when we had minors in DPC 2019. So you'll recognize those names. And of course, Toprita as well. Make that, who are they playing? They're playing qwerty. qwerty as well, 19-teen as well. I mean, it's just a strong player. And VPP versus Cascade as well. I think we might end up covering this one, but it's such a shame because honestly, both of these games are going to be just fantastic. And then, of course, finally getting to see which team will qualify, and then we're going to have one more game tomorrow. But yeah, no more games today, unfortunately, as that is going to do it today for our coverage. But thanks again, guys, so much for tuning in. We really do appreciate y'all dropping by. And oh no, get out of there! It's turning into the insane. Into like the Hall of Mirrors thing right there. But that is going to do it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Unfortunately, Avo, I think he got some urgent message, so he had to obviously handle that one. And hopefully he's going to be okay. I'm going to talk to him here in just a second. But yeah, thank you guys so much for stopping by. And that is going to do it for us today. The DPC EU qualifiers for DreamHack Season 14, I believe, or Dream League Season 14, pardon me, are starting in approximately an hour, I want to say, or maybe 2 hours from now. Either way, I think it's going to be Cap and the British Boys doing the same stream again. So I'm going to send you guys on over to Dota 2 Capitalist, where you guys can hang out, say hello, and continue watching some lovely Dota there. But thanks again, everyone, for tuning in for today. And once again, honestly, I can't thank you enough. This is like a lot of support for the Tier 2 scene. And for lower division. And hopefully you guys will tune in as well once the leagues kick in, because I think we're going to be set for a very, very fantastic. But definitely don't miss us tomorrow when we catch the first of 2 teams that are going to qualify for the lower division Season 2 for the ESL 1 CIS season. And of course, it'll be between Almost Disbanded and Nemiga. So make sure you guys join us then. For now, though, let me just host Slacks. But the thing is it's like I don't mind hosting Slacks. I love Slacks, but since Cap is playing Party Queue right now with Owen. You know what? Maybe I will host Slacks then if he's doing tutorial. Let me just take a look at what he's got going on. Because I know for a fact, like I know you guys want to watch more competitive Dota, so I feel like that's obviously going to be a little bit of a different audience, right? Yeah, Slacks has a first-time player right now, which is also very interesting to watch. But I'm going to send you guys over to Cap for today. I'm going to send you guys over to Cap for today, just because again, they're eventually going to start casting the what's it called? Raid Cap. Make sure you guys are very lovely and you're very kind and do say hello because eventually they are going to be starting to watch these EU qualifiers. But again, guys, on behalf of Alvaro and myself, thanks so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys catch us tomorrow, same time, same place, and to see which team will qualify first. But yeah, be nice to each other and see you tomorrow.